fell and lost to the war, shot me dead. I was lost and sad to the voices in my head. I'm gonna get up again. I'm gonna get up to another day. I'm not giving up again. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna get up again. I'm gonna get up to another day. I'm not giving up again. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna get up
Hello and welcome. My name is TJ. I'm streaming out of Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington, and hello to all the people here joining for some proper paper popper. First time doing this stream here, and we're hoping it's a successful one. Now, a relatively small tournament out there, but I believe that there's about 10 people. I can confirm that. It's not a huge crowd, but we have been working on developing the Pauper group here a little bit, and my hope is that this is going to be the first of many going forward. Bolt for 3, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's great having you, and we are very much looking forward to the future of this as we continue to do these streams whenever we're able to, because these extra streams are always a good time. Now, if you haven't seen it yet, always feel free to jump over to our Pauper. It is on Reddit. I did put a post on there, plus it's an excellent source for any kind of Pauper information. We're going to keep Champion forward. We're going to make it happen, and it's going to be a fantastic day for all.
What are you looking for round one?
I am happy with anything because nothing has been seen yet.
Alright.
Thank you so much, David. David being my spotter out on the field. Today, we are doing a classic TJ solo cast. We're going to make it happen. I've got 2 water bottles here with me, a variety of snacks, and I am in it for the long haul. Let me know how you are all doing, and on a scale of 1 to 10, how hyped are you for this proper popper happening today? I am quite excited. I'm looking forward to a good time, and I'm hoping that it's quite a successful day all around. There's some sweet decks out there. I do know that there's some burns, some elves. I believe that there is, in fact, mystical teachings out there as well. Yeah, there's just going to be some fun stuff in the field, and there's only more to come. A decent amount of people. It is, weirdly enough, fantasy football draft season, which means that some people weren't able to make it. That, of course, means that next time that we do one of these, which will hopefully be soon, that's right, it's going to be a pretty sweet time. Dot Generic Fast Sandwich, hello, it's good to see you. Darksteel Badger, hello. Summon Aether, very hyped. I absolutely love it. Ooh, a 10 there. Like an 8 out of 10. I can get it, but it looks like Darksteel Badger is really up in the level to 168. My goodness. 13th Fox, in before Merchant Scroll, Drake, Rex House. I will tell you this, while I would not be surprised if that happened, as it currently sits, our meta is not, like, hugely developed. Hi.
Mono black control.
And you're facing the wall? Or are
So,
you...
yeah.
Which side are you going to be on?
On the wall.
On the wall? Okay. What's your first name again?
Mike.
Michael?
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. I can make that work. Alright. And he is going to be on mono black control. Actually, I can totally dig that. My goodness. So mono black control, very cool deck, all kinds of value stuff. A little bit more like a mid-rangey control deck more than anything, but an uncomfortable amount of removal is the main thing here. Okay, and we are going to just do a quick little phone in here. Seeing as I get to solo cast, one thing that is going to be important is keeping in communication with all of you. Alright, and let's do that. And I don't know who the opponent is. I don't know what you're playing. Okay, and it is going to be against David. And he is on?
I'm on Red Green Madness.
Oh, that's right. Okay,
Yep.
thank you. Who is on Red Green Madness, which actually I am not fully prepared for, to be honest. Do I know what decks are playing today? I'm not fully aware, but I do have at least I've got Red Green Madness, I've got Mystical Teachings, I've got Burn, and I've apparently got Mono Black Control. And this Red Green Madness should be interesting. Yeah, that should be interesting. Alright, so we are going to have, I believe, 4 rounds today. I'm quite excited. Let's get ready to head back down to that glorious battlefield in which everybody can vanquish their foes. Well, 50% of the people can vanquish their foes. It's really kind of a win-loss, pass-fail kind of thing. So, let's check it out. It should be a good time. See you there. Alright, and it looks like we're starting with a turn 1 duress. Missed it just slightly and taking the lightning bolt out of David's hand. Otherwise, we are looking at a decent field, and I am going to quickly prepare for this Red-Green Madness because I am not fully prepared for that when I was doing all my research. Okay. So, let's get that going. And what have we got here? Let's go there and boom. There we go. Hey, bolt for 3. You are in Jamaica. That's pretty cool. Time Night, it's good to see ya. Otherwise, we do have a mountain coming down. Alright. And Michael on this very mid-rangey deck is going to be off to a pretty solid start by the look of it. There we go. That's the card that I'm looking for. And okay. There we go. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. You're getting a wrap of the... Oh, my goodness. Oh. We shouldn't have it repeating itself. We should be. We should be shut off. Possibly watching it in 2 different places. Not entirely sure, but a Chainer's Edict looks to be taking down that creature. Makes the lands in front. He does not actually have lands in front. That is his hand. That is actually from the... that is from when he was revealing his hand to that duress. Okay. Otherwise, the card in hand that there are multiples of a Golgari Brownscale. Dredge 2, 2, 3 looks to be a card that where David is going to be working with his library just a little bit. And dropping down, that looks to be a Terramorphic Expanse. Really shaped into that red-green, all things considered. I'm wondering if that is the old school Basking Root Walla that I'm seeing. I'm not fully familiar with the old school art. It's not though. Sorry, I'm actually not fully prepared for this Red-Green Madness deck of all the things that I started looking into. But Chittering Rat's phenomenal card, 3 mana, 2/2. And what it's going to do is have when it enters the battlefield, your opponent takes a card from their hand and puts it on top of their library. Looks like he's going to be putting that Golgari Brownscale on top of the library. Interestingly enough, being overly kind, actually revealing the card that he put on top, because and actually going to fetch it away. But David, being a little bit overly kind, he could have very easily picked up his hand, shuffled it up, and put it on top, because it was not at all required that he shows that one. But nonetheless, David, being a nice guy, being the good person that he is, shuffling that away with the Terramorphic Expanse, really looking to get another draw out of that, and using that Terramorphic Expanse to really avoid the Chittering Rat's lock that can happen. It really keeps your opponent from even drawing any additional cards. Solid way to start this off. Otherwise, not looking like too much happening from this Chittering Rat's deck yet. Its removal has been solid, but not overly effective against just because David isn't playing anything, and he hasn't developed his board too quickly. At this point, I would have expected some other play has been made as far as just slowly developing that Black Devotion. But Mercury, it is good to see you. The Golgari Brown scale is going to be coming down onto the field. So that is going to be a 3 mana 2/3, I believe. That is a 3 mana 2/3 that when it's put into your hand from the graveyard, you gain 2 life. That one's not going to be happening too soon here, but nonetheless, very cool. But yeah, my day's going excellent. So I'm kind of surprised that we could see the Kumbaj Witches coming down soon. It looks like, oh, and actually we're going to go for a Sunblade. So we're going to draw 2, lose 2 life, go down to 16. Okay. So let's go down there. Otherwise, David's still just doing this kind of applying pressure. Man, solo casting. Solo casting, we're making it happen. Blastoderm. The card that's on the field? I'm fairly certain that right now that's the... in the hand. Okay. Let's take a look there. That might be a Blastoderm. I'm not entirely sure, but the Fading 3/5/5 for 4 Wish Shroud. But there is the Kumbaj Witches coming down. It is going to be able to deal 1 damage. Not overly incredible in this situation. His Chittering Rats does survive it, and it might just help him trade this Chittering Rats into possibly some other cards. But otherwise, it's not going to be doing a huge amount of work for him. Otherwise, a Faithless Looting for David. Now, if he starts going for any of these discard things, we're going to see some of these creatures coming down. I do see a Basking Root Walla in hand, which Basking Root Walla, pretty much the main efficient creature as far as madness goes, because it does madness for 0, and there we see it coming out. Now, main character, it is great to see you, and thank you to all for joining here today. Define Logic teaches, so, man, did I happen to see the juicy quote? No, the dude, I did not. I did not see the juicy quote there. But otherwise, this Basking Root Walla, just a 1/1 for essentially 0, but it can get +2/+2. That's going to match up quite well. The big issue that it has at the moment is that if David uses his mana right now, then this Kumbaj Wishes is going to be able to activate in response to it. So David does need to be a little bit cautious about using this Basking Root Walla, because it says that you can only activate the ability once per turn. It means that Michael has an opportunity to really control the ability of that Basking Root Walla to really get its full value out of it. Okay. Otherwise, that could be a Blastoderm. I'm not entirely sure. That one, the dude, you know, that's okay. Brad Nelson can say whatever he likes. Oh, very nice. Very nice. So for a second I thought that was a Phyrexian Rager, but I don't think that is. I'm not entirely sure. That looks like to be a fairly unorthodox creature, I believe. I'm going to see if I can find out quite what that card was, because it doesn't strike me, doesn't look to be a Crypt Rats either. Definitely an unusual choice there. What's that card on the far right? Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, thank you. Okay, it is. It's just the old school art for Rager. That's what it is. Okay. I think there's an old school art. Is there? But nonetheless, yes, that is the Phyrexian Rager, so we are going down to 15. Just a little thrown off by that art, but nonetheless, let's go ahead and take a look at that. Thought it was an unusual choice. Okay, so it is Rager. Very cool. And look at that, I was kind of expecting there to be less cards. But yeah, I've not actually seen that other art. So, Phyrexian Rager comes down the 2/2. Very cool. At least I was wrong about being right. Oh, man. Otherwise, David doing pretty nicely with that Rugged Highlands going up to 21 to Michael's 15, who has been developing a fairly decent board, putting this Kumbaj Witches straight in the way of it, and looks like we might be getting an activation of that after. Yep, and we're going to be pointing at that Basking Root Walla. Otherwise, that Kumbaj Witches, the 1/3, acts as a fantastic blocker against this 2/3, unless David has some kind of way to increase its power and turn it into a trade, and it looks like it is going to be with that. Ooh, Very nice. A Flame Jab, dealing 1 damage to this card. Interestingly enough, by activating this, David actually had the ability to also just choose to deal the 1 damage to that Combage Witches. That activation means that David could have chosen the 1 damage that he gets to assign to the Witches, and looks like that is just going to take it down. So Michael kind of offering a trade at the moment. Okay. 13th Fox, I'm not entirely sure about the delay, but at this point, unfortunately, that's where it is. We'll try and make it work. The dude, have a good one. I look forward to seeing you next time. So the Flame Jab going to take down those witches, and he does, the witch is going to take down itself in that situation. Otherwise, he does still have a Flame Jab, which has been revealed, but still a fine card, and it means that Michael's decisions are going to have to be a little bit more cautious about how he approaches combat. When you have a 2-3, now you have a way to where it can definitely mess with the way that combat is going to work. And a Disfigure pointing itself towards this Basking Root Walla, that is going to make it a lethal amount of damage. The -2/-2 combined with that Combage Witches earlier means that that is a total of 3 toughness being taken down from that Basking Root Walla. Michael heading into his turn. He has got 6 mana available. Jolsani, I can definitely work on getting a breakdown for you. I don't believe it is infested with Drake. We are still a fairly small meta that is trying to build itself up. I think we're at maybe 10 people here today. We'll see how it goes over time. But a Chainer's Edict going to take down that Golgari Brownscale. David does have the ability to gain the 2 life and get back that creature, however. But now Michael is going to bash in 4, and that's going to knock him down to 17, starting to really apply that pressure after doing so much to just prevent David's board from building up. But a breakdown would be possible. I can see what we can do, but it is not nearly as infested with Drake as it could be. I can tell you that much. Okay. Otherwise, we're going to drop down another Phyrexian Rager. We're going to go down to 14. Not the worst thing. And by dropping down that Swamp, I think we are looking at the Swamp likely was the draw off of that. And is that another Combage? Yep, another Combage, which is coming down. That combined with the flashback on the Chainer's Edict that he has available, Michael's got a pretty solid way to control David's board as it sits. His Flame Jab is not going to be super relevant unless he draws into potentially more land, but it looks like he's going to go for that Brownscale instead, go up to 19, and try and get a 2-3 to really kind of just get a board that is larger than Michael's. So he would be able to get this 2-3. It's going to be fairly sizable, and it might help him trade up into a lot of these 2-2s. Okay. Just shaped like Pringles. That way you can do it like a duck kind of thing, though. That's kind of fun. The Mighty Fugel, thank you so much for joining. My name's TJ. We're streaming out of Geek Fortress, trying our first ever Pauper tournament and having a blast doing it. Now, that does look to be a Blastoderm coming down on the field. One of the more efficient beaters in this format. It's so interesting in which so much of the format is like commons. You don't have a ton of super efficient creatures outside of things like Delver of Secrets, Gurmag, Angler, things like that, but the removal is so efficient. So when you can have something that is a 5/5 for 4, even with that fading 3, the Shroud can really make it a sizable creature that can go toe-to-toe with this deck quite well. So, otherwise, Michael heading into his turn, he does have the ability to Edict it away. However, hey, Pauper is your favorite format. That's awesome. This is our first ever time streaming Pauper, and it looks like we're going to flash back that Chainer's Edict, take down that Blastoderm, maybe a little bit hasty on David, dropping down that creature, unless he's got something in hand that can contend with this. Otherwise, it looks like we are going to be taking 7, going to 12. But thank you so much for joining. This is our first time ever doing it. We're hoping to do more in the future and keep developing our Pauper meta. We're hoping that, this is the first time that we've been able to just fire a Pauper tournament and actually get people interested in it. So we're going to keep pushing it. We're going to keep having fun with it, and maybe we can start doing these a lot more often. I'm certainly open to it. I like sitting back here, and maybe there will become a time when I need to just be back here 25 hours a week instead of 20. You never know. You never know. Otherwise, if you are brand new to the stream, I want to thank you so much for joining us. I hope you're enjoying it. Otherwise, you can join us for our regular stream schedule. Every Monday at 6:30 Pacific Time, we stream Standard every Wednesday and Saturday. We stream Modern Wednesdays at 7, Saturdays at 6. And every Friday at 7:30, we stream Legacy. It's always a good time, and thank you so much to the 30 of you here. I hope that you are having an absolute blast, and we're going to have a good time today. I know that we've got some tough streaming competition, but that being said, we love doing this, which means that we're going to do it anyway. And that's just kind of how it goes. So, we are going to bring back that combust witches to our hand. Getting two of those out becomes this weird, interesting situation. Because you simultaneously have this phenomenal ability, this Unearth, bringing it back. It does have Cycling 2 as well, but has this phenomenal ability to trade up into some larger creatures. However, it does also mean that your opponent gets to pick 2 targets to take down, and that means that if Michael wants to activate both of those, suddenly his Chittering Rats, his Phyrexian Ragers, any of those, or you have a phenomenal finisher in 1-2... Wow, a Grey Merchant coming down, sweeping this board, and a massive amount of devotion gets the kill for Michael in this game 1. Fantastic hit there. So, Michael taking game 1, and we're heading to the sideboard. Now, I'm not fully aware of what David will be running in his. I'm not really familiar with it, though I do see some number of Feed the Clan and Relic of Progenitus might be bringing those ones in. We do also have Pyroblast, which aren't going to be overly incredible. Looks to be grabbing some red cards from the back of it, maybe some just kind of removal that can deal damage, possibly Firebolts, something along that line. Otherwise, from the sideboard of the mono black deck, you do have things like Nile Spellbomb. That's likely going to be coming in often in that sideboard, along with Relic of Progenitus. Both of those commons, way to take out that graveyard. David using that graveyard pretty nicely with Dredge and also with the Flame Jab. It can shut down his ability to utilize that graveyard. Otherwise, you can look at things if you're really, really worried about it. You could go. There's actually not a whole lot else to go for. I don't really think that the land destruction that some of these decks run is going to be super efficient here. Otherwise, Bottle Gnome's not incredible. I don't think you need to return a lot of cards to your hand. I think what we can look for is basically any of that graveyard hate to be coming in. I think that's going to be the most popular thing that we see coming in. Duress, not incredible. Nausea, a possibility just to help take down those Basking Ruwalas, but that might be a little bit of an overambitious sideboard. Otherwise, Wrenchmind, if he has it in the sideboard, could come in as a way to... Actually, no, you don't want Wrenchmind against Madness. Never mind. Don't bring in Wrenchmind. Maybe Crypt Incursion is also a possibility, I guess. Those are at least the things that I can at least picture happening. Okay. Sad LK, you need to move to Snohomish? Yes, you do. If you want to, you can definitely come and hang out. I would love to have the opportunity to hang out. I cannot recommend the Pacific Northwest highly enough. And I do know that there are many other brilliant places to be in the country, but every time that I go somewhere, I find myself happy to be back here. The Mighty Fugal, yeah, the moment that I said it, I realized that I was just saying wrong things. The 13th Fox, Crypt Incursion is a pretty narrow card. It has been in very, very few sideboards. It's not common. It's not common, but it is a possibility. And look at that, Kellery. It is good to see you. Thank you so much for joining. So, as we head in, David is going to be on the play. Now, if he's able to go for something like a turn 1 Faithless Looting into some of these Madness Enablers, that's going to be a great way to go about it. Otherwise, David with just a really, really slow start, all things considered. How's the Pokemon in here? I don't play it, but pretty much everyone else is, so the Pokemon seems to be pretty good. But I couldn't speak too well to it. I don't play the game because I don't really have the time for it. Pestilence is also very much an option. Yeah. But, yeah, I really don't have the time for it. You've seen Crypt in some blue-black Delver. It's just in like the small amount of research I saw it in a couple of decks. I wouldn't fully expect it unless they were expecting a really creature-heavy meta. Otherwise, the rest of the meta that I'm aware of at the moment, I do believe that there's Elves. I do believe that there is a Reanimator deck out there. I believe that there is blue-black Teachings. I think that there is a Burn deck. Yeah, there's some pretty cool stuff happening out there. I think that it is going to be a fairly diverse meta, if a little underdeveloped, and that is just the way that it's going to be as we start building this Pauper meta. We're really excited about it, and we're hoping to keep developing it over time as we continue to move forward with it. And hey, thank you so much to the two people who were on the Reddit post. I do really appreciate the positive feedback. I feed off of that like nobody's business. So we're going to keep working on making this fantastic for you all. Any green-white boggles? Not that I'm aware of at the moment. I know that deck has been picking up a decent amount of steam, but I'm not sure as it currently sits, if that'll be out there. Otherwise, a Curse of the Pierced Heart. Looks like that's the sideboard card that we've got. R. Austin, it's good to see ya. Thank you so much for making it out. And a Curse of the Pierced Heart. Fantastic inevitability. Michael has almost no way to go about this. Darksteel Badger, I will do my best to get that on camera for you. That is a fantastic way to go about this. Turn 2 on this one. Mono Black Control has no way to actually handle this card. Michael is on a very short, basically a 20-turn clock. With these Phyrexian Ragers in addition and the Sign of Blood, Michael is basically racing at this point. Mono Black cannot handle enchantments. That is just the way that it goes. Fantastic sideboard piece for David to bring in here, and a fantastic way to drop that down on that turn 2. And with this Feed the Clan, while not overly incredible, more than anything, what that's going to do is make it so that he just wins races with it. And a Werebear coming down, a relic of a time. So the Werebear. Oh, and we got the old art up, but nonetheless, the Human Bear Druid 1/1 for 2 with Threshold to get +3/+3 as long as there are 7 or more cards in the graveyard. Can't get enough of something like that. Absolutely delightful. Hey, and check it out, I do now have a list for David Bradbury. I do now have access to the list, and it looks like there were 3 Curse of the Pierced Heart that came in, otherwise the 2 Feed the Clan, and possibly a 1 of Relic of Regendus. Not a whole lot coming in here. The Mighty Fugel, you are absolutely correct. Yes, there is some blue-black teachings in the field today, and you are correct. A Gray Merchant is really going to be the biggest key piece that we have access to in Michael's deck. That's going to be the big thing that can help him buy into this late game while getting just slowly beaten down by this. So, we are going to drop in this Basking Root Walla along with a Werebear. We don't quite have that threshold yet, but we do have a 1/1 and the ability to actually tap it now to really get this Basking Root Walla up to a 3/3 if absolutely needed. Otherwise, Michael does seem to have some Phyrexian Ragers at the moment. Any info on the card pool? I don't quite know what you mean by that, RS Chrono. Please elaborate, and I'd be happy to provide whatever kind of information that I can. So, 3 mana coming down, and it looks like that Phyrexian Rager is going to come down. We're going to go down to 14 and just continue to shorten the clock, looking for some sort of answer. A Chittering Rat is the draw there. So he is going to be able to drop that down next turn, but I'm not fully sure that that's what he's interested in doing. While it does delay David's game plan just fine, I think Michael needs to work on applying pressure to the board, and if he has any kind of way to go for that in a cheaper way, then I think that that's going to be much more relevant. Draws into a Faithless Looting, has 2 Feed the Clan in hand. Wow. So David is not going to be going down anytime soon. Has the ability to go up to basically gain 5 life twice right now, and that's what the board as it currently sits. If this Werebear does achieve Threshold, each one of those is going to gain him 10 life. It's unlikely that Michael is going to be going for it too well. Okay, but as far as the, I don't think it's ban list. Hold on, we can find out exactly what it was. Coleman made it earlier. If you type in just !Pauper is what you want to do. Okay, but basically it is the Pauper ban list with the addition of Hymn to Turok, High Tide, Sinkhole, and Goblin Grenade. Alright. And apparently MTG bot is just having trouble. That's the way that it goes. Otherwise, this Curse of the Pierced Heart continuing to wear down Michael. He does up to the 4 mana, and now it comes down to David with these double Basking Root Walla, with this Werebear, with, I mean, he's just in such a solid position as it currently sits. So I am concerned for the life total of his opponent. Is, I suppose, where I'm coming down at that point. Alright, so let's take a look here as far as how we end up wanting to go about this. Otherwise, it looks like we do have an Arrogant Worm on the battlefield. Now, that is a 4/4 with Trample and Madness. So, David putting that one in off of this Faithless Looting, using his Werebear. Chubby Grunt, is Pauper a new weekly tournament? Not yet. We are working on it. This is our first of hopefully many. We have not done a Pauper tournament here before. We're working on it, and we're hoping that this is the first of many. If we can eventually get it to being a weekly thing, I am excited about it. I can't promise that I'll try and stream it every single week if we do, because 25 hours a week is a lot for me to stream. But maybe one day. Maybe one day we can get there. But that is a Curse of the Pierced Heart on the battlefield. David enchanting Michael with that card. Okay. So, looks like Michael does have that Chittering Rats, and looks to be going for also a Chainer's Edict. David likely just going to get rid of a Basking Root Walla. Not really what he needs at that point. He does have a 4/4 with Trample, which is going to fare fantastically against Michael's board. You can attack in, and you're either dealing damage and really shortening that clock, or you're going to end up trading with all of them. Just drop a Modern for Pauper. Modern is far and away our most popular format in the store and kind of in the area. Dropping a Modern Knight does not seem like the best way to go. It's also pretty much our most popular stream as well. This bot is fantastic. Are you talking about me? Because I am totally... No, actually, MTG bot is fantastic. Okay, Austin the Nerd, how does Mono Black have that? It is because David actually put that enchantment on him. It is just on Michael so that we know who it's enchanting. But drop standard for Pauper. Maybe one day. I'm actually looking at having potentially some other people take over the standard stream eventually. That was mostly so that I could only stream 15 hours a week. But maybe one day I can get to the point of streaming Pauper as well. I'm open to the idea. I like the thought of it. The biggest thing is that it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of effort, and we want to make sure that it's a good product. The more that I do, the worse the product gets over time. RS Chrono, thank you. I do appreciate that. I do my absolute best. Looks like we're at about 50 people here. Pretty good for our first Pauper tournament. I'm really excited about that. If you haven't yet, be sure to hit that follow button. You can find it up above or down below. We stream 4 times a week. I'm here for, I would say, about 98% of them. I do tend to have a variety of co-hosts. Today, I don't have one. In a little bit, in maybe the later rounds, I will have a co-host, but most of them were out busy today or are playing in the event. So, no co-host at the moment. I do often have one. Now, of course, that does mean that if you would like to be active in the chat, it does, it allows me to have this dialogue with you much more than the person next to me. RS Chrono, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. Thanks for joining the Fortnites. You are a rock star. Let me know where you're watching from. And the Gray Merchant does come down. Now, that is going to be a gain of 6 life here. David not having a huge way to prevent that one. The big problem here is that he is at 14. That's going to knock David down to 15. Oh, I'm sorry, that's only, the Rager's only 1. Ergo, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. I certainly appreciate it. I hope to see you more in the future, and I absolutely love interacting with all of you. So definitely, hang out, have a good time. R. Austin, thank you so much. I do appreciate it. And looks like we are going to be going for one of these Feed the Clan, going up to 25. And looks like Turtle, thank you so much for joining. It's awesome having you, and we're going to go up to a massive 35 life with this double Feed the Clan. Michael's Gray Merchant looking significantly less good suddenly. My goodness. R. Austin, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Tasanara, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. Looks like we've got a little bit of a chain lightning. I can't tell you all how much I appreciate it. It means the absolute world to me to have all of you here and joining us and just having a good time. It's something that is just, it's an incredible experience that I get to do this. This is completely on another level. But David had a massive 36 life total, looking at Michael, who just thought that 5-point life swing was enough. Looks to be going for a double block on this. If I am David, I'm going to be making sure that I take down the most black mana symbols as I can. Knight1327, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's awesome having you. I look forward to hanging out with you more in the future. Now, always feel free to join us. We do have a regular schedule of every Monday at 6:30 Pacific time we stream Standard. Every Wednesday and Saturday we stream Modern. Wednesdays at 7, Saturdays at 6, and every Friday at 7:30 we stream Legacy. Dunk Quixote, hopefully I pronounced that right. I'm sorry if I didn't, but thank you so much for hitting that follow button and joining us. I hope you're having a good time, and I think what we're going to be doing is taking down the Chittering Rats more than the Grey Merchant. A little bit of an unusual choice there. I might have prioritized the Grey Merchant because of that 2-4. Oh, but his intent is to maybe go for a double, deal the remaining 2 damage to it? No, we're going for a face-down card on David's side of the battlefield. Now, taking a look at what morph cards that we could have here, I think this is a Gathan Riders. This is 100% a Gathan Riders. Phenomenal. Not a card that you get to or Raiders. Gathan Raiders coming down. It is a 3/3 with morph by discarding a card. Oh man, our Austin, yes, every single Friday we do have Miracles players. We do have some pretty solid Miracles players. But a 3/3 that if you have no cards in hand gets +2/+2. Taking a look at David's hand right now, he has got 1 Flame Jab, which is going to be able to get rid of. And also, we're going to get rid of that one. Anything that he draws, he's going to be able to cast. He's got a 5/5 now. Fantastic way to go about this. Otherwise, a Chittering Rat coming down in response to that ability, that means that he doesn't have to put anything on top of his library. Michael in a pretty rough spot suddenly. This 5/5 is going to contend so well, and while it doesn't have trample, it means that Michael is going to have to expend resources just blocking it. Alright. You know what, our Austin, if you ever find yourself in the area, we do allow proxies at our Legacy events, and a Dismember looks like it's going to go for that Basking Root Walla while it's able to. Otherwise, we've got a 4/4 and a 5/5 on the field for David. I do believe that we have Threshold at this point. I'm not 100% sure on that, however. I think we might actually... No, I think we're a little bit shy. I think we do have a 1/1 Werebear and a 5/5 Gathan Raiders. Very cool. Absolutely love it. Otherwise, we are going to go for... Ooh, and an Unmake came in. Interesting. So, oh, I'm sorry. Did I say Dismember? I meant Disfigure. My bad. Sorry about that. No, that's super reasonable. I just misspoke there. How on earth did he get to 36 health? He did it by casting 2 Feed the Clans with a Grey Merchant happening. It was beautiful. Otherwise... David losing a decent amount of his board, and at this point, main character, I'm decently familiar with the Standard format. Not overly and intimately, but I am decently familiar with Standard. We do stream it every single Monday at 6:30. Okay. Peter, I will say that Pauper actually has some of the more powerful cards in the format. Daze, Gush, Delver of Secrets, Counterspell, all available. Chain Lightning, Lightning Bolt, Rift Bolt, all available in the format. Flame Blast, available. Ponder, Preordain, and Brainstorm, all legal in the format. There is definitely some powerful cards in Pauper, the farther you dive into it. You're brewing an Odric deck with Lone Rider, Gisela, and Avacyn. Ooh, I'm not sure if I can provide too many thoughts on that one. Yeah, Gush is a common. And another Grey Merchant coming down. We're going to go up to 18 and knock David down to a lowly 25. At this point, it looks like Mono Black might be getting back into this game with these Grey Merchant chains. However, David's main game plan at this point is to just keep delaying this game. If he can get any of these really large threats to contend with this board, that's going to be a good way to go about it. But David is starting to run out of steam. Looks like we're going to go for a Faithless Looting, hoping to pitch some Madness creatures in right now. Otherwise, you're an Odric deck with Lone Rider, Gisela, and Avacyn. Make sure that you can disrupt your opponent. Some of these decks are fast. Make sure that you're resilient to Reflector Mage, because that card is an absolute house. Okay. I would recommend you look farther into the format, Peter. Pauper's got some pretty fantastic cards in it. Okay. But nonetheless, I can understand your sentiment, and that is why you play Modern and Legacy. Pauper tends to dive a little bit, and it does a fantastic job of allowing... Oh my goodness. Not entirely sure what we got there off of the MTG bot. MTG is definitely having an interesting thing. Peter, I totally understand it, and it looks like we are going to be going for an edict, taking down that werebear, and David is just in such a rough spot right now. Now I'm going to be taking a decent amount of damage. Looks like it's going to be 8. David is going to be down to 10, with Michael at 17, and it looks like Mono Black, after such a phenomenal start, Michael's going to win. And you're absolutely right. It's an interesting way to go about it, Gel Dog. While you look at other formats and you think that Brainstorm is the best, Ponder is second best, and then Preordain is kind of the third one, it's really interesting because once you start getting into Pauper, the lack of fetches means that you can start going to where you almost Preordain into Ponder into Brainstorm is actually kind of the best to worst. It's a pretty unusual way to look at the cantrips in the format. It's pretty interesting. Okay. And Tasanara, thank you so much for giving further information. I don't fully know a whole lot about Discord, but the other avenue that I would recommend to people is that you can certainly look into the r/Pauper on Reddit. It's a great subreddit. It's a good community there, and they do have pretty much a solid amount of information, great at answering questions. A good group over there. And also we did put a post up there letting people know about it. Hopefully it is going to let some people come and join us and have a good time. And also, just as a quick note, thank you so much to the people who are joining or commenting on that. There is one person asking for what the ban list is. To Paracel2483, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It means the world to us. Thank you. It's so awesome to have you. All right. And let's see here. Regular plus him, Sinkhole, High Tide. Sorry, trying to answer a question to, and Grenade. There we go. Got it. Answering questions at the same time. Okay. Does Geek Fortress Pauper regularly? This is actually our first one ever. However, our hope is that this is going to be the first of many. So, and it looks like that is going to be a win. Michael going for the still had all Ds with the Grey Merchant, and that is going to be a win for Michael with the Mono Black control. Going to be moving forward in this, I believe, 4-round event. Now that we do still have 15 minutes left in this round, we're going to go back up to the booth and we're going to try and get you another match at the end for the maybe catch a game 3 of someone else for this round 3, and hopefully we can keep some good times rolling. I'll see you back up there. Let's do it. Hello, and thank you so much for joining. It's awesome having you, and I appreciate you all coming out to our first ever Pauper tournament. I believe that we're at about 10. I'm going to see if we can get another match. Possibly a game 3 from someone else or something like that. Yeah, thank you, David. Anyone playing One Land Spy? Not to my knowledge, but I'm not fully aware. Goblins possibly in the field. I know that there are some Goblin players in the area. I'm not sure if any of them are out there, but we will see. What was my record at the GPT? It was a standard format for a modern GP, so it didn't have a ton. I think it was just the 8 of us that fired it, but ended up just barely missing out to the person who ended up taking it down. So no buys for me, but that's the way that it goes. I use the store credit to just buy an absurd amount of energy drinks. Yay! Because I don't need that many cards. Dustin, it's good to see you. I think we got about 10. As long as no one is on Drake combo. I don't think so, interestingly enough. I think we have 10 people here. We're hoping that as we continue. Twitch user Raphael, thank you so much for joining. I don't recognize your name. It's awesome having you. And we're looking at potentially building these and doing more of these in the future. This is our first one. Our store has a very, somewhat, let's not say very, but a somewhat underdeveloped Pauper meta, because it is something that we've only recently started pushing for, and our hope is that once we have this firing and as we move forward with more Pauper tournaments, the meta is going to continue to grow because it's a fantastic format and we actually live in a perfect area for it. We've got a high school just down the street, which means that there's a good young crowd. When you have these decks that can only cost between that $20 to $40 range, it can really enable that format to get a lot of people going. Hey, David.
Hey.
How's it going?
Going well.
Rough match there. That double feed the clan was glorious, though.
Yeah, I did. I couldn't seem to line up my discard and my madness.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It looked a little bit rough there. I gotta tell you, I had a rough time. Like, I was like, Red, Green, Madness, I have no idea what's in here. And then I realized that you had sent me a deck list, and I was able to work it through after that.
Yep.
But it was definitely interesting.
Yeah, but it's an interesting one. Thought I'd give it a go.
Funny, man. You are a red-green or a blue-red blitz expert. Awesome. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, so the last match, they're in the middle of Game 3.
Okay.
Some random people playing Modern and Standard, if you want to throw them on, but otherwise...
Is the game 3 going to be ending fairly soon?
It seems like they're on, like, turn 5 or 6. It looks like Kadoltha Jeskai versus... what was the other one?
Who are they playing against?
It was against...
Because that would be Scott.
Yeah.
Going up against... Maybe. Another deck.
Who was it?
That's the point.
I can't remember.
Sunfish, yes, I actually got I got 19 Tybalts, and it was good talking with you, Sunfish. I actually met Sunfish at the GP. I was walking around, they went, huh, and I was like, huh, and then I just got to talk about some cool stuff in Modern, all kinds
Was
of
their
things.
username just floating above their head or something?
No, they told me that they were Sunfish.
Oh, okay. It was like imagining you picture like someone you've never seen before, you know, just picking them out of a crowd and like, hey, I know that's you.
Mm-hmm. All right, Crimson Rum, it is good to see you. Thank you so much for joining. Do you have Bolt and Chain Lightning or the Madness Vampire? I'm not sure if he's asking you.
So I do have Bolt and I have Madness Vampire. Do not have Shade Lightning in the deck.
Gotcha.
Yep. Just trying to do more honest beats. Well, semi-honest beats.
Semi-honest beats.
Yeah.
Semi-honest beats is probably the best way to describe it. What legality? The legality is MTGO ban list, so the 9 cards with the addition of Hymn to Turok, Sinkhole, High Tide, and Goblin Grenade.
Yep.
Those 4 cards tend to be pretty much almost anywhere that you go, to my knowledge, kind of accepted as being like honorary additions to the ban list in the paper format.
Yeah. They're too much.
Mystic Scroll, notably, still legal, however. We'll see how that goes, because Drake can certainly abuse that, but I don't think that we have too much of the Peregrine Drake out there.
Yeah, I don't think so. I thought I saw maybe one Drake list out there.
Okay.
But even then, like, you can basically do the same combo. I mean, you're flickering your Drake and Archaeomancer, and it's still the same stuff.
It's Drake.
Yeah.
It's Drake. And Drake is gonna Drake.
Yep.
Otherwise, yeah, Gorilla Shaman is super cheap, Darksteel Badger. But otherwise, I know that there was one request for the Elves player. I believe Jacob is on Elves, to my knowledge. So if we have the ability to get that one out there, then that would certainly be excellent.
Sounds great.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's just going to be a good time. It's going to be, I think, 4 rounds. I believe we had 10 people. Is that correct?
I didn't check.
Okay. Excellent. Well, maybe that means that we have more. So,
Yep.
Your shop only does the online ban list? Yes, I imagine that you do love using Goblin Grenades.
Yeah.
I certainly would as well.
That's a rough one.
Mm-hmm. Tasanara, absolutely true. Our good friends down south, just a little bit south, Card Kingdom also does a pretty big Pauper tournament. And I believe, actually, there is a Pauper tournament next Sunday, interestingly enough. I was talking to someone, and I believe that they're doing a Pauper tournament, so I think next Sunday you can also tune in for catch another Pauper tournament, something like that.
Perfect.
Yeah. Ovalet is like $30. Pauper Burn recently got much cheaper.
Yes,
With
because Eternal Masters.
Yep, Chain Lightning reprint really dropped the price of the deck down
Yep.
a lot. It used to be $100. Notably, probably the most expensive of at least the known burned Pauper decks. Granted, it still is.
Yeah,
But now it's clocking in at, I don't know, maybe 60 or 70? Something like that. A decent price tag taken off of it.
yeah.
Heat Wizard. That's what a great name, first of all. Heat Wizard, it's good to see you. Your scene didn't have an additional ban list. I personally like the additional one, or the additional of the 4 cards. I think that it's a solid one. Merchant Scroll hasn't been too big of a problem yet, to my knowledge. Maybe one day it'll be on there in the. Yeah, the Burn Pauper deck is almost like. Yeah, I know. I have it. I have it. I love it. I've got that in Affinity built for Pauper.
You got that bling.
I've got that bling. I've got that Pauper bling. The
Yeah.
non-foiled burn deck somehow finds its way to the most expensive premise over here. That's what it is. Color commentary. That's what it is.
Awesome.
So, Color Commentary, it's down in Texas. They seemed like a nice bunch. They announced that they were doing one, and I said, hey, give me some info so that I can send people your way. So, definitely, if you like Pauper, you're here. Check it out next Sunday. Color Commentary. Notably, misspelling because it's commons.
I like a talk.
Yeah, absolutely.
Makes me fun.
No, I love running Pauper Findy is a whole lot of fun to play. Absolutely. But otherwise, I do think that we're going to be having a 4-round tournament. It should be a good time. I believe coming towards the end, so round 2 should be coming up fairly soon. Should be a good time.
I'll take a look out there and I'll let you know.
Oh, thank you very much, David.
Cool.
I appreciate you stopping in and saying hi. Now, as a quick note to all of you who are the amazing people joining us here for our first ever Pauper tournament, on the one hand, I absolutely appreciate all of you joining. It means it's just awesome to have you all here. As always, one notable thing is that this is important to where if you are brand new, be sure to hit that follow button. It's up there or down there. We do stream 4 times a week. Otherwise, every Monday at 6:30 Pacific time, we stream standard. Every Wednesday and Saturday, we have modern. Wednesdays at 7, Saturdays at 6, and every Friday at 7:30, we've got Legacy. 4 times a week. I'm in here 20 hours a week as it currently sits and trying to add this Pauper as we eventually go anytime that we can. So it should be a good time going forward. But one notable thing is that I love questions, I love comments, and I love feedback in that chat. Interacting with you here in this area is the reason why we stream. Otherwise, I'd be out there playing. So if you have any of that, be sure to toss it in now. I do always ask for feedback on both my commentary, our production value, and the ways that we can do things better, things that we can improve on, and the things that we do right. That will be especially important. Hey, Josani, thank you so much for hitting that follow button, but that will be especially important because this is our first ever Pauper stream, and as we go forward with it, both the way that we do the tournament, the way that which decks that we pick to put on, the way that we go about this, and I will say that in an ideal world, I would have a co-host, and I believe I will at the end. But any way in which, you know, this stream is 99% the viewers, because without you, this just wouldn't exist. We just would not be doing it. I'd be out playing. But I'm back here because the interaction with you is 100% just the greatest experience that I've had in Magic. So I love doing it. But if you do have that feedback, it's important because this stream should reflect the people who are viewing it, because this is for you. And so that's kind of the biggest thing that I gotta say. All right, 6 words. Worst misplay. 2 castable Blood Moons in hand. Colonnade beats. That's 1 word. I lost to a Colonnade with 2 castable Blood Moons in hand because I was trying to hide information and didn't even think that maybe I should stop losing to this Colonnade. It was pretty bad. Can we get some Delver next round? I can do our best. We might also be looking at that Elves one. If there is Delver out there, we will certainly do our best. As a quick note, there is also a post on our Pauper on Reddit about this one. If you do want to toss in some thoughts there, maybe let people know that it's worth checking out, I would certainly appreciate it. You got into Pauper through Pauper Commander. Anyone else? I actually tried that, not officially tried it, but I did try that way back when I was first starting Magic. About when Innistrad came out, I played almost exclusively Commander for the first several years that I was playing. And a decent amount of our decks ended up being we ended up doing a commons only one. We started doing one to where we had an uncommon Commander with nothing but commons. We tried doing all kinds of things. We had a good group of about 10 to 15 of us that we would play Commander almost 5 times a week kind of thing. It was a lot, and we would play it for a long time. That's kind of my first really immersion into Magic. Hey, Slowly Crashing, thanks for stopping by for just a little bit. But yeah, it's definitely an interesting format, and I liked it a lot. It's just that I don't play a whole lot of Commander these days because it's so hard to find the time for it, especially when I am, the limited time that I have to play. It's mostly at GPs and just trying to play in some of the more competitive things, since I don't get to do that very often. You don't know what program Loading Ready Run uses that pulls up cards in play, but you highly recommend it. 13th Fox, I actually have been thinking about that lately. There is some technology that some stores use to read the images of cards, and I'm looking into potentially doing that. The big problem is that, from what I can imagine, it's expensive. And I know that I've said it before, but to anybody who is brand new, it's really hard to go for some of those spendier upgrades because this stream, 1, makes no money. We 100% volunteer our time. We make no money doing this. We buy pretty much all of our own equipment, and we don't have a Twitch partnership yet, and we applied recently. We were denied for it, which means that we're going to start applying basically every 2 weeks until they say yes. But Going forward, if we can ever get to a point where we have the budget to go for that, that is 100% an upgrade that I'm looking into making, because having that as the card reader would be absolutely incredible as a way to really enhance our ability to demonstrate those cards for you all and show them. That being said, I'd love to get there, and I'm going to keep looking into the most efficient way to get it, but currently our budget is 0 and very much in the red, and so it's hard to justify that expense as it currently sits. I'd love to get there, however. If you do want to help support the store in whatever way that you can, definitely come join us at the website, which just recently got up and running, interestingly enough. For the Pauper, we don't have many of the commons and uncommons on there yet. It just recently got going. Dylan's been putting a lot of work into getting whatever he can on there as fast as he can. But if you do want to go to www.geekfortressgames.com, you can help support the store by just showing the monetary value of this stream. By if you happen to need some singles, go in there, and if it's not showed out there, you can add it to the wish list, and that does notify Dylan, who can then go about looking into adding that one to the inventory and getting it to you. If you have that, definitely any kind of support that you can show the store, that is one way to show Dylan that there's a value to letting me spend the last 10 months completely eliminating his storage closet and taking up a lot of resources.
So we're about to have the next match up.
Okay.
Who did you say it was? You wanted L?
If we can get Jacob Anderson.
Jacob Anderson? All right.
If we can. Otherwise, if you see anything with Delver, that's also been requested.
Okay, cool.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. The Magic Familiar app brings up the cards via pick, but might need to... Possibly. We can certainly look into that one. I'm just, yes, but we need to have some kind of way to have it down at the table, which means that it needs to be able to recognize the cards on the spot. Could we maybe do that? Yes, but that might involve buying a tablet. And actually, I've been looking into just buying a tablet to have it as part of the stream down there at the field. It could help us just getting to have digital life totals as well that automatically update for us. Because right now we have so much production required here. I can definitely tell you that at any given time, you will see me interacting with the chat, changing the card reader, looking up to update the life totals, adjusting any of the additional text that's needed, taking a look to monitor how many people are going, and adjusting any of the stuff to make sure that nothing breaks, which I occasionally do. And while that, it's basically just means that any upgrades that we need to make need to be intuitive and create less work, because any time that we have something that's creating more work, there's a very finite level of ability that I have going forward to manage all the various things. It's definitely a juggling act. Hi there, Texas.
You got Jacob Anderson on the wall.
And it looks like he's going up against Scott.
Versus Jessica.
All right. So,
Jacob is on Delver.
and Scott is on Koldotha.
Yeah.
Jessica. Koldotha Jessica.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, and which Delver?
I don't know. I
Okay.
just said Delver.
Which Delver?
Okay. Oh, okay. Absolutely cool. Let's get that going. Mason, it's good to see you. All right, so let's...
Yeah, he got it.
I know what you play.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, let's get ready for round two. This should be an interesting one. A little bit surprised. One person that I thought was on one deck is on a different deck. Both decks were requested, however, so we're still making...
I do what I do.
You do what you do. And our Austin, absolutely, we can do that. The Mighty Fugel, thank you so much for stopping by. I look forward to seeing you more in the future. And in honor of the Pauper stream, say, Pretty Princess Patricia plays Pauper Paper. Dang it. A.L. Alzik. What legalities do we follow? Regular Pauper ban list with the addition of High Tide, Sinkhole, Hymn to Turok, and Goblin Grenade. Pretty Princess Patricia plays Proper Paper Pauper. Pretty Patricia... Dang it, no, that's a tricky one. You got me with that one. I'll give you that one. Okay, so let's head on down. It's time for round two. It is going to be Koldotha Jeskai going up against Mono Blue Delver. Should be a good one. Let's have a good time. Alright, and let's go ahead and give them the old thumbs up. They're good to go, and let's go ahead and get ready for this match. So, mono blue Delver, very, very cool deck. Absolutely love it. Kind of acts as a great tempo deck using pieces like Delver of Secrets and Spellstarter Sprite to really counteract what their opponent was doing. A recent inclusion in a lot of those decks is very Miscreant since Origins, as a way to also just get some of that draw going on there. So, should be interesting watching this deck go up against the Kuldotha Jeskai, which was a popular one for a while, and is always just kind of running around on the side. But an artifact deck that is going to be using pieces like Glinthawk, which is a 1-mana 2/2 flying, that when it enters the battlefield you have to return an artifact to your hand, using things like Thraben Inspector and Core Skyfisher, these kind of efficient attackers, and then using artifact lands like Great Furnace, Ancient Den, using the blue one that I'm totally spacing on at the moment because yay, look at me go. Nonetheless, to have things like, using Prophetic Prisms, Ichor Wellspring as your basic artifacts, using Kuldotha Rebirth to really get the value off of those after they've already achieved theirs, and then Galvanic Blast, Firebolt, and Lightning Bolt as the main burn package. Seat of the Synod. Thank you so much. Darksteel Badger, I honestly thought Jacob was on Elves. I really did think that Jacob was on Elves. So, looks like we are going to go for a turn 1 just into the, gaining a life off of that land. Going to go up to 21. Jacob, with this mono blue mana base, going to have a really consistent mana base happening here. And as we look into it, looks like no turn, just starting off with a turn 1 Ponder. Otherwise, Scott going to gain 3 life here off of no artifacts yet, but this Relic of Progendus in the main board. An interesting inclusion, dropping down that Glinthawk, and that is going to be a 2/2 flyer on turn 2, which is going to be able to start applying that pressure to Jacob. It's also going to help him match in the air. Looks like a Fairy Miscreant going to be coming down for Jacob, just a 1/1 flyer, and could end up just getting into the chump blocking realm, unless Jacob has the intention of continuing to maybe draw some cards off of that. Okay. Let's see. Sad LK knows Cloud of Fairies that ended up taking a hit there. It was Spellstarter Sprite is still legal. So, gonna activate that one, take care of that. It's not gonna affect this Delver deck too much. Looking at what kind of options that he might have, I don't think that there's anything as far as the main board goes that actually cares about your graveyard. And looks like we're going to use the Galvanic Blast to take down that Fairy Miscreant and just make sure that we can continue applying pressure through the air. This Glinthawk going to get in for 2, knock him down to 18, and if Scott has got another removal spell, looks like we do have more Galvanic Blast, possibly some Faithless Looting, a double Galvanic Blast in hand, a hand full of burn. Scott's game plan at this point is to make sure that Jacob doesn't get any flying cards in the air that are going to be able to stop him. That looks to be the main thing that I'm looking for out of Scott's game plan. Otherwise, still has this 2/2. Jacob gonna go. He does have a Spellstarter Sprite available, not casting it or not holding it up at the moment, but just gonna go for an attack for 1. Now, there was previously Cloud of Fairies in the Delver deck because it was this fantastic tempo run of turn 1 Delver, turn 2 Cloud of Fairies, untap, and have Counterspell or Spellstarter Sprite available to you. It was this huge tempo game plan. Okay. There we go. Utterly Milk, thank you so much for joining. It's good having you, and thank you to all the people. If you are brand new to the stream as of today, whether it's because you found us on Reddit, on through a friend, through just the Twitch page, let me know. I'd love to welcome you by name, and always be sure to hit that follow button. Anybody else on Elves, I will have to look into it. I thought that Jacob was. I may have been wrong, and if anybody is on Elves, I will work to get them on camera for you, Darksteel Badger. But otherwise, keep an eye out, because as we continue to develop this meta and try and get cool things happening, we will get a bigger variety of decks. Also, a good amount of us are looking into basically buying into... trying to have a backlog of about like 16 Pauper decks for the store just to be lent out for like tournaments, things like that, so that we can get a good variety of decks on stream, because it is just so cheap and easy to really provide that. So, going to be knocking down to 16 after flipping both of these Delver of Secrets. Attacking with both of them means that he isn't going to be able to block that Glinthawk Owl. Never mind, because now paying 3 with that affinity for 4 islands, we're dropping down to Spire Golem, so a flying 2/4 going to get taken down by Galvanic Blast. Still going to be able to swing for 2. One thing to note is that Scott's 3 Galvanic Blasts, while they have been nice here, I might have just attacked into the Fairy Miscreant and not dealt. Because if you look at it, he has got access to 3 of these Galvanic Blasts. I think now 4, drawing into yet another one. The damage output of that is 16. That is massive. That is uncomfortably huge amount of damage. He also does have looks like a Kuldotha Rebirth in hand, and if I'm Scott, I'm much more interested in going down the line of, looks like we're going to float a red, use that Kuldotha Rebirth, getting rid of the Prophetic Prism, and going to make 3 Goblins here. But the amount of damage output that you have when you have so many Galvanic Blasts is enormous, and I think that I may have focused on just dealing that massive amount of damage to the face of Jacob, rather than try and make sure that my 2/2 gets in consistently, especially against just a 1/1. I might have saved that down the line, and it may have been more effective against tempering some of the beatdown plan from these insectile aberrations, which are coming in over the air right now and producing a huge amount of damage. 4 Galvanic Blasts as Jacob's current life total. You aren't wrong. But Scott going to control that board just a little bit before he taps out with the potential of Counterspell, taking down that Insectile Aberration, making sure that he's got enough damage going on right now. Alright. So, the main board Relic seems greedy. That's pretty reasonable. It could be that he's filling it in for another slot. Like, as we keep... This is a meta that is very early and hopefully growing, and we are working on growing it. It could be an inclusion that he made out of maybe not having the other piece that he was looking for. But yeah, this is definitely a meta that is interesting, possibly, and still not fully developed. Black Iron Barkus, absolutely it is, but you know what? We're going to do it anyway, and I'll tell you why. Because we love streaming here, and that's just that is the honest truth. I do it because I love it, and while sure it's a rough day for streaming, this whole weekend is actually rough. We're doing our best, we're going to have fun with it, and we're going to see how far we can go with it. Alzik, any Drake to be hated? It sounds like there may have been one of those Drake decks out there. I'm not 100% certain on it, but we are going to go for an attack here using a Vapor Snake to take down that Glint Hawk by the look of it. We are going to take 3, go down to 11. Scott taking 1 off of that Vapor Snake to go down to 12. Otherwise, he does have the Glint Hawk in hand. No white mana as it currently sits, and he does have a Faithless loading. Going to be drawing 2, and then pitching 2. A Spellstutter Sprite going to shut that one down. Oof. Hey, Black Iron Barkus, thank you for the bleeding heart. I love all of you. So, a Gush, returning those 2 of those islands, huge. And we're going to draw into what appears, ooh, I like this, Draws into a Snap and looks like a Ninja of the Deep Hours by the look of it. Fantastic. Geek Fortress better than Star City. I'm not sure if I want to start claiming that throne just yet. But hey, maybe one day I can stream with those guys. We'll see. Pauper over Modern. Ooh, I'm always kind of divided on that one. But I will admit, Pauper is such a phenomenal format. And every time that I've taken the opportunity to dive further into it, I've been more and more impressed with the format. So I look forward to streaming it plenty more whenever I'm able to, and hopefully we can continue developing this meta and really get a nice Pauper one. Because if we can build this sweet Pauper foundation in addition to our Modern, our Standard, our Legacy, I'm going to be really excited by that development, and maybe we can start streaming that one weekly as well. The Drake deck deserves to be dwindled, but it's not that powerful. The Drake deck is definitely powerful, and I think it's also just how prevalent it is could be a problem. Will it get banned? Maybe. I don't want to say for certain that it will, but it is certainly a possibility, and I'll be curious to see what happens with that going forward. Now, this Ninja of the Deep Hours is definitely relevant. An Ichor Wellspring coming down, that's going to draw on the card. Pretty much a Kuldotha Rebirth is kind of what you're looking off of that, and that's why I would have expected to see Scott maybe tap for that a little bit differently, because anything that he has that's going to interact with this, he would have wanted the red mana, and I would have liked to see him tap differently for that Ichor Wellspring. Otherwise, he's going to knock Jacob down to 8. We're coming into a pretty close game. Any amount of burn that Scott is going to help him have some reach. Otherwise, this just horde of flyers is going to knock Scott down to 5. And actually, if he puts in this Ninja of the Deep Hours, it's going to knock him down to 2. And then you are just hoping not to get hit by the crackback. Should be interesting. So, looks like we're going to tap a blue. We're going to try and draw a card, exiling all the graveyards. In response to this getting bounced back to the hand, we draw into a Ichor Wellspring. We're going to return that to the hand. Scott at this point looking to basically burn out at the end or temper this amount of damage that's happening. Otherwise, we're going to actually be down to 2 on Scott's side of the battlefield. He needs some kind of way to answer this field. And I think this is kind of the situation of where Scott possibly could have used some of this removal earlier on to really close the gap here instead of really prioritizing that fairy miscreant. He could instead, have Jacob at 6 instead. So, the Spell Search Sprite that was returned with the Ninja of the Deep Hours, going to come down, counter that, and we are going to head into a Game 2. So, Jacob taking a pretty solid Game 1 with this Delver deck, though I imagine that it's going to get better post-board. So, looking at the potential sideboard cards, I don't have deck lists as it currently sits, but things that we could reasonably expect from Delver. We could actually see, theoretically, a Null coming in, because it does take down artifact spells. Whether or not he wants to prioritize those is another story entirely. Otherwise, he does have the ability to bring in something like Stormbound Geist. It does survive that removal, it gets up in the air, and it's going to be able to apply that pressure. Could be bringing that one in just as a way to really continually get in through the air and survive some of that spot removal. Serrated Arrow is also an option, just because so many of these creatures are kind of in that 1 toughness range. Other than, hey, Bates Holman, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. I appreciate it. I hope to see you more in the future. But yeah, thank you so much for joining the Fortnights. We do stream 4 times a week, plus this Pauper tournament today. I hope that you're all having a good time. If you are brand new, jump into the chat. To anybody who this is your first stream, let me know how you found us, where you're watching from, and what you like to play in Pauper. I'd love to hear from you. Otherwise, we have got, from the Kuldotha deck, things that we could potentially see. Could be interesting. Journey to Nowhere, maybe an option just to try and temper some of these these creatures. You could see potentially, hey, Casil55, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It means the world to me. Thank you for joining. You are all the reason why this stream exists, and your support is hugely appreciated. Alzeek, thank you so much for joining the Fortnights. It means the world. You are all rock stars. Let us know where you are watching from, how you found out about us, and what you like to play in Pauper. You are watching from Barcelona. Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining from across the ocean. Found the stream just checking Twitch. Well, thank you so much for taking a chance on us, and I hope that you are enjoying it. So, otherwise we could see things like Electrickery potentially coming in out of the Kuldotha deck to try and take down some of those smaller creatures early on. Alfred is love. It's good to see you. Also, Pyroblast, if he has any of those sideboard, could be coming in. But thank you so much to all of you for joining us. It means the world to me. I can't tell you how excited I am and how much I want to make sure that you feel appreciated as the viewers of this stream. Now, just to make sure that I don't run out of steam, I do have 2 water bottles. I've got some snacks. Now, the rule is that if I am eating some of those snacks today, I will dance while doing it. That's the rule. So if you see me eating something and I'm not dancing, call me on it. Alfred is love. Any Pauper elves? Honestly, I put Jacob on camera because I thought he was playing it. Do we have Pauper elves? Maybe. I'm not going to say that we don't. I just don't know that we do. If we do have it, we're going to try and get it for you. So, that's the fact. Otherwise, hello to everybody who is joining for our first ever Pauper tournament. Can we get some hype for that? What we're going to have is... Basically, this is the Moto ban list with the addition of Hymn to Turok, Sinkhole, High Tide, and Goblin Grenade. An Ancient Den coming down, and a Journey to Nowhere going to take down that Delver of Secrets. Otherwise, we do still have a Windscarred Crag, an Ichor Wellspring, and potentially some other red spells in that hand. Really kind of a glorified burn deck in this kind of situation. So the Ichor Wellspring coming down, we're going to draw a card off of it, take a look at what we've got. And again, Scott tapping this for this really unusually. I would have expected him to tap that Radiant Fountain in the Ancient Den for it and keep up red mana. I think Scott making some pretty questionable tapping decisions. Because that colorless mana is just so inefficient, and it means that Jacob doesn't have to play anything right now. How do I feel about unifying the Pauper legality? I don't quite know what you mean by that. As far as like adding cards that aren't in the Moto to the Moto ban list, or by just making it to where those cards aren't banned in paper, I think that they should be banned in paper. So I'm not entirely sure what your thought is. Or do you mean just include every common ever into Moto? Boom. Just drop them in of their own set kind of thing, and just make them consolidated, and then ban the things that need to be banned. Also an option. Otherwise, we are going to return the land to our hand with that Glinthawk, dropping it in, and looks like we're going to be going for a Kuldotha Rebirth on that Ichor Wellspring. Drawing the card, getting 3 goblins here. And potentially that's going to be resolving. Huh. I'm going to take a quick bite here. Mm-hmm. 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 Alright, there we go. Got through it okay. We've got those goblins and a snap going to be taking care of one of them. Jacob really using that removal in a somewhat inefficient way here, but really prioritizing taking down these goblins and slowing it down. Alfred is love, you are absolutely correct. Pauper is a surprisingly fast format. So, actually, yeah, I like Pauper a lot. Pauper is so much fun. The more I explore it, the more fun I have with it. So, dropping down another Acre Wellspring, we're going to draw a card, and we do have an Electrickery in hand, and what appears to be a Chain Lightning as the current option. So it looks like he might actually be a little bit heavier on the bolts, even more so, and really acting as that glorified burn deck. Interesting fact, Scott has the ability here. Scott could have made sure that that Glinthawk idol, or that Glinthawk resolved. If he had instant speed gone for the Electrickery, the Spellstarter sprite would see that there are actually no elves and would not have been able to counter that spell. Fun fact. Power to the Pauper. That is true. Okay. Let's see here. You don't agree with the added Bane cards? It's, it's the ones that have been most prevalently added. Oh, and it looks like it actually was a Lightning Bolt, not a Chain Lightning. Chillith, we're going to try and get elves. I thought that Jacob was playing elves. That's why he's on camera. We're going to swing for 2 here. Overall, I kind of like the addition of those cards to the ban list. They all strike me as inherently super powerful cards, and I'm okay with it. I don't really want to see Mono Black control with both him and Sinkhole available to them. Fairy Miscreant coming down. Mm-hmm. 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 Whoops. Oh, I said elves instead of fairies. Sorry about that. My bad. The spell stutter elf. My bad. Very miscreant. And mm-hmm. 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 Do. Alfred is love. Yes, you do. I would absolutely love that. So, looks like we're going to go for a Ponder for Jacob here, taking a look at the top 3, and then we're going to get to rearrange them just a little bit, or we're going to get to shuffle it up and take a look at what we can find. Otherwise, these goblins doing a fantastic job of just bashing in to the face. We do have a Pyroblast available for Scott, keeping back lots of mana right now. Okay. Alzik, that is not an entirely wrong opinion to have. I can certainly understand it. So, an Electrickery happening here in response to the attack. A Dispel here. Does Scott want to fight over it? Personally, I don't think so. Miffy, it's good to see you. Thank you so much for joining. But then you don't get Desert. Good point. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm-mm. 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 So, Alzik, here's my problem with that, is that when you tell someone that the legality of Pauper is only what's been printed at common, that's at least simple enough to be understandable. If you tell someone that it's only what's been printed at common online, it becomes extremely difficult, just because of just, it becomes this really vague legality. And so my biggest issue with making it only the online, while I can agree with it if it was easier, I think that if you make anything unintuitive, as far as like what the defining characteristics of it are, then you're going to have this situation in which people just don't think it's worth looking into how the ban list functions. So, a swing for 1, gonna take Scott down to 20. Jacob at 12, there is one goblin in the way, and Scott seems to be having an issue of just flooding out on these lands, having way too many available as it currently sits, and I don't think that he's drawn into anything too great. A Mole Drifter available, actually. So he could be looking at his odds of going for the Mole Drifter, and that's a Core Skyfisher, which is going to get hit by a counterspell. Probably fine. I think that Scott is going to much more highly prioritize drawing 2 off of this Mole Drifter. Nice way to bait it out. You did, and again, Scott tapping for things in a very unusual way, leaving up that Radiant Fountain as he keeps doing. if he had left up one of these duels, kept up this blue-red land, he would have been able to actually cast this Galvanic Blast and continue applying pressure. Time Knight, thank you so much. Hopefully he does come and join us. The professor's absolutely phenomenal. I like him a lot. Really nice guy. I got to talk to him just for a short bit in LA, and just struck me as an incredibly kind and really, I guess, a very genuine person is what I got from him. So I like the professor a lot. He does a lot of good for the Pauper world, and possibly one of the biggest, or at least most well-known advocates for Pauper that there is. So if he does come and join, I'm more than happy. Time Knight, I'm not sure if we do have Affinity out there. I know that I've got it built, but no one's playing my deck, so it might be out there. I know that we've got a fairly diverse, but for only 10 people, you can only have so many decks. We're hoping that as we continue to do these tournaments, they'll get more and more popular. More like popular. I'm sorry about that, everybody. Okay, but otherwise, as we continue forward with this, we had a good amount of people that were interested and were unable to make it because of some other things happening today. Leonarch, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. I appreciate you joining us. And, Heat Wizard, thank you so much. But, I'm assuming that you mean Wedge from the Mana Source. I guess you can always go for it. Oh, man. Otherwise, we do have a good amount of counterspells in Jacob's hand as it currently sits. He is at 11, and this Mole Drifter is at least a nice way to apply pressure. But I don't think it's going to be too great. Scott really needs some good draws off of this. He's just been having a rough time of really developing a board that can actually contend with what Jacob was able to put down. All right. So here in Spain, you believe that everyone plays under the Magic Online rules. There are websites that tell it. Okay. I mean, that seems like a good way. And if it is something that has worked for people, then that's something that's good. And maybe we can move forward with that in the future. But because I would like to have it unified across both online and paper. It is weird that the format it's a different metagame in both. Just through a different medium, not even a different format. So it is an unusual thing, and we'll see how it continues to develop as it goes forward. Possibly just some clear communication, but Wizards keeps getting closer and closer to really fully supporting Pauper because it is a good format. It's one that has had a lot of good things happening in it, and I'd like to see it continue to develop because, as more and more people play it, it's just going to keep getting more and more popular. So, looks like going for a trade off of that one. A 2-for-1 with this Mole Drifter, which already drew him 2 cards. All things considered, that is an extremely good deal for Scott. Now, if Jacob taps out in any way, shape, or form, now this Dispel is available, but Scott is holding 7 damage worth of burn in hand. As it hits, he's going to draw a card off of this one, head into his turn, and it looks like a Core Skyfisher, the card that is available. I'd like to see him tap this Radiant Fountain to cast it, though. But looks like a Core Skyfisher is going to be coming into the battlefield. But I think that Scott has been pretty underutilizing this Radiant Fountain because he could, return a permanent to its owner's hand. Looks like that's actually going to get countered as it sits, and a pass back. Looks like Scott being really patient with these burn spells. He does have another one in hand and really waiting for the good moment. He is aware of how much counter magic Jacob has available to him, and I kind of like him going about this. Now this Ninja of the Deep Hours is a huge problem, but by stockpiling some of this, he might be able to overload some of this removal. This Journey to Nowhere actually going to be a pretty solid answer. The Dispel that's in Jacob's hand, not an incredible answer to it. So he's going to take down this Ninja of Deep Hours, Scott buying himself a huge amount of time. Ewan McCartney, it is great to see you. Thank you so much. Mono Black Control is fantastic, and it looks like we are going to see him Vapor Snag his own Ninja of the Deep Hours in response to that Journey to Nowhere. Very interesting play there. Gonna get that back in hand, and because this Miscreant is unlikely to be blocked, we're gonna get it ninjutsu'd. We're gonna draw a card, and we're actually gonna put him down to, I believe, 13 off of that. Okay, hold on. I believe that there is a judge call, so I think that they're looking into something here as far as what the possibilities are. They're going to make that happen and work through what that is. I don't fully know what the judge call is, and we're going to see the aftermath of it. Possibly working to... So, but let's see what we can get. And it looks like we are going to try and lightning bolt that. In response, it is going to get dispelled. Scott could theoretically go for this this Galvanic Blast to try and take it down again and keep just this this life. He needs to decide if it's worth it. It looks like he is... at this point, I think you've committed to it, but it looks like he is going to take the 2. Alright, Kale is ill. Thank you so much. Ooh, apparently we might get an influx of Star City viewers. Is the top 8 coming to a close? Possibly. I don't know, but hopefully they come and find us here for some proper paper popper, and we're going to have a good time with it. All things considered, we're doing this because we like it, and we're having a good time, and hopefully people can join us and enjoy it. But hey, if you want to let them know that we're going, always feel free. The 2/4 Spire Golem coming down. Fantastic way to apply pressure. Also with that Delver's Secrets, and Scott is really losing his ability to go for this. I mean, I think he needed to commit to this earlier, and I just think that his opportunity has passed at this point. And Ichor Wellspring looking to draw into it. He does draw into a Lightning Bolt. He has the ability to go for some of that. And I like it. Galvanic Blast and Lightning Bolt available. All it takes is one misstep by Scott. If he continues to apply too much of this, Scott with the 7 points of burn just needs to draw into another Lightning Bolt. Okay. So, we do have... looks like a blue card there. Oh no, that is a Journey to Nowhere. Looks like we might be targeting one of the Spire Golems, I assume. Yeah, so we're going to take down that Spire Golem. It's going to go away. 3 of these Journey to Nowhere. Otherwise, we are going to have a situation in which Scott is just looking to survive until he can overload the counterspell mat. Scott, you know, if you want to fire it off now, I think now is a good time to fire it off. Jacob doesn't have anything in hand. And the more time that you give him, the less likely you are to be able to really go about this game plan, and the more likely Jacob is going to have the counter magic for it. That being said, he still needs to resolve that final lightning bolt that he is looking to land. So, if he can come up with some kind of way to do it, revealing a daze off of that, not the reveal that he wanted, it's a counterspell that forces Scott to pay 1 more, and that is not going to be a problem for him to do. So, he's going to swing for 5 here, and that's fine and well and dandy, and that's, I mean, it's going to knock him down. And Scott just needs 1 good draw, and he's going to be digging his way into the future ones unless he starts using the spot removal on the creatures. There's a possibility of it. Putting that core Skyfisher in the way, he's going to take 2, go down to 10 by the look of it. And we're going to untap, and if we draw well, which we did, if Scott fires this off right now, he wins. That's it. If Scott sees it and he goes for it, he has got the win in his hand. He has got 11 points of damage in hand. Jacob has no counter magic except for a daze. If Scott fires this off, takes the opportunity and says, look, I don't think that you have it, either have it or you don't, then Scott is going to get a game 3. Just needs to fire off all 3 of them now. Of course, this is a risky play because if it goes wrong, you are likely going to lose. That's a fact. And Scott definitely playing into the more cautious side. Oh no, not passing it back, asking to look at the graveyard, taking a look to see, maybe run some numbers in his mind of how much of this counter magic might be left back in this library. I like this, and I would love to see Scott fire this off and really just go for a phenomenal burn chain to take this down, because Jacob looking at these 2 islands and a daze, if Scott is going to do it, you do it before passing the turn and letting Jacob draw into potential cards. It looks like Scott is going to go for it. So, looks like in a swing for 2, maybe just trying to draw whatever answers might be available. Gonna block it, that's fine. Otherwise, I'm looking to see Scott fire it off, and there we are going to go. 1 Galvanic Blast, that's going to resolve. We're going to go down to 6. We're going to go for another one, and it is time to show the last one, and we have got a game 3, dazing it, paying the 1. Scott takes a game 2. That was actually pretty awesome. Fantastic. Oh my goodness. Ooh, and it looks like the professor retweeted. That actually might be amazing. Professor, if you happen to be out there, thank you so much, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate you. But nonetheless, thank you to anybody who might join because of the professor. So we're heading into a game 3 here. Very, very nice line by Scott, taking the chance when he had the opportunity, looking into it, and fantastic. Isn't it better to pass the turn and play the burn in his upkeep? No. There is almost no reason to do that. There's no actual opportunity for that, except the fact that your opponent untaps. Dr. McKay, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. I certainly appreciate it. It's incredible having you. Thank you for joining the Fortnights, and I look forward to interacting with you more in the future. To anybody just joining us, my name's TJ. I'm streaming out of Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. We do this 4 times a week, not Pauper specifically. This is our first ever preliminary and inaugural Pauper stream, the Proper Paper Pauper. But every Monday at 6:30 Pacific Time, we stream Standard. Every Wednesday and Saturday, we stream Modern. Wednesdays at 7 and Saturdays at 6. And every single Friday at 7:30, we stream Legacy. Blunderful Guy, thank you so much for hitting that follow button and joining us. It means the world to me. I hope you're having a great day, and I look forward to interacting with you more in the future. Anybody who is just joining, be sure to have any comments, questions, feedback, anything like that in the chat. Interacting with you is the reason why we do this, and it means the world to us. But this is our first ever Pauper stream here on a Sunday, extra special, and I'm looking to do more of these in the future. This is a fairly new Pauper metagame, a little bit raw, a little bit unrefined, a little bit excited, and still testing the waters. But as we continue pushing forward, we are going to keep pushing this. We're going to keep spreading the word of Pauper within this local area, and we're going to keep trying to get these things going forward in the... Get to draw for the turn? Not really? Paper Pauper streams barely ever happen? Absolutely true. Personally, I'd rather, if you're going to do it, I'd rather not have him untap. If he's going to spend his mana, he had so much mana available already, and I think you're better off in a situation in which you don't give Jacob any kind of way to respond, or give him exactly the resources that he has now, and not give him any opportunity to get more. There's an argument to be made for the upkeep. You just bought Orzhov Extort. Deck looks sweet on Pauper. Hey, very cool. I hope that you are enjoying it. I hope that the deck is sweet. I personally haven't seen it run too often, but I'm excited. Sword, well, I hope that you are enjoying the stream. I am having an absolute blast doing it. I do normally have a co-host, but today, due to some scheduling errors, it is just TJ doing the solo casting, the main host, and rocking and rolling, and hopefully trying to forge forward and do a good job and do justice to this fantastic and continually growing format. As always, feedback is wildly appreciated. Any comments and questions are really appreciated. There is a thread on Reddit. I put a post on there about a half an hour before we started. If you do want to toss in any thoughts on there, it would also mean the world to us as far as just getting your feedback and getting, any kind of thoughts there. All this stuff means a lot to us. So we are working on building ourselves and maybe one day getting to a Twitch partnership. We were denied last time, and we're going to try again. But any way that we can go, that is going to be a good way to go for it. Whew, there we go. So, a Bone Splitter coming down for Jacob, a card that is usually kind of a one-of in these Delver decks, and actually is a great way to close the game out. That +3/+0, when you put that onto a Fairy Miscreant, onto a Delver, onto many, many things, it can just be a huge tool. Jacob, I think keeping a one-lander, looks at 3 good cards, but I think that he is in a position where he needs to draw a land. Ooh, dangerous. Alright, Proper Paper Pauper time. What was the first round? Hey, David. Apparently your round ended.
Did?
Okay, but, hey, thank you so much, Time Knight. Time Knight tossed in a tweet to the professor about this, and apparently it's starting to get retweeted a little bit. So if you are just joining, be sure to give a shout out if you're coming from the professor, because that guy is doing good stuff for the game. Absolutely. So, with this Bone Splitter, Jacob with a very narrow hand of just a one-lander. Scott needs to really be able to capitalize on this, dropping down into this, and I'm not quite sure what his turn 2 play is going to look like here. The Gatherers from the Professor, thank you so much for joining. I do hope that you enjoy the show. Questions, comments, feedback mean the world to us. Be sure to hit that follow button if you haven't yet. Dr. McKay, thank you so much. And anybody who continues to join the stream, welcome. If you haven't yet, be sure to hit that follow button. Pauper Fox, fantastic.
The Pauper Fox.
The Pauper Fox joining us. It's good to see you. Thank you so much for joining, and I look forward to interacting with you all more in the future. This is exciting. I like this.
Hey.
Pauper Fox, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. I am a junior. The J stands for junior.
Thomas Jr.
I am my father's son. So, dropping down another island. Jacob's starting to hit these land drops. And still does have this Bone Splitter, having a rough time developing a board presence. We do have a Ninja of the Day Powers and a Spire Golem, but otherwise we're just looking at card draw. We do have access to a counter spell for anything that ends up happening.
Yeah, it's definitely not mono Blue Delver's game plan right now.
No, usually you want to stick the threat and then answer, not answer then stick the threat.
Yep.
Absolutely true. But this Glint Hawk is coming down. It's going to enter, bring back that Ancient Den, which you can then just replay. The Gatherers, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. This is David, the tech genius of the stream.
Yo.
What?
I said yo.
Yo!
Yo. Hey, we got a Delver.
The Delver coming down. We do still have a counterspell as a potential backup to protect this. We also do have access to the Gush. Weston, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It means the world to us to have you here. And it looks like a chain follow might be happening. It looks like that lightning bolt getting pointed. A counterspell going to take it down. And looks like we might be going for...
Journey to Nowhere.
Very nice, taking it down regardless. And now that Ninja of the Deep Powers, our only option for really taking that down. And that requires tapping out. Scott is doing a fantastic job of acting as the tempo deck in this.
Yep.
He is doing an incredible job of just shutting down what Jacob was trying to do. Now, Jacob had a rough start to begin with.
Yes.
One lander on a mold of 6.
Yep.
A little bit rough. Really relied on this Bone Splitter, that Ponder, to try and dig into further things. Using this Gush now, because he's really looking for some way to build his own board state and get forward. But Jacob's in trouble.
Yeah, seriously. Scott is noticing the weakness and just putting the pedal down.
Yeah, and Jacob, while he took a very commanding game 1, that was close, but definitely had it. Had a pretty solid board. Hello to the 90 people here. My name's TJ.
I'm David.
And we're streaming out of Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. If you haven't yet, be sure to hit that follow button. It means the world to us. Questions, comments, and feedback, more than welcome. Interacting with you is the reason why we do this stream. Fun fact.
Alright, so let's see. You're heading in.
Alright, so, do you have a... There we go. Actually, he does have a Twitter. Got him. Escobert, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It means the world to have you here. Let's see. Oh, no. No. Forgetting on the power level of Gush and Brainstorm, you've got Ponder, Preordained, Delver of Secrets. You have access to... I mean, Gush is probably one of the bigger ones.
Oh, definitely.
Gush is huge.
Yeah, and of course then there's the ban list cards, you know. And, I mean, the fact is, they're even in Pauper, where it's all commons, you still have powerful cards that need to be banned in order to balance the format a little bit.
Consider the mic turned up, Kale.
Excellent.
Marcus MBPV, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. Looks like Scott is doing an incredible job so far, looking to go for a snap on that, but as Jacob continues to expend all of his resources on this, he's still dying.
Yep,
Like
and
that-
dying's not a good thing.
Dying is not a good thing, and that's just the long and short of it, is that he's continuing to apply a lot of pressure to Jacob. All of his answers require Jacob losing more of his Vibrant Dive. Thank you so much for hitting that follow button. Thank you so much. I gotta drink some water for a moment. Ryan, it's good to see ya.
Right. Yep. Well said.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Affinity Pauper, that is my personal deck of choice along with Burn.
Yep.
Oh, my goodness. Alright. So, we have got, looks like a tap for 3. We do have double Galvanic Blast available as well down the line. A lot of really powerful options available.
Gal Blast. Countered. Gal Blast. Hits.
Still, knocking him down to 3 is significant. And when you're looking at a board that is going to kill him just about any way you look at it, Jacob,
GG.
fantastic. Audio Cow, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. Scott takes a fantastic Game 3 after a really, really rough Game 1. And a Game 2 that went almost, it was close, it was really tight. And then in the end, what we saw was Scott just overload with 3 perfect bird spells to overload the board presence that Jacob had built up. Beef Maharachi, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's awesome having you. I hope you're having a great day. We're going to head back up to the booth, have a good time, and try and get another match for you. 11 minutes left in round 2. Maybe we can get a Game 3. Let's see what we can do. Gibboism, are you calling me AJ again? Apart from EDH, is there a single format given the option I would not play Burn? No. Nope. I like Burn.
What if...
Yep. I pretty much do enjoy it.
Prismatic?
Ooh, maybe. But thank you for streaming this beautiful format. We're happy to do it. This is our first ever Pauper stream.
Yep.
We normally stream every single Monday at 6:30 Pacific time. We have standard there. We normally have Wednesday and Saturday modern, Wednesdays at 7, Saturdays at 6, and every Friday we have Legacy at 7:30. But here at Geek Fortress, where my name is TJ,
I'm David.
and you can join us that 4 times. We are also working on getting more of these Pauper streams, more of these extra special Sunday events, and there's all kinds of good stuff. My personal favorite mountain is a John Avon one. It's just this perfect iconic mountain. It was in the starter, 1999 starter. It's just like this perfectly looking mountain.
And you know my favorite mountain?
I do.
My Miscut Mountain.
Yes. Oh, I also do like the Arabian Nights mountains. Let's be honest.
Oh, and hello, Ewan.
Yep. What I play?
Next
Next round's up.
Dang.
All right. Looks like the next round is already up. So let's dive into that one and have a good time. And thank you to the over 100 people joining us. It again means the world to us to have you all here. Texas, just waving hello apparently.
Alright, we got Dylan Falk on the wall
Okay.
with Blue Black Delver.
Okay. All right. I like that. And he's going up against.
Aaron Walker.
Okay. It was.
Boggles.
So we do have it here. All right. Very good.
Did I do good again?
You did pretty solid. You did pretty solid. Though eventually, what I'd like to have is Josh. At one point.
Yeah, we can do that.
Someone asked
It's
for
4
teaching.
rounds.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you very much. All right, so it is time for round 3. Looks like we're going to have Green White Hexproof going up against Blue Black Delver. Should be an interesting matchup because you have the 5/5 out of the Gurmag Angler, and that should be pretty interesting. Okay, but hello to everybody. You are welcome for doing one. We're trying them. We're going to try and do more of them in the future. I'm going to try and get through these really quickly. Ristic Studies, Legal, and Pauper. How did you not know that? It is a fantastically good card. Anyone aware of a viable werewolf or vampire deck in Pauper? Not entirely sure, but I'm sure it can be done. Do I think Conspiracy 2 might have anything interesting for Pauper? Yes, I think that anything that if it's efficient enough to where you can be the Monarch could be awesome. Both potentially Turbo Fog strategies, or I'd love to see like Mono Black Control running that Death Touch one. Drawing an extra card per turn and having a blocker, definitely solid. I'd be curious to see, but I think the Monarch ability is the one to keep your eyes open for some of those if they have an efficient common. Marcus, first time that you see our streams, hey, thank you so much for joining us for the first time. Anybody else who is here for the first time, feel free to toss it in. I'd love to welcome you by name. Is Chainers legal in our rules? Yes, Chainers Edict is legal. We have the MTGO ban list plus Hymn to Turok, Sinkhole, High Tide, and Goblin Grenade. That's pretty much what we've got. If you have any questions, any comments, any feedback, anything else, be sure to toss it in. Interacting with you is the reason why we do this. I am solo casting today and I do not have a co-host, but we're going to make it happen anyway because I can certainly talk a lot and we're going to make it happen. So, we are going to head down there for round 3 and have a good time. I'll see you there. Alright, so we're taking a look at the beginning here. I'm going to take away those game wins because they certainly haven't gotten them yet. But to everybody who is joining, let me know. Are you joining us from Star City Invitational where you were just watching that? If so, thank you so much for joining us. And are you joining us from the Professor or potentially Pauper Fox since they're in the chat, or anyone else through either Reddit or Twitter, anything like that? Thank you so much to all of you taking a chance, coming to check it out, and as always, your feedback is hugely important. Any way that we can make this better by keep doing the things that we're doing right or fixing the things that we're doing wrong is hugely important to us. Looks like Grandma is coming from Star City Games. Thank you so much for joining us here. Nice. There we go. Alright. More asking if this one had them. Sometimes they have deck lists. Oh, actually, I do not know. We don't actually have the full deck lists available to us. It is just, Grandma, thank you. I appreciate that. So I'm a little bit curious. I believe this is just the Silencia one, not the Naya one that has been a little bit popular recently, but I'm not 100% sure on that one for you all. But we do have one Slippery Bow coming down and getting in a hit. Otherwise, Dylan starting off with a Delver, not a bad way to start off, all things considered. Let's go ahead and just call this Angler Delver. It's the real name of it. And you're all Pauper players, so you know what it is. Alright, so there we go. Fix that one. You came when the professor said paper Pauper? Hey! Fantastic. If the professor is out there, thank you so much for putting people into this, and thank you so much, Vibrant Knife, for taking that chance. So, Both players at 19 now after some hits going both ways. Absolutely love it. Now, Aaron starting off just with putting an enchantment onto his lands, which isn't going to do a huge amount of actually like boosting his power and toughness anytime soon. However, it is going to get him in a good position. This abundant growth is going to help him cast some of these more expensive stuff. I do believe I see a Rancor. Madam Lekim, thank you so much for hitting that follow button and joining us. It's awesome having you. I hope you're having a good time. An Ethereal Armor and a Rancor. I think that Aaron is about to take this game. I forgot a step. Thank you so much for joining. It's great having you. I hope you're having a good time, and I hope you have a brilliant day. Thank you so much for joining us here, and as always, welcome to the Fortnights. Let me know if you are brand new, where you're watching from, how you found us, and what you like to play in Pauper. MMS Sword, thank you so much for joining here. Oh my goodness. Said okay, happy to hear. You know what? That's I would love to. I'm gonna have to try and talk to the professor. I haven't really had the opportunity to, so I'll have to try and get in touch with the professor maybe, and Pauper Fox by the look of it. If we can keep doing these formats, I'd love to keep doing Pauper. This format's sweet. Okay, so taking a look at what Dylan could be trying to do. Now, it's possible, you know, that he's trying to... Looks like we just have a Ponder. So much of this deck is based around, like, the cantrips and moving forward. And from the black, you'll see a lot of removal. Black has basically just the best removal as it is. Audio Cow, thank you so much for joining from Star City. It's awesome having you. Oh, man. So, the Ponder happening. Looks like we are okay with it as it sits. We're going to drop down the first black source, and we are going for the Soul Tie Scavenger. I was wondering if he was running it oftentimes, maybe a 1 to 2 of, but it's a flying 3/3, and that is just fine. It's going to be a great way to potentially try and contend with this deck. The problem is that the first strike on this bow is just going to be hugely difficult to handle, and I think that Aaron is off to a very significant advantage here. And an Armadillo Cloak, by the look of it, coming down. That's going to be also huge. At this point, what is Dylan looking for? He is looking for... Actually, it depends. He's likely not running an Edict in the main board. But if he is, that's what he is looking for. So, looks like we're at almost 120 people. Thank you so much, everybody, for being a part of this. It's honestly just huge to me to have you all here. I hope you're enjoying the show. And if there's one thing that I'm ever going to try and do with this stream, it's going to let you all know that you are appreciated for being here. You are the reason why we do this. Okay. There we go. One Edict will absolutely turn it around. It's unlikely that there's one in the main board, however, but there's definitely some in the sideboard. The question will be how many. There's not often one in the main board of these decks, and I'd like to see one, and it would be huge for turning this game around and really taking the game over. A Ponder happening here. Nick G1231, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's phenomenal having you. I hope you're having a good time. And to everybody who is brand new, you're all awesome. You're all just awesome. Dio Von Karma, good song. Absolutely love that one. Just Pepe, thank you so much for joining us again. You know, it's interesting because in Modern, everybody hates Boggles, but apparently in Pauper, everybody loves it, and I'm loving this. I'm loving because, like, if you watch a decent amount of the streams, you will realize that I don't dislike pretty much any of these decks. I don't dislike Pauper decks, I don't dislike Modern decks, I don't pretty much just Beast Mode MD 13. Thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's awesome having you. Be sure to hit that Beast Mode button before you get ready. Oh my goodness, but I don't really dislike stuff, and it's always really cool to see other people loving these kinds of decks. So, absolutely love it. Otherwise, Aaron gonna take the one. No Edict from Dylan. The biggest factor there. Just a massive amount of board, huge amount of life gain, and Dylan unable to contend with that kind of pressure. So, Aaron taking a very, 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 very commanding game one. Why do they hate it in Modern? Because it's not super interactive, and, you know, that's just kind of the way it goes. Tasanara, yes you can. As long as it is, like, reasonable. So please be respectful about it. But yes, you are allowed to. Okay. Man, relevant. Yeah, as long as it's relevant. Okay, let's see. Thinking of building Tron. Tron is one of the cooler decks out there. I will tell you that right now. Anytime that, like, the Tron in Pauper is so interesting with, like, Fangren Marauder alone makes it so weird. Gibbalism, I don't think we have any one-land spy, unfortunately, at least not to my knowledge, but we don't know the full list of what's all in the field, and we might get surprised. Okay. That could be a decent part of it. Double Soup Tuesday. Thank you so much for hitting that follow button, even though it's not a Tuesday. Definitely you can have double soup today, and it's always an awesome time. I look forward to hanging out with you more in the future. And yeah, you are all absolutely fantastic. What version of Burn do I play in Modern? I play Naya Burn, no Wild Nakados. I like to have the versatility of playing control, combo, and aggro the way that it goes. Do I like Boros aggro? Humans aggro deck using Champion of the Parish, Boros Charm, Thalia's Lieutenant? Yes. Yes, I do. That sounds awesome. Okay. You have a friend who plays Ristictron that's pretty strong? That is awesome. Very cool. Very cool. Man, I am... hopefully you're all having a good time, by the way. This is our first time ever doing Pauper. Any feedback is always appreciated on the way to go about this. Because... yeah, it's just huge. For Tasanara, I see that you've put that one in a couple of times, so just to save you the trouble, going forward, as long as it's not like spammed, and if you're somewhat like reasonable about how often you put it in there, if you're going to keep using that specific link, you are welcome to do that for the remainder of this stream at a reasonable pace. So, just to save you that trouble on that one. Sliphorn, the feedback is more Pauper. Can dig it. I'll see what I can do to keep that wish coming. Hate Wizard, have a good one. I look forward to seeing you maybe in the future. We do have lots more to go, and yeah. Okay, Heat Wizard, thank you so much for hitting that follow button before you go. Alright, so... and looks like Vidukati, I might be pronouncing that, but thank you so much for hitting that follow button. As always, you are a rock star. You are just the reason why we are here. Now, of course, this applies to all of you, but as should always be known, we do this stream because you are all here and because we like putting on a show for you. If you weren't here, we wouldn't do it, and I'd be out there playing it, and I'm going to keep on working forward and making this as cool as I can. That's the way that it goes. Ikuda87, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. If you are brand new, be sure to hit that follow button. It's either up there or down there. We do stream 4 times a week. This Sunday is a little bit outside the norm, but we are working on getting more of these as we go forward. An Evolving Wilds from Dylan kicking it off as he is on the play. And a Slippery Bogle coming down for Aaron turn 1. Pretty much the ideal start. Slippery Bogle, a 1/1 for 1 with Hexproof. Dylan putting in just a tapped Swamp off of that Evolving Wilds. Interesting to be going for that Swamp over the island, likely signaling that he does have those blue sources in hand. Okay. Whew. This is all kinds of fun. Matt Lulu, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's awesome having you. I hope you're having a good time. Yes, we do have a YouTube channel. I assume that you're talking to the Pauper Fox, but nonetheless, I'm going to put in ours. If you do want to watch the VODs of our video, you can check it out. Subscribe to that YouTube channel. We do post them up usually after about a week or so, and it's worth it. To the Fancy Piness, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's awesome having you, and I hope that you're having a brilliant time. I look forward to interacting with you more in the future. If you have any questions, comments, feedback, anything like that, it's always personally welcome. My name's TJ, streaming from a shop called Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. Now, a swing for 2 happening here, and we... ooh... beautiful. The Edict coming down, getting rid of both of those, and Dylan with a fantastic turn of events here. Gonna be doing some solid work against this, and suddenly we find Aaron at a disadvantage. Really good way to go about it there, with that Diabolic Edict. Whew. Nicely done. And looks like that Glade Cover Scout coming down. He did have the other creature. Gonna go for that swing for 1, drop in a Blossoming Sands to gain 1. Alright. Love that island art. Oh, I'm not sure if you mean the Lorwyn one or the other one, but both of them are particularly beautiful. Eldrazi for life, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. Looks like an Armadillo Cloak coming in and knocking Dylan down to 16. We're going to see Aaron go up to 25, but Eldrazi for life, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's awesome having you. So, Dylan's still at a little bit of a rough spot, using this Terramorphic Expanse to grab a Swamp. We're looking for another Edict. The Lorwyn one, yes, those ones are beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So, we have got Glade Cover Scout with an Armadillo Cloak. Otherwise, Dylan untapping with his 4 lands available to him currently. Alex, it is good to see you. Kale, thank you so much for subbing to that YouTube. And we do have a Chainer's Edict available. Nova Storm, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's awesome having you, and I look forward to seeing you more in the future. A Slippery Bogle, Aaron, continuing to have so many creatures. My goodness. Yeah, you're right, it is 24. I overclicked that button. Sorry about that, Sanara. But we do have the flashback on that Chainer's Edict as we go forward. Sorry, when I'm doing all the production and all the talking at the same time, and if I miss something, definitely mention it to me, because sometimes between everything and all the chat and stuff, I can miss something. But eventually, Dylan is 2 lands away. As this continues to go forward, he will have the ability to cast yet another Edict and continue taking down this board. Nathan Reed, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's awesome having you, and I look forward to hanging out with you more in the future. Is that a basic counterspell? Yes, it is. Basic counterspell is, in fact, legal in Pauper. And hello to the 180 of you here. Thank you so much for joining. If you haven't yet, be sure to hit that follow button. It's awesome having you all. This is our first ever Pauper tournament that we are streaming, and we are hoping to do more of them in the future. Otherwise, you can join us every Monday at 6:30 Pacific time for Standard, every Wednesday and Saturday for Modern, Wednesdays at 7, Saturdays at 6, and we have Legacy every single Friday at 7:30. Otherwise, another Soul Tie Scavenger coming out for Dylan. Plenty of pressure on the board, and Aaron having trouble resolving a creature, just passes it back. Lots of auras in hand and nothing to do with them. So, we are going to be going down to a lowly 15 on Aaron's side of the board, and he is starting to really show the wounds that he's been sustaining over the course of this game. Otherwise, it's only going to take a little bit more. Dylan 2 lands away from being able to flash back a Chainer's Edict. So, what have we got? A Think Twice getting resolved here. A little bit of an odd inclusion. I'm not used to seeing too much Think Twice. I guess there's usually a couple in these decks. The reprint, that is from Vintage Masters, I believe. So, a swing all out using that Pestermite as well. We're going to knock him down to 7, and Aaron needs to draw a creature, and a huge way to answer this. We are going to be going into a Game 3. Bruce By, it's awesome having you. Thank you so much for joining. Looks like we have got some good people in the chat today. Any off the beaten path deck lists today? I do believe that there is a Reanimator deck list out there in the hands of May. Otherwise, there are just some stuff that is a little bit on the more unusual side. I believe that David is running a Red-Green Madness deck as well, that if you are interested in, that I could work on getting in touch with, getting to you through Twitter. Now, Bruce By, I have seen you play Lumberjack, and I think that that is a very cool deck. I was able to see you play that one on your stream for some time, so it was really cool to see. Unfortunately, not yet. We have an early and growing and a little bit raw and not fully refined meta so far. This is basically our first ever Pauper tournament here in the store. We are working on getting it as we go farther into the future. We're going to keep trying to expand our Pauper group in the store. We do have some teachings, Nathan Reed. It is out there. I think we're going to try and get it up on round 4. But there are a lot of cool things out there, and we're hoping to eventually build this group of Pauper players so that we can do more of these Pauper tournaments, continue showing them to you, and keep doing sweet things going on. King Oblivion 9009, it's awesome having you. Thank you so much for joining. I look forward to hanging out with you. Welcome to the Fortnights. You are a rock star. Let me know how you found us, where you're watching from, and what you like to play in Pauper. Goat, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's nice having you here. Be sure to hit that, or be sure to let me know where you're watching from, how you found us, and what you like to play in Pauper. Otterfriend39, thank you so much. Otterfriend, in the sense of while you asleep, you hold hands so you don't lose each other. Absolutely love it, and it's all kinds of awesome. Have we been contacted about partnering yet? We actually applied, and we were denied. But we are going to keep reapplying as we keep going forward. So, we're going to try and get there, but in the meantime, we actually have not been able to get the partnership just yet. Tasanara, you know what? I'm going to take the fact that you're surprised as a compliment, and thank you so much for the compliment. I'm quite excited about that one, and hopefully I am doing the format justice. Big Dirty 888, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's awesome having you. It's not a sore subject, Kale. Being denied it's just a thing, and it's not going to slow us down. We're going to keep doing this because we love it. If we can get to a point to where we make money doing it, that's even better, because currently we make nothing and we lose money running this. But we love it nonetheless, and we're going to keep doing it. Now, if we can get that partnership, that's going to be just the next step and be living the dream. But it's just not where we're at right now, apparently. But we're going to keep trying and bugging them every couple weeks until we get it. Okay, King Oblivion, you found us through the professor of Tolarian Community College, and he really liked playing blue-black teachings. Phenomenal. Thank you so much, JailDog77. Thank you. Anybody else who is joining us from the professor, thank you so much. You are all absolutely incredible, and I look forward to hanging out with you more in the future. Okay. Otter friend, huge Pauper fan, especially Pauper Cube. Absolutely awesome. Acquiescence, hello to you. It's good having you. I hope you're having a fantastic day. And yeah, thank you so much to the professor. I'm gonna have to thank him in person. Alright. So, we are actually working on that Kale XL. If you want to check it out, you can check out the website, which just recently got up and running, if I could actually type it correctly. But you can check it out. We are still working on getting all of our singles on there. But if you do want to support the store any way that you can, check it out, because it does mean the world to us, just to have you available. So, and that's pretty much the only way to, like, monetarily support us at the moment. It does go to the store, but it actually tells Dylan that, hey, maybe there's a reason to let those people take up your storage closet and make it to where you can't really efficiently use it for the last 10 months and take over some of those resources. Nathan Reed, thank you so much for joining us nonetheless. And Big Dirty, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. We work really hard to make this go. We do stream 4 times a week, and it's all kinds of fun. So, a Ledge Walker and a Glade Cover Scout out for Aaron doesn't have any kind of way to really suit them up and make them large yet. Dylan's still developing his board and not able to actually get a creature out, possibly holding up a counterspell at the moment to make sure that this doesn't resolve. Does have to be a little bit cautious, because this could be kind of a bait that's happening. But it is going to take down that Sahana Ledgewalker. Possibly Dylan is looking to do an Edict effect at that instant speed. Or it looks like he is going to take the 4, go down to that 15, and he is in a little bit of a rough spot at the moment. So, a Young Wolf, a very unusual choice from Aaron here. I like this a lot. So, this Undying Young Wolf, fantastic Edict protection, great thing. And if Dylan took out a lot of his removal, this card is not bad at all. It's a 1/1 for 1 that becomes a 2/2 when it becomes blocked. I really like this, and it's going to be great Edict protection as it goes forward. That is phenomenal. Absolutely love it. Hello to, the fact that we're about to be almost over 200 on our first ever Pauper stream. Thank you so much, everybody, for being a part of this. Oh, man. Otterfiend, that's actually pretty funny. I kind of love that. Calling it Pippin combo? Ooh, I kind of love it. That's actually pretty funny. I'll give it that. I'll give you that one. Alright. There we go. Fridge, thanks so much for hitting that follow button. It's good having you. So, we do still have a good amount of creatures, though its Edict's looking a lot worse, and I think that Aaron has got this game fairly solidly locked up. Oh, did I say Fiend? I'm sorry, I meant Otter Friend. My bad. Acquiesce, will Pauper be every week? Not currently, and I do apologize for that. I would love it to be, but as it currently sits, I'm back here about 20 hours a week. That would put me up to 25, and I am actually working on getting weekly Pauper tournaments fired up and running at the store. And we're going to try and get there. We're going to move forward. We're going to keep doing more of these if they're successful, and we're going to keep trying to do this. Sigma Tank, thank you so much for hitting that follow button, but we are going to work on it. We're going to keep trying to push it, and if we can get to that point, then maybe one day I'll have some people take over the standard stream and switch over to maybe doing commentary for Pauper, and maybe shift my 20 hours a week towards that, because I would love to do it. Otherwise, Looks like Dylan with that duress able to take... I mean, it's just not doing a whole lot, though. Dylan is at such a significant disadvantage because he hasn't developed any board whatsoever. So while he can keep answering things that Aaron is trying to develop, he's already developed, you know, this 4-turn clock, and it was just destroying him. As far as loving the Pauper, that's good feedback. Always feel free to let me know. At RedBaronMTG is my Twitter handle. I am fairly active on there. If you have any questions, any comments, any feedback, anything like that, always feel free to get in touch with me on that. I'll also let you know anytime that we're streaming. So it's a great way to just follow the stream and let you, keep you updated on what we are doing. Okay. So, we have, oh, sorry, gotta answer... really quickly there, you can actually watch Pauper. You usually miss the other streams because of... Fantastic. Big Dirty, I think we only have about 10 people today. This is still a very new Pauper meta here at the store. We've been working on building it a little bit, and we're hoping to see it continue to develop. This is our first time actually running a tournament. Some people weren't able to make it, so we have a good amount of people that are interested in it. And as we continue to go, we're hoping for more and bigger and better Pauper streams as we go forward, and I'm really looking forward to continuing that as we keep moving. So, a Sultai Scavenger comes down. Delver, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's awesome having you. Aaron gonna untap, and now the Sultai Scavenger kind of on blocking duty more than anything. Might be getting in the way of this Sohana Ledgewalker. Mamarua, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's awesome having you. Beef, any goblins at the tourney today? Maybe, I don't believe so, but I do know that there's a goblins player in the area. Actually, Coleman, Slowly Crashing, is a goblins player, and I'm hoping to see if he can make it to the next tournament and keep moving forward with that. Acquiesce, I recommend looking at MTG Goldfish. It's going to be an awesome way to look into the variety of archetypes, and it's going to be awesome to see just the big, huge variety of decks in Pauper. There is a lot. Alright. Ninewalker, hey! Thank you so much. I'm doing my best. I spent the last week doing a good amount of just trying to research this format as much as I possibly could. Looks like an edict, gonna make sure that this young wolf is fully answered. And Toss and I love the format and all the content. It's hugely appreciated. Love to see something regular. I will see what I can do about working on that. Maybe Thursdays tend to be kind of an open day. Maybe I can get there. The only problem is that then I could only stream every other one since I do night meetings for what my actual job is, since this doesn't pay. But our Glade Cover Scout joining the field, oh man. Otherwise, we have got, where are we based out of? We're based out of a store called Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington, having a blast doing it, and we do this stream 4 times a week. Today is an extra special one, and we're going to keep trying to doing it more in the future. Okay. Wow. That was amazing. Edict after edict after edict, eliminating this board. Aaron left Dylan at 1. At just 1 with a Sultai Scavenger. Looking down this Sohana Ledgewalker, if he can keep any more enchantments taking this down, Dylan might be stabilizing. Oh my goodness! What? Gets the other edict, takes it down, but he draws the Slippery Boggle. Goes for the Rancor on that one, but Dylan about to be untapping with all 7 mana needed to flashback this Chainer's Edict, and suddenly Dylan is turning the corner, taking this down. He has got Chainer's Edicts to take down this Slippery Boggle. Dylan, whoa, I did not see that coming. So, he's got this Sultai Scavenger to keep applying pressure. He's going to flashback this Chainer's Edict, take it down. Aaron with just a Rancor in hand and needs to keep drawing these. In the meantime, he has got a 7-turn clock, and this is going to be amazing. Oh my goodness. Knocks him down to 14, and possibly one of the best comeback I've seen in all of Pauper. Now, granted, I've watched less than some, but this is beautiful. Oh my goodness. This is awesome. This is absolutely awesome. So, a thought scour happening here. And by the way, Aaron playing a pretty solid game here. Are we cutting to top 4? Not really. These tend to just be kind of the weekly events. We unfortunately will not be cutting to a top 4 unless I might be able to convince people to do some exhibition matches at the end if they are open to it. And I'll do my best to see that happen. Oh my goodness. So a duress taking a look. Double Rancor takes down one of them. Absolutely brilliant. This is just... wow. And by the way, you know what? If there's going to be one thing that I'm going to bring to my commentary, it's going to be enthusiasm. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, is he? Alright, looks like Texas is going to join us in the field. Rubert, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. We are currently watching possibly the greatest comeback. Aaron double equipping the Rancors onto Dylan's creatures. Oh my goodness. Just fantastic comeback by Dylan. Stabilizes at 1 life. Fires on edict after edict after edict to eliminate what was a 3-creature board, taking care of the creatures that then continued to follow up. Wow.
That sounds pretty good.
That was amazing. We've got 25 minutes left. Do you want to find us another match?
Yeah.
Alright, so we're going to head back into the booth. Stick with us because there's more Pauper to come. We're going to head back up there. And Texas currently working on finding us another match for this round. I'll see you up there. Hello and thank you for joining. My name's TJ. Texas is now going to be joining me in the booth for the remainder of this stream to help co-host just a little bit so that I can have someone to have some back and forth with. But I hope that you are all having a brilliant day. My name is TJ. If you haven't yet, be sure to hit that follow button. Can be found up there or down there, and it is always brilliant having you. Welcome. And if you are brand new, be sure to say hi in the chat. I would love to welcome you by name. Beef, no. Dylan stabilized at 1, fired off edict after edict, and managed to get it going. Oh, wow. That is awesome. Absolutely cool. Let's try and get Reanimator. We will do our best to get that Reanimator deck for you, if possible. They might have one other deck, but I do believe that it's out there. Regardless, there are some sweet decks in the field tonight. And or today. I'm used to streaming at night, but it's only 2. That is really unusual for us, but... wow, what a comeback by Delver there. I'm still like riding that train. But if you haven't yet, hit that follow button. We do stream 4 times a week. It's standard every Monday at 6:30 Pacific time. Modern every Wednesday and Saturday. Wednesdays at 7, Saturdays at 6. Pawn of Death. Thank you so much for hitting that follow button. And every Friday at 7:30 we stream Legacy. Have we seen Acid Trip yet? We have not. However, we do. However, we have it in the meta, not here today. Logan not able to make it as it currently sits. Oh my goodness. That was beautiful. That was awesome. My goodness. Now if you are brand new, joining us either from the professor who was ever so kind enough to retweet a tweet that was about this stream, thank you so much to him and all of his followers for joining us. I hope to see you more in the future. Hopefully we can provide some more of some content like this for you in the future. Man, that just awesome. And then we have got, all the people coming from Star City. Thank you so much. Being at almost 200 in our very first Pauper stream. Pauper Fox, thank you so much for the support. It's awesome having you. Oh, man. But we will definitely see what we can do about that. But thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us. It's awesome having you. I'm glad that we can do justice to the format for you. I'm really excited. I was kind of nervous about streaming Pauper for the first time. I'll be honest. I was nervous. Emperor Calgar, do it.
We're doing an exhibition.
Ooh. Oh, I'm loving this. All
I
right.
figured you would.
There's bad beats. Bad beats. Oh, man. So, we're going to have Josh, who's on Mystical Teachings, going up against David, who's on Green Red Madness. Alright. So, Mystical Teachings, Green Red Madness. This should be an interesting one. Should be an interesting one.
TJ touching Texas off screen. What?
Just don't pay attention.
Okay.
Did we catch the Star City Finals? No, I was in here getting ready for that one. Eric, man, we have seen all kinds of sweet decks. Ikuda, I will keep trying to broadcast Pauper and get to that point down the line. We only stream like our weekly tournaments and what tournaments that we can do. The fact that our first tournament both fired and is getting well received means that we're going to keep trying to get it. They said that we need to keep building our community. So I guess we're just going to keep trying to build our community, and if we can try and get to partnership, then that'll be good. All right, we'll see you down there. Exhibition match time. All right, so we have got an exhibition match up here. It is going to be Josh on some mystical teachings going up against David's red-green madness deck. Should be pretty sweet. Do we have lists for any of these? We do not.
No.
Not at all. Unfortunately, I would like to, but
we could, if this continues, I'm sure we can start getting some lists.
Right. I have pretty much discontinued chasing down lists to work
fair.
on other projects. In the meantime, until someone wants to take on the task of both chasing people down, finding out which ones are requested, and doing the uploading on them. But it's unfortunately about 3 hours a week that I would rather be putting towards some projects that we have coming down the pipeline.
If I had a computer, I'd gladly do it, but my only internet is my phone, so...
Fair enough. Dance Biscuit, love it.
like
Thank you
it.
so much for joining. You are awesome. Thanks for joining the Fortnights, and I look forward to seeing you more in the future. Basking Root Walla coming down pretty early for David. Absolutely brilliant putting this into play as just a 1-1 beater. That's going to be pretty interesting because the Mystical Teachings deck almost entirely answers. Almost no win conditions the entirety of the deck. Oftentimes using like a Curse of the Bloody Scroll to make you mill out. Things like that.
Gromog Angler.
Sometimes.
Big beats.
But not even like commonly. I think Josh is on no creatures entirely.
He does have Gromog. It might be sideboard.
Okay.
They played in the last round.
Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Hey, I won't argue with it. Thanks so much for hitting that follow button.
Josh won game 1 with he had the Curse of the Bloody Scroll, and then he just started using the buyback bounce spell. So at that point, David just knew he couldn't play enough threats in order to actually start winning. And then game 2, he threw down Gurmag pretty quickly.
Makes sense. I can definitely dig that one. All right, so we have got looks to be an Evankar's Justice from Josh. Buyback 3 when it deals 2 damage to each creature and player. So both players are going to be taking 2. Josh down to 16 and David down to 18. Acts is actually a win condition if you have a higher life total than your opponent when you have all of that life. Because you just keep buying it back, sweeping the board, and dealing 2 damage to them. Otherwise, it was able to answer those Basking Root Wallows. David now dropping down a Werebear, which if he ends up getting to Threshold is going to be a great tool there.
And Josh gained a life with the land.
You are correct. Thank you.
I knew what I think.
Alright. So. Alright. We have got ooh, okay. That, I'm totally spacing on the name of it, but we've got a Werebear and 2 copies of Wild Mongrel is the card that has hit the battlefield. Kind of the original one of, you might recognize this card if you play Standard at all. SRC Squirn, I'm kind of guessing the name there, but thank you so much for joining us. It's awesome having you. Hopefully I nailed it, but otherwise this Wild Mongrel, a 2-mana 2/2 that has discard a card to get +1/+1, becomes the color of your choice until end of turn.
Seems pretty good.
Absolutely. Otherwise, it doesn't quite have the threshold yet. However, this Faithless Looting is going to be a great way to get closer to it. Also does have access to a Flame Jab and a Lightning Bolt. However, not too much of the red mana that he needs to actually really deploy those well.
Yeah.
But next turn, we're looking at the possibility of a 4/4 Werebear, and that is not bad. And actually, technically, David can just use these Wild Mongrels to discard enough to make them sizable and attack, get that Werebear up to its threshold.
Right. Which is pretty close already.
Which is, yeah, he would just have to discard 2 cards. So drops down a land for turn. Maybe not going to be going for it just because the 2 cards are fairly good. And may instead prioritize on just keeping those resources in hand, because so much of what Josh can do is just wipe the board of creatures. And if David can incidentally deal a good amount of damage to him through these creatures, I think a lot of this is David going to be trying to sweep the board up with some of these bolts. And it looks like a capsize with buyback gonna be aiming at that wild mongrel. Wow. So bounces it. Absolutely. Otter friend, sure. That's fine. That is fine. Noose constrictor. I mean, wild mongrel is noose constrictor basically.
Just without reach.
Yeah. Okay. How is this one? Oh, how is this the one match? This is actually just an exhibition match. Sorry, the little thing went away. But this is an exhibition match as we wait for the next round. Some other players still in the middle of their matches.
I'm going to pump out for just 1 second.
Oh, okay. So apparently I might be leaving Texas. I've got to pop out for just 1 second, as was said very mysteriously. So I will be right back. In the meantime, Texas is going to do some talking for this exhibition match. Stick around.
Don't worry, guys. TJ will be back in just a second. He's we actually got some of the other streamers here looking to get a lightning bolt signed by TJ. Drove up from Portland. They just didn't drive up just for that though. So yeah, there will be one more round after this as well. This is just an exhibition match here. All the other games are either done or in the middle of their match, so we couldn't get them moved over in time. I appreciate it, guys. I really do. So it looks like David's starting to find some more mountains, which is good. A tech Evolving Wilds for one, and a Doomblade killing the Werebear. So just swinging with the Mongrel. Thanks for joining. Now, as you guys can tell already, that TJ is definitely a little bit better at this than I am. One, he's been doing it longer, and two, he's a little bit more of a people person than I am. And I didn't just wake up, but I've been running the store, so pretty much I was sleeping the whole time. It's not that hard of a store to run on a Sunday when there's only Pauper people here. Let's see if I can't see what that is. Looks like a Echoing Decay. Target creature and all other creatures with the same name of it get -2/-2. TJ does have crazy energy. Yay, TJ's back.
Alright.
You want to switch chairs?
I would love to switch chairs.
Alright, let's switch chairs.
That one's got my seat cushion.
Yeah. It was actually a lot more comfortable.
Woo! Okay, so there we go. I have crazy energy? Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Apparently, and that is a Gathan Raiders.
Gathan Raiders?
Gets a 3/3 that gets +2/+2 as long as you're hellbent, and morphs face up by discarding a card.
Interesting.
Very interesting, right? Is Bolt legal? Yes, it is. Alright, boom. There we go. And actually, there was someone from Oregon.
Yeah.
Got to sign a
Yes.
lightning bolt. That was all kinds of awesome. 2 fantastically cool people. It was pretty awesome. Alright, so what else have we got? Going down. I have crazy energy. Is that good? That strikes me as...
No, it's definitely good.
Okay, very cool.
For here, it's definitely good, especially if you're by yourself.
Absolutely true. So the Gathan Raiders come and face up. A Mystical Teaching is getting cast by Josh. Not going to be able to go for anything too great with it yet, but otherwise, looks like you weren't updating the life totals.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Josh down to 4.
There's a lot going on.
How close are we to Walla Walla? We are left... we are pretty much a decent distance away. But
Yeah. Walla Walla's kind of far.
yeah, Walla Walla is a decent one. But I don't know. It's across the state.
Yeah. It's on the other side of the mountains, right?
Yeah, it's on the other side of the mountains. So
we're like near Seattle, which is like right next to the water.
we're an hour north of Seattle.
Yeah.
Give or
And
take
then-
45 minutes ish.
And then Walla Walla is like
Depending
on the other side of the mountains. So it's at least 2 hours just to get to the mountains.
By the way, does anybody else want to take a moment just to appreciate all of David's revised lands?
Right? I was thinking about that earlier
Oh.
when I saw him playing.
Grandma, I would love to have a visit from you. So, looks like murder getting cast by Josh, taking down the Gathan Raiders, still left with only this singular and delightful, absolutely delightful, activating it anyway. Crimson Wave, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's awesome having you. Oh man, how are we doing? Still at 180 people. Excellent job. Thanks for covering for me for a moment.
Didn't lose very many.
No, and those
Nailed
two,
it.
they were super awesome.
Yeah, they were.
Really nice. I
Came
love
in, bought a couple of cards, and then we're asking for you. So
Chris and Molly. They're pretty great.
yeah,
Apparently they're visiting a friend up in the area.
yeah,
So I don't feel too bad. Like, it wasn't specifically the
Yeah.
guy for that one. But yeah, it was really awesome to have the chance. You know what? We can totally make a bot to do that. However, I believe if you just go... Let's see here. There you go. It at least shows the location there.
as well as the address is on the website, isn't it?
The address is also on the website at
Yep.
geekfortressgames.com. Louis Yaku, thank you so much for that compliment. I am working on it. We've been doing this for about 10 months, give or take, and I feel like doing this for 20 hours a week has really given me a lot of practice.
It has. I'm hoping I can get like closer to your level soon.
Yeah.
I definitely can't do it by myself
Oh
yet.
no, you're clearly better than me.
I don't know about clearly.
Look at that. Do we know what decks are coming up? We do not. We're going to try and get you something sweet. However, is May running the Reanimator deck?
Maybe? No. It's she
Maybe.
plays things and pumps them to.
Ooh,
Maeve
Elemental
has
Shotgun?
one on turn 2, 3,
This
4.
Killing Fiend combo. Cool.
Yeah.
Elemental Shotgun.
I get her on if we want.
Alright, so we have got Golgari Brownscale on the battlefield, which is no longer actually on the battlefield. However, that Dredge is a pretty nice ability to start gaining a little bit of life if needed.
Mhm.
Something to note. Josh was not at 4, he was at 24.
Oh, okay. That makes a little more sense.
Thanks, Texas.
There was a lot going on.
Kill, have a good evening. Oh, man. So, as we move forward with all kinds of other sweet things, I'm quite excited about the further developments of this matchup. So Josh looking to be in a very favorable position,
Yeah.
knowing that he's now at 19 after taking some decent hits. Otherwise, by the way, that's Amber.
It's Amber?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I get it.
Yeah.
That makes more sense. Thanks.
Okay. Oh, he cast a Crypt Incursion.
So he probably was at 4.
Crypt Incursion. Fantastic. Okay,
Thanks,
so he
guys.
actually was at 4. Okay. So, we do have a Wild Mongrel out. We do have a Basking Root Walla. Pretty fantastic there. But, as we go forward, he's going to be trying to just apply some pressure over time. Josh, running out of stream ever so slightly, but we're just going to start going for the capsize lock.
Yeah, it looks like it.
So let's go ahead and take a look at that card capsize, because it is one of the better locks that we have available to us here. Ooh, and apparently we've got some new art for it, but it's pretty similar. Buyback 3, return target permanent to its owner's hand for 3. Now, when you have just the plethora of removal that Josh has, basically able to just continually buy back this back. Daryl SK, thank you so much for hitting that follow button and joining us, and it's going to really disable David's odds of like getting anything up and running. Because, you know, especially if you ever have seen teachings get up to like 12 mana, having the ability to go for that double is just insane to watch.
Yeah. No, and that's what happened to David in game 1 is he just had the buyback, the capsize buyback, and David knew he couldn't get enough threats out in order to actually get a win out.
Okay, so Otherwise, we do have the untapping of the Basking Root Walla. Looks to be drawing into a Lightning Bolt. Going to be a decent way to just apply a little bit of pressure. Possibly end up getting just a little bit of reach if he's able to get down to that point. Because he was able to get Josh down to 4 initially.
Yeah.
And just didn't quite have the reach that he needed. He was able to use some of those. And if he can go further with using some of that and maybe just get that final little bit. But otherwise, Josh doing a fantastic job of just taking down the creatures that David is going for. Okay. Lip EC, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's awesome having you. I hope that you're having a good time, and I look forward to interacting with you more in the future. It looks like that capsize is going to be taking down that Basking Root Walla.
Still no Rancor for David.
Still no Rancor for David, because since it was not on the battlefield when it ended up fizzling, it does go to the graveyard. So, Josh, down to 14, just going to bring back that Basking Root Walla. David, at this point, just trying to, just trying to get anything going.
Yeah, I mean, if David continues to play at least one creature a turn.
Ooh, and we're going to flash back Faithless Lootings by the look of it.
That's good.
That is good. You're right. Gets back another Faithless Lootings. Might be keeping that one in. Possibly going to be putting both of these Golgari Brown Scale into the graveyard. May not want to cast those in so much because of the ability for them to get capsized, but if he ever does need it, he's going to be able to dredge, fill out that graveyard a little bit, and maybe try and fill that up. One thing that I'd love to see in David's hand, as David plays, is something like a
Pajuka Bog.
a Mongoose. Would be fantastic.
Yeah.
So, I would like to
with
see...
the Pajuka Bog, there goes all of his graveyard.
Alright, so we have got 6 mana available for David. Looks like we've got a couple of other options. He can rebuild a little bit with that other... he does have that other Faithless Looting.
And he does have, what was it, Wild Mongrel? So he can still pitch things.
Unfortunately, we do not have deck lists for this. It is regular REL. Most of our tournaments are that. It's very difficult for us to require people to provide deck lists for us. So we tend to not to. We'd love to get to a point very soon to where we will have the ability to actually get all those deck lists available at any point that we can. And we're working to get back to the point. We've made a big priority of it early on. And down the line, it became further and further difficult. And right now we're looking at more of a situation of just trying to get to a point at which we can get cool things going and try and make like a really cool couple of shows, and then get to the point to getting back to that and having maybe a dedicated person on it.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Wild Mongrel and a Basking Root Walla. One of them likely going to get capsized here. Okay. So, capsize, targeting that one. Do we have the other removal spell? Or he does have the ability to go for this pump spell and make it actually a hit for 3.
Yeah.
And it looks like we are knocking him down to 12 by just continually attacking with 2 threats and forcing Josh to use so much mana here. He's doing an okay job. He also does have a Werebear in hand, not using that one to instead go for the pump spell. But he is going to go for a Faithless Looting here, try and rebuild that graveyard just a little bit, and can eventually drop down into a 4/4 Werebear. Woo! Very cool. Oh, man. He does have the ability to flashback teachings, and he could go for that one, and Josh will likely do it.
Yeah.
I think that he's just going for the patient game. Josh does play this deck a good amount of the time. I think that he's just going for the more patient game plan. Likely he'll end up flashing back that teachings for another teachings, and then using that teachings to grab whatever he needs.
Right.
It's a line that I see him do fairly often, but we are starting to line up this mana. He also does have a Radiant Fountain, so he's going to regain back some of this life. As he drops this down, he's getting very, very close to the point at which he will be able to also develop... next turn that Radiant Flames means that he'll be able to double capsize, playing a really nice long game that to where once he's able to officially not worry about this, he's going to push a good amount of pressure down onto the board. I like what Josh is doing as far as how he's sequencing this. An Arrogant Worm coming down for David.
You're really good at that.
Thank you. At what?
Being able to tell what the cards are that quickly.
Oh, thank you. I've basically spent the last week preparing for this by just like looking at card arts for Pauper.
That makes sense.
So, Josh, up to 13 after going for this one, and we are about to have a fantastic capsize lock. Now, dropping down this Arrogant Worm means that he is still going to be able to go through a good amount of these, fighting through 2 capsizes at a time. possibly starts recasting some of these, but he's just in somewhat of a rough spot.
Yeah.
This Wild Mongrel does mean that David would be able to play down a Werebear and an Arrogant Worm if he doesn't have to recast that Wild Mongrel. So that is a good way to go about it. This basketball means play a Wild Mongrel, play an Arrogant Worm, keep up the pressure, and that's going to be a really big way to go about it.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I think that's the only way David can really get anything going. But, I mean, with Josh buying so much time, bouncing so often, that he's soon going to be able to buy back more than once.
All right. MTG format flashcards. That does sound awesome, actually. I would love to have that. That'd be a really useful tool from a streaming perspective, because I work hard at this. I think that if I didn't have a job, I would be able to work harder at it. But with the limited time that I have, I try and get to the point of getting there. But certainly, if I could have a flashcards and a really consolidated one, because I end up just going online and finding deck lists and just trying to look at all of those ones. Beef Maharachi. I do have a deck list. I can read it off extra super fast, or I'll tell you what. Here's what I'll do. The deck list for this Green Red Madness, if you want to just jump on Twitter at RedBaronMTG, I will tweet it out right now. All right.
Ooh, this is interesting. He missed gold for Doomblade.
Red Green Madness. All right, I just sent out David's deck list if you want to check it out there. Also, thank you so much to the people who did recently hit that follow button on us. I do really appreciate that. Man. So for this list in particular, I had a deck list that David sent to me last night. That one, it's not on our site. I'm just sending it out because I happen to have it. It's not the norm. David just happened to send it to a group chat that we have last night, and I'm deciding that I'm going to call an audible and assume that David won't mind.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Okay. So, we do have. Man. Otherwise, we are at 19. We're knocking this down. I will say, these players will not be perfect at the decks. That is certainly a true thing. We still have a brand new and developing Pauper group here. This is our first ever Pauper tournament, and we are just working through it to try and get to a point of developing it over time, and it will become more, right now it's a little bit raw, a little bit unrefined. That's just the way that it's going to be, but we're going to keep moving forward, and we're going to get to that point over time. Currently building a black-white tokens deck. You don't know if you listen to it good. Recommend a site to look up or a person that could give you a second opinion. Check out MTG Goldfish. Check out MTG Top 8. And if you want to send me a list, send it to at RedBaronMTG. If anybody else, you can also find a list on the Reddit Modern Magic one. People would be likely more than happy to help you out a little bit. Take a look and just try and find MTG Salvation. You can find a black-white tokens primer there as well.
Yeah.
And it looks like we have got an edict happening here. David going to be sacrificing one of these creatures. No, I'm sorry, that's not an edict. That is the one where it deals 2 damage to each creature and each player. That is wrong. I've corrected myself now.
You had me going on both of them.
So. Sorry. Obscure Gnome, it's awesome having you, but no, wait, that isn't Evan Carr's Justice. That isn't an edict, isn't it? Man, now I'm thrown off. See, I was talking about how I worked so hard at this one, and then I just messed it up. I think it is an edict. I think it's an edict.
Janus Edict?
There we go. It is Diabolic Edict. The instant version.
Okay.
That is an edict.
So
I was just confused why he tapped both of those. Got it figured out. Yep. Got it.
And then he can still buy back.
He still has got a lot of mana available.
Yeah.
He's got things to do. Look at that. We're going to bounce probably the Wild Mongrel. Forces David to pay more mana just to be able to go for it. There is a sorcery speed Chainer's Edict. Chainer's Edict is sorcery speed but has flashback. Diabolic Edict is instant speed but does not have flashback. Demigod, it's good to see you. Thank you so much for hitting that follow button. And to anybody else who's joining us for the first time, it's amazing having you. We've been almost at 200 consistently all day, and it just means the world to us to have more people joining us here for this really cool format that we're just now starting to dive into, and hopefully we can do more of these for you. I'm joined now by Texas, who's going to be here providing conversation with me for the remainder of this. the best you can.
This is not a format that I know much of anything about, so I'm going to do the best I can.
If not, you just fill up the rest of the space.
Yeah. So it's not like you're just in an empty room or anything.
Uh-huh. So, we're getting a swing, and I bet you can guess what's coming down now. Capsize targeting that. Titan Chaos, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's awesome having you, and I hope that you're having a brilliant, brilliant day. Is anybody playing Infect? I don't believe so
No, there's
today, but we are going to hopefully get to that point eventually. I know that some people have been looking at it. So, as we continue to develop this meta, I hope that we can continue to really dive into some of the lesser-known decks. An Essence Scatter taking that down, possibly an opening for David to fire off this Lightning Bolt, but he is going to have to keep developing these creatures. So, looks like we might be going for a flashback of a Faithless Looting here. Hoping to maybe get some Madness creatures out would be my assumption.
He is tapped out, though.
He is tapped out, but, ooh, and he does get a Lightning Axe. Not going to be too phenomenal there. Getting rid of a Lightning Axe and an Evolving Wilds. David starting to really struggle now. But, as he continues to dig through this stuff, might be able to get another Lightning Bolt up and running.
Yeah, just a couple bolts and then David's good. Oh.
Never mind. So one Lightning Bolt. Good. Fantastic. Alright. We are on round... We are actually getting ready for round 4. I believe they're on turns?
Yeah, they should be on turns.
Okay. Do you want to go take a look?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so yeah, we should be getting into round 4 very soon. This is just an exhibition match at the end of round 3. They were willing to do some... Ooh. If he can fire this off in response... See, I think he got a little bit too eager here. I would have waited until Josh activated the Prismatic Lens and then fired them off.
Oh, well, now he definitely should have waited.
Yep. So now he goes up to 4, goes down to 1. Can he fight through this nonetheless? Maybe. But I think this is kind of the situation in which I would have gone for it, and I would have seen if I could bait Josh into activating this Prismatic Lens at the end step just to all gain a life.
Yeah.
And then you fire it off in response. So, the Capsize, taking it down, continuing to force him to at least have it, if nothing else, and David just going to replay that one out.
Excuse me.
Okay.
Coleman is here, so after this I might swap out with him because he knows the format a lot better than I do.
Okay, so we'll get Coleman in the booth, have him doing some ticking and talking,
Yeah.
flipping and flopping, kicking off his Sunday shoes.
I really hope he has specific Sunday shoes.
It is Sunday.
Do you have specific Sunday shoes?
Of course.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Interesting.
So the Nimble Mongoose, not the Nimble Mongoose, I'm sorry, the Basking Root Walla coming down to join the party. And a powerful 1-1 sitting in the face of Josh's massive mana base. Dropping down at Dismal Backwaters, gonna go up to 2, I believe, unless that's the gate. Oh, that might be the gate. Looks like a Dismal Backwaters.
And somebody did ask if there's any Peregrine Drake decks here. No, there's not.
Interesting.
Yeah. Nobody's playing that combo. There we
want
go.
to. Do we get it? Do we get it?
Yeah. Get alive. There it is! Got
Fighting
there
through.
with burn.
Oh my goodness!
That was pretty good.
He fought through 35 life.
Yeah.
No, even more. He fought through probably more than 40 life that game.
We don't have slivers either.
Yes, it does. 78 Zeride. Oh my goodness! Wow! Wow! I'm thrilled.
Pauper's entertaining sometimes.
Oh man, I believe he had flashed back the teachings. I don't know. Pauper's a sweet format though. Man, either that or maybe because the next round is going up, he just decided not to extend the matchup anymore.
Yeah.
You never can tell. But let's head back into the booth and get ready for round 4. The Breeper, I apologize about that. I'll try and tone it down. Sorry about that, headphone users. Sometimes I try and keep it down, and I think because I turned the mic up ever so slightly earlier, I may have overdone it a little bit. Alright, see if that is any better. Hopefully, I fixed it just a little bit here. So, oh, I forgot to hit save on that, but let's go ahead and change the names there. My name is TJ. I'm being joined at this moment by Texas, who might become Coleman, here at Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington, having a blast doing it as we get ready for our 4th and final round here at Geek Fortress. Any website you would recommend for play testing decks? There's things like Cockatrice and there's X-Mage are the pretty much the big ones there. Lightning Helix is not Pauper legal. Oh, wait. No, it is not. He flashed back the teachings for a Doomblade? Okay. So he went for the teachings. But that is the way that we go. And I am excited to be doing this. The first ever Pauper stream that we do. Let me know what you think. I feel like it's been going pretty well, but I might be a little bit biased because I'm here and doing it. But thank you so much to all the people joining. If you haven't yet, be sure to hit that follow button up there or down there. It's worth it. We stream 4 times a week. Every Monday at 6:30 Pacific time we stream Standard, and I will be here every Wednesday and Saturday we stream Modern. Wednesdays at 7 and Saturdays at 6. It's always a fun time. And every Saturday or Friday at 7:30 you can join us for Legacy. Hopefully in the future we can also keep pushing more Pauper. This is our first ever one. We're gonna keep trying to get there. It's gonna be awesome down the future. Walt the Wizard, what a great name. Thank you so much for joining. I like the alliteration because in proper paper Pauper, you gotta play with the players in the most post-haste pontificating and premature but not very pretty petty probably way. Alliteration is fun. Your favorite Pauper game? My goodness. So, I am quite excited about the first doing Pauper for the first time, and I look forward to doing more of these down the line. I'm hoping that it's going to be a good time. But if you do have any questions, any comments, any feedback, they're always more than welcome in the chat, and it is all kinds of awesome. Alright, so hopefully you're all doing well, and it's time to ask you all a question. Are you brand new to the stream? If so, if you are brand new or regular, let me know where you're watching from, how you found out about us, and let me know what you like to play in Pauper. Let's get some discussion going. I'd love to see how widespread the viewer base is today. I know that we have had some people from all over the world in the past, and I'd love to see more of that in the future. Alright, so looks like you like to watch Pauper, you mainly play Pauper. I'd love to get that for you, and we're going to keep working at it. I love streaming. It is possibly what... Oh, Vitals, thank you so much for hitting that follow button, but this is, like, streaming is just something that I love, and I used to be, like, someone who was more competitive on the competitive side, but as we started going forward, and when we first did that, I love this. I absolutely love it. So, France from Otterfriend, thank you so much. Zachary's... Alright, Walt the Wizard, thank you for joining from the Pauper post. If anybody does find us from that Pauper post, feel free to toss in some words there, whether it's feedback, constructive criticism, positive things. I'd love to just hear what your thoughts are about it in the future. But Walt the Wizard, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. I look forward to seeing you more in the future. And it looks like you were sent by the professor. Thank you so much. Watching from Central Florida, you like Infect. Infect is such a wonderful deck. I played that one in Modern personally. I'd love to see it in Pauper more. You've been playing a mono black burn. That sounds awesome. Send me a list on Twitter at RedBaronMTG. I'd love to see it. Have I seen anyone playing Domain Pauper? I have not, but I'd love to see it. Red sent you here a little over a month ago. You like the Northeast US. You play everything in Pauper, but you love Domain Zoo and Bug Spirits. Very, very cool. Found browsing Twitch. You like watching the Paper Magic, but the streams aren't common enough. Hey, thank you so much. I will say that I hate Dead Space. That's just a fact. And I think that this stream came together through a perfect mix of so many different factors. And I think one of the most important ones was that we had people who were willing to be streamed. We had someone who was willing to let us stream. We had someone who's great at the tech. Hi. And Coleman is now joining us wearing green on a green screen like a champ.
To be fair, I did not think I was going to be here.
It's good to see you, Coleman. Thanks so much for joining. We have seen some pretty awesome Pauper, and we have been having a good time
awesome format.
Doing it. Pauper is a pretty awesome format, actually. So, nonetheless, we gotta do $2 Commander. It's too hard to watch that format, and also it's extremely hard to do Commander. Maybe one day we'll try streaming it, but it's so hard to actually stream Commander, nonetheless.
It really is. You don't think it's very hard until you start, like, dissecting it.
Yeah. I mean, you can't do multiplayer.
That's true.
You have no actual, like, consolidation in deck lists, so, like, you're just like, look at what they're playing.
Oh, this
and you're-
card's cool. I wonder what this card does.
And so, like, talking as any far of, like, strategy or what they're trying to accomplish is so difficult. because
and
the
you
deck
thought
is
it was
so small.
hard to figure out what random cards I end up playing.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Looks like you play goblins and mono black control a lot. Ooh,
Elves is the best.
you play goblins and elves, don't you?
I play like every tribal deck,
That's fair.
including tribal reality essence.
I play every burn deck, so
that's
I'm loving this, by the way. I'm loving that you've got a mountain underneath. Oh, man.
Alright, so I do have actually a round for you.
Excellent. It's round 4?
Mm-hmm.
All right, tell me a little bit about what we have got going on.
Got Daniel Joyu on the wall,
Okay, perfect, perfect.
and he is on the dreaded blue-red Drake.
Is he?
Yeah.
We were told that there is no.
Well, I can tell you that there is.
Beautiful. So we should have some blue-red Drake. It is only fitting to finish it up there. Is this the finals?
This actually is the finals.
Okay, going up against.
Scott, who's apparently back
Jeskai?
on here. Yeah, he's back on the
Nice.
Rebirth.
Kuldotha Rebirth.
Mm-hmm.
Or Jeskai Rebirth. Which one? Or Jeskai Kuldotha. What do you prefer?
I'm trying to think of a clever deck name.
Let's not get too close.
Yeah.
Just gonna do Jeskai Kuldotha because
I was just going to have something involving Phoenix. Because it's a rebirth.
Oh, nice. I
Yeah.
see what you're doing there.
Mhm.
Look at you going. All right. Nightmare to commentate on? Mental Magic? Oh, absolutely.
Mental Magic's
true.
awesome. I love playing Mental Magic.
Oh, man.
It's the best thing in the world.
All right, and let's head this down now. Actually, I think Kuldotha might have a decent matchup against
I'm
this.
still going to pick Drake. I know Drake is,
The deck.
yeah. Like,
But,
just-
like, the amount of spot removal that this deck has is actually not to be undercounted.
I mean, I agree. There's a lot of bolts and, maybe Galvanic Blast and, like, also some core Skyfishers
Uh-huh.
to block. But, like, I mean, sometimes the best deck in the format is the best deck in the format.
And that's a perfectly reasonable thing. I just think that Kuldotha might be one of the couple decks able to actually maybe go head-to-head with it.
Yeah, but, like, I mean, it presents a threat, but you do have to worry about Rolling Thunder.
Mm-hmm. So let's head on down, have some fun, and look at possibly one of the... I mean, these are two of the cooler decks in
I mean,
Pauper.
every deck in Pauper is pretty cool outside of Mono Blue Delver.
Absolutely. Kuldotha Jeskai? Okay. I'll do Kuldotha Jeskai instead of Jeskai
Sure.
Kuldotha. I can do that.
I'm down to see some Glenhawks.
Alright, let's have some fun. Head on down. It's time for round 4. See you there. Alright, and apparently we have a preordained from Daniel, who is setting into his turn 2, doing a little bit of a trick shot with that, and going to be putting them both on the bottom, drawing a card and looking at a Mold Drifter. Looks like we've got double Mold Drifter from this Drake deck, which is able to do a lot of pretty good things with it.
I'm always a fan of every Mold Drifter.
That's true. You are a big advocate for the Mold Drifter. Otherwise,
if it was possible to be a Sylvan advocate of a Mold Drifter, that's what I would be.
really?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
I'd be a Mold Drifter.
Oh, man. So, looks like Scott going to be bringing back that Radiant Flames, which put him up to 22, back into his hand with that Score Skyfisher.
Radiant Fountain.
Yes, I did. I said Radiant Flames, didn't
Yeah,
I?
that's not a common.
That is not a comment. Otherwise, Daniel heading into a second... looks to just be continuing to put out an Is It Boilerworks. That's going to be a pretty solid way to go about this. We do have a mana available. Are we going to have any 1-drops to play with?
I think he cast the Preordain. Off
Oh, no.
that one to find the land, actually.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Mhm.
But it ends up having to discard at the end of the turn. Because of having to bounce one back with that Is It Boilerworks, gets rid of a Mold Drifter.
Yeah, it looks like Daniel's actually at 21 because of the...
The Swift Water Cliffs?
yeah, and then Scott actually is going to be at,
24.
24 because he replayed the Radiant Fountain.
Yep. Faithless Looting from Scott, not a particularly common choice in this deck. I think he's running a couple of options that are a little bit unconventional. Definitely a situation in
He
which...
has main deck Relic of Progenitus?
He does. But
Huh,
both...
interesting.
our meta still brand new.
Yeah.
And it's going to be developing a little bit. Some of these choices will be a little bit unusual, and as it continues to get developed, firing off our first Pauper turn is going to be a huge step into making this format a bigger
That's true.
thing at the shop.
Yeah,
And we're gonna keep,
it is a great format.
it's such an awesome format. I was really nervous about streaming it for the first time. So, a Pyrite Spell coming down, a decent way to actually have this removal spell that can really get around a lot of the counter spells.
Does not kill Drake, though, because Drake's a 2-3.
Drake is a 2/3, but it is going to do a decent amount of preventing some of the other options. Or it can combine it in some kind of way. But otherwise, it is able to take down I guess maybe an
I
Archaeomancer.
think Daniel's sitting on a spreading seas, and if so, I would have liked to have seen him go after this Windscard Craig.
Ooh, that would have been a really nice way to go about it.
Because if Scott had another Skyfisher, he would have probably played it already instead of the.
Oh, and he's actually going to go for a Kuldotha Rebirth on that Pirate Spellbomb. Now, one thing to keep in mind in what I've been watching, earlier when we had him on, he definitely made some unusual choices as far as tapping mana, leaving up that Radiant Flames more often than red mana.
Fountain, not Flames.
Where do we play out of? We play out of a shop called Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. It's in the Pacific Northwest. Which deck would I play in Pauper? I play Burn and Affinity in Pauper.
I'd play like 7 different decks.
I would play more decks, sure, and I've thought about putting together many of them.
Don't lie, you just play Reality Acid.
I would actually love that deck
Acid
too.
Trip.
Acid Trip is such a cool deck. It's probably my favorite deck that I just don't play though.
Actually, I think Scott's at 25 because he replayed the Windscard Craig.
Okay, so
Not sure. It's a little hard to tell.
an Archaeomancer coming down.
Looks like he's going to return that Preordain.
It does look like that's the case.
It's a good one.
Otherwise, with Ichor Wellspring coming down, going to draw him a card. That's pretty much the better option for the... oh, he does have a Glinthawk. Okay, so he could return that to his hand to cast this Glinthawk, and
he
then
has a
replay it
trinket
next turn to
mage,
keep
too.
drawing more things.
It's a very interesting list.
Alright. You live in Linwood? Come play with us sometime. We do Standard every Monday at 6:30 Pacific Time. We stream that. Every Wednesday and Saturday we stream Modern. Wednesdays at 7, Saturdays at 6, and every Friday at 7:30 we stream Legacy. Plus we do all kinds of fun tournaments in the meantime.
Yeah, it's awesome.
What's the new hotness in Pauper lately?
Drake.
Probably Drake. Drake has kind of been taking most things over, and then there's just, and then there's always things at the fringe. There's all kinds of cool brews all the time.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of really cool decks.
Because it's a format that is not looked at by the pros.
Like I'm trying out some Bloodbriar decks.
I know that Bruce Spy is really big into Orcish Lumberjack.
Oh yeah, sure. Orcish Lumberjack's really good because you can just power out a really overpowered threat. Maybe even Blastoderm's probably pretty good.
Yeah, he was doing things like that and just there was definitely some awesome stuff going on. Oh man.
I mean, I have a pet deck that I don't think anyone has thought of because it's pretty bad.
That's the way that it goes.
That is the way of a brewer.
What's a good engine deck? Do something, draw a card, repeat, but not infinite. Huh.
Actually, the Thermostorm lists are pretty good at that.
Yeah, those ones are sweet. Kiln Fiend is also a pretty good big one.
Yeah. Mostly because you basically play a Storm deck, but instead of Grape Shot as your payoff card, you play Thermal Alchemist. It's a little harder to go off, but that's kind of what happens when you get the Storm Spells banned.
Okay. Well, congratulations on getting out of the army, if that's what the kind of phrase that you're looking for in response to that could have been happening.
Congratulations at stuff. So Daniel's probably just looking to find an actual Drake here. I think if he finds it, he's got the Ghostly Flicker.
Which is definitely a good way to go. Yeah, he does have the Ghostly Flicker.
I think he actually has a Drake. I think I see an old school card in there. I think that's a Drake.
If he's running the old Drakes, then that makes it... Yeah, that's totally a Drake.
Yeah, that's totally a Drake.
Yep. Alright, so we are looking at a pretty solid way to go about this game. He does have the Is It Boilerworks.
I think he's probably going to try to win the game next turn. Because I think he has a Mole Drifter, too.
I think the biggest thing is that he... Oh, yeah, because you play down the 5. You untap. You go for the Ghostly Flicker. And there you go.
Yeah, I think what Daniel's trying to do is I think he's going to try to play around Dispel. Just because... That's actually a pretty common card to see main decks. But it's basically the only card Scott could have to actually win the game since, none of the dismember cards are actually legal in this format.
Alright.
All the Tron lands are common, I know.
Oh yeah.
I know.
I'm a big fan.
I'm not.
I know. But we focus on positive things here. We like positive things. We like things here, Coleman. We focus on the things that we like.
Do we though? What changed when I was not here? Are we cool with Tron now? Because I don't like being cool with Tron.
Yeah, but you can at least focus on other things. You can just let other people say that they like Tron.
I guess.
You can silently simmer.
There we go. I'm okay with silently simmering.
You know what? Sometimes you gotta have a deck that you love to hate. And that's important. That's important to the format. Alright, so let's go ahead and get that up. No, mill deck. Navanir, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. And to anybody else who's just joining us for the first time, be sure to hit that follow button. It means the world to us to have you here. I hope that you're enjoying the stream, and we're always going to keep doing more things in the future. We do stream regularly 4 times a week, and we also are working on getting more of these Pauper streams. It's one of my personal goals to get more of these, and there's just so, like, I'm going to basically... going to be trying to get into our host page and try and make like a list of what are actually the priorities, get a sort them out, and just start knocking some of this stuff out.
Alright, well, here's Peregrine Drake. So we're gonna see if Scott has any responses, because if he doesn't, he is actually dead.
He does have access to, oh, but he tapped wrong.
Yeah.
Harry, thank you so much for joining us. It's awesome having you. But this is kind of that situation in which, like, I've been seeing a lot of situations in which Scott taps his mana very questionably.
Yeah, but even so, I think even if
You kind
even
of
if
had to
he
go
had
for
it, I think Daniel actually has a counterspell.
Does he? Okay.
Yeah. So for those of you who are unaware about this combo, which to be quite honest, I wouldn't blame you for because it's kind of weird and kind of out there. Peregrine Drake is a 2/3 flyer from I want to say originally Urza's Saga.
You are correct. Urza's Block. I believe it was Urza's
yeah.
Saga.
When it comes into play, or when it enters the battlefield, you untap up to 5 lands.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely true.
As you can see, Daniel is also playing some of the bounce lands from Ravnica block. In this case, it's a Boiler Works. So he's going to tap. He's going to add, in this case, 6 mana. He's going to play a Drake. He's going to untap 4 of his lands. He's actually going to have a mana floating after that.
And looking at this Archaeomancer, which is able to get back the Ghostly Flicker.
Yep.
And then
This actually means that Daniel's actually going to add infinite mana to his mana pool.
Yep.
And then after he does that, he's just going to cast a Muldrifter. He's going to draw 2 cards. And then he's going to use Ghostly Flicker to target Archaeomancer and Muldrifter to draw all the cards in his deck.
And then use Capsize to bounce all the permanents that Scott has.
I mean, you could also just play like Lightning Bolt.
True. To
And
just keep buying a Lightning Bolt.
And
Things like
just
that.
bolting his face and then playing a second Archaeomancer.
I like the Capsize way, though.
Yeah, but like, I mean, Bolt's cleaner.
It's true. That's true. I mean, don't get me wrong. I am a big fan of Bolt. So Drake taking it down. I got to sign a Lightning Bolt today.
Oh, snap.
Someone came here from Oregon. They happened to be in the area.
Oh,
apparently.
okay.
But like,
okay.
but they like stopped by. It was awesome. They were actually super cool. Chris and Molly, if you're watching this on YouTube later, thank you so much for stopping by. It was awesome having you guys, meeting you.
Look up a card for me, really.
I would love to look up a card.
Actually, let's pull up Ghostly Flicker.
I would love to. That card is very sweet. Oh. You know what? When you do so many things at once,
It's not gonna end up.
Dang
how you
it.
want Yep.
that's what I get for like trying to type while looking at the chat.
Yep. There's a couple ways Daniel wins here. I've seen Kerbeck's Torch. That's a personal favorite.
Okay.
Rolling Thunder's pretty common. Bolt obviously is good.
So as a main thing, they will not restrict outside of Vintage. The problem is that restriction does not make a format better. What it does is it makes it significantly more variance-based and significantly less competitive as a format.
Yeah, also it means that every blue deck just becomes the ban list.
Well, that's true, but
Or the restricted list.
like the reason why restrictions are just not good in general is it means that instead of a format in which deck building is like this consideration of like what numbers do you want, you instead put in the best cards, and if you're the one who draws them first, congratulations, you just won with very little effort.
Also, it's kind of lame to only be able to play one card of everything.
It also is just lame to only be able to play one. It also makes like calling judges for banned cards and stuff extremely more tedious, because if you see one, you have to then call a judge and ensure that there aren't any others in the deck.
It's
Like, it's just... Yeah.
it's just annoying. This is the point here.
I enjoy that for this tournament there are 13 banned cards total, with us adding 4.
Yeah, that's true.
The Pauper ban list is, I believe, 9 cards. And then you have got Hymn to Turok, Sinkhole, High Tide, Goblin Grenade.
If I had my choice, I'd ban one more card, but it would not actually be
Merchant Scroll?
Yeah, I would ban Merchant Scroll.
That's reasonable. I haven't actually seen it be enough of a problem.
I just have because it's super annoying.
Yeah.
All it is just annoying.
I think that there is a world in which that becomes viable, but realistically, if Drake ends up getting hit by the bans, it becomes significantly less
probably
needed.
Fine. I mean, personally, I would have banned Drake on this last one. But,
Uh-huh.
I mean, I'm not in charge of the ban list because that's probably a good thing for everyone in the format.
Absolutely. Why didn't we ban Peregrine Drake? Because it's not our format to choose.
Mm-hmm.
The other 4 are really standard in Paper Pauper. They're just standard.
Yeah, they're Pauper. It's not standard.
So, fair enough. But all right, so basically those 4 cards were never printed at common online, but were printed at common in paper. And it's fairly standard to add those 4 cards to it. Gabriel.
GBL Gabriel?
Yeah, that's the one. Thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's awesome having you. I hope you're having a phenomenal time. We look forward to interacting with you more in the future. Let us know where you're watching from, how you found out about us, and what you like to play in Pauper. If anybody found us, the professor retweeted about this stream today.
Oh, buddy!
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Big game there. We also had a Reddit post, and basically let us know how you found out about us, what's effective, what isn't. Either way, I'm gonna have to personally thank that professor.
Also, like, Pauper's just awesome.
Pauper is just awesome.
Like, what other format are you going to see called Dotha Rebirth and Glidhawk out of Scar's draft?
Robotics91, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's awesome having you. You're a rock star. The same questions apply to you. Where you're watching from, how'd you find out about us, and what do you play in that sweet, sweet, sweet Pauper format? Woo! There we go. Oh, man. Pauper is all you play.
I'm surprised no one showed up with familiars.
Uh,
Like, I'm honestly a little surprised. I figured Josh was going to show up with familiars.
Nah, Josh likes playing decks that let his opponent not play Magic.
Well, I mean, when you play familiars, you're, like, not letting him play Magic for, like, half the time.
Nonetheless, should Drake be banned? I don't really get too concerned with banned conversations.
Personally, I would, but, like, whatever. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen.
Yeah, I'm not in charge of the ban list, and so I guess from my perspective, talking about it doesn't do a whole lot. The Familiars deck isn't banned. You just have to run Peregrine Drake instead.
It's not banned per se. Yeah. It's functionally banned.
Yeah, it's functionally banned, and Blue-Red Drake is just better. But that being said, so Josh would love.
Oh,
Acid Trip.
Everyone here loves Acid Trip.
That deck is so sweet.
It's so cool.
Oh god, it's just awesome.
Anytime you get to cast a Moldrifter and then play a Dreamstalker and return your Moldrifter, that's just exactly what I want to be doing.
Or like when you cast a Dreamstalker, or when you cast a Flicker on your Dreamstalker.
Returning out a Reality Acid?
Yes.
It's so good.
It's so sweet. Ah, oh, man. You hate how they banned every Storm card?
They did not ban Thermal Alchemist.
That's true.
Thermal Alchemist is a Storm card that doesn't actually say Storm on it.
What are the extra 4 cards that are banned in Paper Pauper? Hymn to Turok, Sinkhole, High Tide, Goblin Grenade. And some people have advocated for the inclusion of Merchant Scroll. The main reason why it hasn't is that it hasn't actually put up dominating results. It just has that potential.
It's just annoying. That's all it is. It's just so annoying to sit there for like 30 minutes while they're like, oh, okay, I guess I fizzled.
Pretty much. So a Guildgate coming down for Daniel, looking at that Windscard Craig for Scott, who goes up to 21 on the play here. Might be a little bit of a better way to go about this.
Also, I used to play the format before Guildgates were a thing. It's really weird to see Pauper with all of these dual lands.
Yeah, the format is much, especially since they made those other ones that they introduced in, I believe, Shadows? No, or the ones that they're going to keep reprinting.
Yeah.
The inclusion of those in addition means that, like, 2-color mana bases are just better.
Yeah, it's really weird. Like, you can actually splash a third color super easily.
Yeah.
Valkyrie's Become Immense is actually an uncommon, so it is by default not legal in the format.
So, yes and no. It's not banned, but it's not legal.
Yeah. That's a pretty big difference.
It's like Brainstorm in Modern.
Yeah.
You're like, why is Brainstorm banned? Well, it's not.
It's just not legal.
So the Relic of Progenitus is coming down. Actually, phenomenal card here.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good. It'll stop Daniel from going up. A second Relic.
That's good.
The second one's not as good as the first, but like it's okay.
Actually, I think in many ways it might be. He's able to keep that graveyard extremely narrow. It gets around any kind of hate that Daniel might be going as far as artifact hate. Because like a Gorilla Shaman or anything like that.
Yeah, but like even so, I'm not really sure. Well, I mean, a Gorilla Shaman would take down both anyway.
It's destroy target though.
I know, but like
over multiple
turns.
That's
like,
true. That's true. It takes 3 to do it.
Yeah, well, like I mean, Relic's definitely a fine card, and you should definitely board it in. It's good, but I don't think it's gonna win the game.
Mm-hmm.
And then Scott actually has the Journey to Nowhere, and he has Rebirth. So like
he has a way to apply pressure.
Yeah.
He does actually have the.
The second Relic is better for the Rebirth.
He's also got a Galvanic Blast available to him. Now it's only able to deal 2 damage at the moment, but that is going to be a great card for eventually acting as this kind of failsafe combo. Daniel, of course, does have access to Plane of Removal, and I think Scott is in a position where right now he needs to get to a position where he can apply pressure.
Mm-hmm.
That forces Daniel to go off earlier than he'd like to, and that's the situation in which you can start capitalizing on it, taking advantage of his lack of counter magic.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if Scott actually has Rally, because Rally would be a great card if he's sitting on this.
The deck, David's deck is $13 without the lightning bolts.
I'll mention that to him. I know he'd be pretty happy about it.
He will be thrilled about that. Ah, fantastic.
So like this, casting a firebolt into a relic is not where you want to be.
No, and that's about to get. Okay.
Let's see if Scott does it.
Okay. Draws into the Pirate Spellbomb. Another great tool. Can even chain that together if needed to take down a Peregrine Drake until that Metalcraft is achieved.
I think actually what I would like to see Scott do is I would like to attack with both, and then if it's an actual counterspell game.
Taking down that too.
Oh yeah, that means that Daniel wouldn't be able to block.
More of a tempo play than anything as well.
It basically means that Scott can't attack with those goblins because if a second firebolt is actually a pretty good draw. Because it means if the Pirate Spellbomb was in play, that means if Scott attacked, he blocks with the Drake, or he blocks with the Oracle, and then he just pops the Spellbomb to kill the Oracle, and like all of his pressure is gone.
Right. Okay. Yeah, when competitive decks cost $13, it's not bad.
Yeah, it's not the worst.
The Gatherers, one of the people who joined us from the Professor.
Oh, hey, look at that.
I know. It's pretty awesome. I'm really excited by that. Like, we're a relatively small stream, but we're trying not to be eventually. And maybe if we can start getting like those just small bits of recognition, that'll help.
So Scott's missing out on a couple activations of Relic, which is a little unfortunate.
Yeah, I think that he's really saving it as a failsafe, and he just keeps forgetting to tap it at the end of turn. It's kind of like like that. It's like that Chapin song. At the end of your turn, you keep forgetting to ping.
Oh yeah, that's what I remember from that song. All right.
Oh man.
But Daniel having the multiple Fire Blast here is actually going to be pretty good or Firebolt, not Fire Blast. Fire Blast would actually be pretty bad since he couldn't cast it.
And this Firebolt now, this graveyard would have been decimated, and this Firebolt would have been easy to get rid of if Scott had been keeping up on it.
Yeah, and like it's a little unfortunate that he hasn't been keeping up.
Fooms, thanks for sending me that list. I look forward to taking a look at it. Pink Person, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's awesome having you. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Let's see here. So you have a question. How can you beat blue-black teachings? You're playing Kuldotha and mono-black control, and it's impossible. Well, chat, anybody want to toss in their thoughts while we're doing a little bit of this commentary, and we can revisit it in a bit?
I mean, I have my own personal ways to beat teachings. It's called Reality Acid Their Lands.
Attacking their mana base is not an awful way to go about it. Mono-black control has a way to go about that.
Firebolt taking down a goblin. I would like to see Daniel attack.
Really, I think it's going to... In mono-black control, I think it's going to mostly come down to Grey Merchant.
Yeah. You kind of have to... You could also, like, strip their hand apart.
Okay.
And make sure you don't, like, get blown out by Avankhar's Justice.
For Kuldotha, I imagine that actually going for the early Kuldotha rebirths is probably good, because a lot of their removal is spot-based.
They do sometimes...
Avankhar's Justice.
Yeah, Avankhar's Justice.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Grind Clock, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's awesome having you. I hope you're having an incredible day. We are just getting... We got over 200. We crossed that border. Thank you, everybody, for being a part of this. It's phenomenal. This is our first ever Pauper stream, and it certainly went well. So anytime that I have the chance, I'm going to keep moving forward and trying to push to get more of these down the line.
So Daniel's just operating how actually kind of how a reality asset deck would do here. He's just going to play some cards that are going to get some advantage and then eventually try to win the game.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, it's just I'm going to manage all these resources. You're going to get stuck with a couple cards in hand that don't do anything. Like, I mean,
Looks like Delverflip. Thanks so much for hitting that follow button. It's awesome having you. And we're happy to apply them. This is our first one. It's not currently Raven Dusk. Thank you so much for hitting that follow button. Both of you are fantastic. We're not currently set up on a regular weekly schedule for this one as opposed to our other schedule.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to get there one day.
I would too, because I love Pauper.
I'd have to give up the standard stream to someone else. I'm not I honestly don't think I can do 25 hours a week. I think from a perspective of me keeping the quality of my commentary and my sanity, I think that dedicating 25 hours a week to commentary might just barely push it over. Maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, I've gotten pretty close to it over a long variety every time that we do these Sunday events. But I don't know. We'll figure it out. There's always we've gotten everywhere to go, including up.
I believe so. I believe that is how that phrase goes.
Yep.
Did not make that up. I swear.
Get guarded. Get geared. Get geared. Thanks so much for joining.
So Scott actually has a Pyroblast in his hand, and I would like to have seen that take down a Drake.
That would have been huge.
Because he didn't actually have access to a counterspell at the time. Oh, there's the old Mox Monkey.
The old Mox Monkey.
Yep, you can tell I've played this game way too long.
Oh man.
He
get
actually
Garried.
has to pay more than that. Hold up a second, guys. Gorilla Shaman costs 1/1x.
No, XX1.
So it'd be 3 total to blow up Gorilla.
They got it. How often will Pauper stream? Oh, I don't know at the moment. We currently do Standard every Monday, Modern every Wednesday and Saturday, and Legacy every Friday. I am working on trying to get a regular Pauper tournament in the store. This is our first one. So please be patient. Keep updated. I will keep you updated on Reddit. I will keep you updated on Twitter. I'll keep you updated just here in our stream. If you like watching other formats or you just like watching us talk, then feel free to join us for future ones. I'll keep you updated. I'd love to get to a point of having regular Pauper streams. And a Pyroblast going for the destroy.
So he's going to
type
destroy
creature.
it, not counter it. I don't really like that much, just because that means that
And
he's going to go after the land because it's an artifact.
I mean, I like it.
Mm-hmm. And he's just going to let that resolve, which is perfectly fine.
Yeah, I think he has another one in hand. To be honest.
Yeah, I don't like going after the destroy mode when you can just counter it, because that way if he has a land and a ghostly flicker, because all the spirit guides are commons.
JC Covey, I think we had 10 players. It wasn't a big one. It's our first one. It's a developing group of Pauper players, and some of us weren't able to make it. Hopefully for future ones there will be more. Eins Wedry. I probably butchered that. But thank you so much for hitting that follow button and joining us, joining the Fortnights. Let us know where you're watching from, how you found us, and what you like to play in Pauper. Do we draft? Yes, every Friday at 6:30. We play, or we draft for our F&M format.
Mm-hmm.
It might be beneficial to pop into a league where there's 1 or 2 games per stream. They keep track over a month or something. 1, we need to have a dedicated stream schedule. 2, leagues don't tend to work very well.
Yeah,
historically,
kind of.
The player base at our store is not at all consistent with their time schedules, and I'm among that.
Yeah, me too.
But we have a fairly so it's difficult to really set up leagues. Maybe one day, and I'm looking into some other ways to do it.
So looks like Scott's getting a little bit blown out by this Gorilla Shaman since taking down 2 lands. And he still has the Cold Out the Rebirth in his hand.
Yes. And he also does have the Galvanic Blast still. And that only deals the 2 damage right now.
Yeah, I don't think it's ever going to deal more than 2 damage, unfortunately.
No, but it does make you wonder.
Yeah, does it?
I mean, why would he not point that at the 1/1?
Because he wants to aim it at his face. Just show him who's boss.
Okay. Unless Scott has used this Galvanic Blast and I missed it significantly sooner.
Yeah, he still has it.
I would have fired that off at that Gorilla Shaman ages ago.
I agree, but you're still showing him.
The Shaman is one of the most played sideboard cards for. If you're in red, you're likely running at least 1 Gorilla Shaman.
I think you have access to it. I'm not sure if it's a highly played card, but
I think that it's pretty common.
Well, like, the problem is it doesn't kill the big threats out of the affinity deck.
That is true, but it still is a pretty sizable card. It does a whole lot of work. It takes down mana bases. You can cut off the entire affinity mana
like,
base.
Drake doesn't care.
Mm-hmm.
Drake could just play, like, smash to smithereens.
Well, no, but I'm saying in the full Pauper, not just in Blue-Red Drake.
I know, but, like, I'm just out of Blue-Red Drake.
would've
What I'm
put
saying
the
is,
smash?
I would have also killed the Gorilla Shaman. But,
Uh-huh.
like,
All right, so the core Skyfisher getting taken down, and
and Scott's just drawing a lot of lands. It's a little unfortunate.
but maybe a Pauper League. The problem is that I need a regular stream schedule. My schedule is insane.
Mine's not insane, but I don't have time.
But like I can't really actually functionally do an inconsistent stream schedule because 100% of my time is currently booked with very small variations and like pockets of free time. So it takes shuffling and planning to like do extra events.
So it looks like Daniel has an Archaeomancer, which is actually going to be pretty good. I think he's probably going to rebuy maybe...
That being said, I'll look into
Bolt.
it.
That's probably fine. I think I would have rebought a... Yep, okay. Or just kill you.
Or just kill you.
It's also
To
pretty good.
GBL Gabriel, I'm going to try and say this, and I apologize if I misspeak it, but someone from Brazil once taught me to say this. Obrigado. I thought
it was toe.
I was corrected in Portland by someone who
really?
speaks it, that it's apparently obrigado in Brazil.
Oh.
But that means thank you to my knowledge, but thank you so much for the compliment. Hello to Brazil.
I am shockingly ignorant about other cultures. I apologize to everyone.
We're gonna head back into the booth. Let's try. We've got 20 minutes left. Let's try and get another. Let's try and get another match going up here.
I'll
in
see
round forward.
what I can do.
See you there. Hello and thank you for joining. My name's TJ. Coleman is in the booth with me today. Thank you for the pronunciation. I tried. I had someone teach me on chat one time. I try and learn new things. Obrigado. It is? Okay. Interesting. Obrigado. Obrigado. Either way, that's exciting. Nonetheless, Blue-Red Drake takes it down. Got any affinity? I don't think today. I do have it put together. I've got someone else putting it together. I'm in here, and someone else is not able to make it today because today had a couple of events going on all around the area, including the fantasy football draft, which Coleman wasn't able to make it to, and some people weren't. So for future ones, I fully expect there to be affinity decks for the stream in the future. Just as a heads up as it goes down. So I'm really excited about that one, and it should be a good time moving forward. But all things considered, I'm pretty pleased with our first ever Pauper stream going well, and I'm quite pleased with it. I'm having a blast. We should get me a Patreon. Should we? I don't know. I've mildly molded over in my mind. Man, this shirt is really white. But I've molded over the idea of getting a Patreon a little bit in my head. I guess if that's something that people are interested in, I can certainly go about the process for that one. Otherwise, my current game plan is to keep applying for Twitch partnership. OP Damage, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. That is just awesome that you're joining us. Thank you so much. You're a rock star. Let me know where you're watching from, how you found us, and what you like to play in Pauper or Magic just in general. I'm curious how many people found us from the Reddit post, which you can find on our Pauper. It's a pretty good post, if I do say so myself. It's pretty basic, but if you want to toss in some words, anything like that, I'm more than happy to hear those words. Also, if you have any questions, comments, feedback, anything like that, at Red Baron MTG on Twitter, I'm more than happy to interact with you all there. It's a great place to say hi, keep updates on when we're streaming, give me questions, give me comments, give me feedback, pretty much all kinds of things that you can do. So it is going to be awesome, and it's worth hitting that follow button both down here, up there, and on that account. You can also find me on Reddit under the exact same username of RedBaronMTG. And if you ever do want to just get in touch with me through Twitch, get in touch with me. Red Baron MTG is the Twitch account. You'll see me on some other streams around the area. So it's always a fun time, and I'm really excited about where we're going to go. But we're going to definitely try and get that Twitch partnership. That's our next best priority. Otherwise, Coleman out there looking for us to have another match here in round 4 of 4. Hopefully a game 2, game 3, something along that line. But otherwise, it's time to ask you all a super secret question. What is your favorite sideboard card in Pauper? Let me know, and I'd love to hear the answers. For me, I think that I am going to go with Hodor! Hodor, it's good to see you again. Thank you so much for being awesome and so dedicated to your character. I can certainly appreciate your capacity for just sticking with it. I think that's awesome. Gorilla Shaman from one person, I can certainly dig that one. Man. Other than that, I think that mine might be... Man, I guess I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure what mine would be. But I do really like, maybe Flare, yeah. I don't know. I kind of like Smash. But you stumbled on the stream searching for MTG streams. Power Blast is your favorite. Excellent. Good answer. I like Trickery. Always a good one. Relic. Awesome. Oresco's Sun Guide. Love it. Bottle Gnomes. Very cool. Prefer... Oh, Rapid Magus of the Moon. Actually, I do like that one. I'll hop on there with that one, occasionally. R. Austin, I did see you earlier on that one while you were asking it. Thank you so much for being able to join us here today. Hopefully you have enjoyed being able to come out and join for it. Looks like Hydro and Power Blast are pretty popular. One-Eyed Scarecrow, awesome. Raise is pretty popular too. I like Raise. That's a really cool one. Apostle's Blessing, awesome. One card, it's a main board one, but I really like that some mono-green Stompy decks run Vault Skirmish. I think that that's awesome. Crypt Incursion. Oh, that card's so good. Absolutely. The big problem with Pauper is that the sideboard is often half of the total cost of the deck. That's actually fairly true. That's an interesting point. Just thinking about it, I think that you're probably right that so many of the decks, most of their cost is in that sideboard. That's interesting. That is interesting. Huh. Stormbound Geist. That card is sweet, and just the Undying on it, fantastic. Electric Trickery versus Elves, the classic 10 for 1. Can get behind that one 100%. Oh man, I'm a big fan of red cards, so yeah, Electric Trickery, a really cool one. I'll be curious to see how that goes. I'm also really curious to see what ends up happening with Thermo Alchemist and burn lists. I haven't had the opportunity to test with it much yet because I was doing a lot of standard testing recently just to go to GP Portland after putting together our deck really quickly, but I like the idea of Thermo Alchemist and Burn. I'm not sure if I would take something out for it because I like most of the cards in there, but I would likely either take out Flame Rift for them or the Keldon Marauders and just keep it at 4 creatures, and in a format that's so spot removal heavy. But the other Mike, good to see you. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining in. It is towards the end. We're going to try and have another match happening here, and maybe even some exhibition matches if we just feel like getting saucy.
Saucy.
Beef, thank you so much for just joining. I look forward to it, and if you'd like, feel free to join us for our other both standard, modern, and legacy streams. If you do, I mean, maybe if you enjoy those formats as well, or maybe if you just enjoy the high level of interaction that we like doing here.
It's awesome.
So, what do we got?
Nothing.
Okay. Are people open to the idea of possibly doing some exhibition matches for us? Are having a good time?
I will see what I can do.
Okay.
But I think should actually be done with the round pretty quick.
Okay. Well, I imagine the round will be done, but if anybody's interested in just doing exhibition matches, I'm happy to stick around. I'm not sure if you are as well.
I'm going to actually have to leave in like 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. That's fair.
Yeah. That's what's kind of here for a round, unfortunately.
Well, when you head out and if you want to say, hey, anyone feel like doing an exhibition match?
I will do that.
I would not be opposed to it if people just feel like putting on a show.
If there's any, chat shout-outs.
Oh. Boom.
Yeah.
Boom.
Got him. I have a way with words.
Pretty much you do. So, I do like the idea of Thermo Alchemist. Playing with it during Standard made me really, really love the card.
I mean, it's also really good in Pauper.
Oh yeah, but the card's insane. Untapping with a Thermo Alchemist feels like you just can't lose.
Well, that's not the can't lose card in the Standard.
No, that's can't lose Sanitarium.
Yeah, but Thermo Alchemist is pretty close.
Absolutely it is. Oh man, I'm quite excited about this. Nonetheless, in the future, all kinds of cool things going to happen. Maybe some exhibition matches, but it looks like Drake is going to take down our first ever Pauper event. It seems kind of fitting.
Yeah, it's not that surprising to me.
It's not that surprising. The deck is, for all the ways that you have to answer it, it seems like the deck is pretty clearly the best one in a situation in which when you're trying to target Peregrine Drake, it's like the people who are gunning for it, they really get a good point and get up to being like 60% against it. But then they like lose to a good amount of the rest of the field. And it's like, if that's the point
Well,
you're trying to get to.
I think there are actually a couple decks that can beat Drake and have a good match against everything else. Like, the aggro decks are actually pretty against Drake.
That's true. I don't think that Affinity is too unfavored just because it can accelerate so fast and has access to
Yeah,
Fire
but
Blast.
I mean, like,
It's not
I
quick.
still would pick Drake probably every time. 'Cause,
Yeah.
like, you're still playing, like, Carapace Forger.
How about Burn?
Eh.
How about Goblins?
Oh, I pick Goblins I pick the tribal decks.
Okay,
Oh,
Goblins
in a
no, speed
heartbeat,
it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd actually probably... there actually is a Slivers deck in Pauper that
Yeah.
didn't show up today, which I was really hoping it would, but, like, that's actually really good.
I don't think that anyone played Affinity today, weirdly enough, and I'm a huge advocate for that deck.
Well, like, Eli would, but we were somewhere else.
Yeah, I know.
Hashtag blame Dylan.
Will do. Will do. Do I think that Drake will get banned? I'll be honest with you, maybe. But
I have to see more results. Personally, I would ban it, but I'm not going to be surprised one way or the other.
I don't put too much investment into talks about what's going or going to not be banned because I have no control over it. It's going to happen, and I'd much rather, like, if I think something's going to get banned, I'd rather just, like, figure out a way to make it to where it doesn't need to be by addressing it. Or if it's going to be, then that's fine. But I'm not, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not big into ban talks personally. I'm a big fan of like either finding solutions or just accepting that we don't actually have any control over it.
Yeah, that's just kind of how I'm rolling with it. I
Yep.
can talk about it, but like at the end of the day, I know it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but anytime that you start talking about it, it devolves into like a very...
Stagger Shock in that burn list.
That is a Stagger Shock in that
I
burn
haven't
list.
seen that card since what, like ROE limited.
It's just because of the rebound. It's three.
Okay.
Yeah,
I guess it's a trigger on Thermal Alchemist.
pretty much.
Weird.
Did anyone? Yeah, love to see Pop Wizmo. It is good to see it. Which deck is the most hated?
Well, you already know my answer.
Honestly, in Pauper, probably Drake.
At the moment, it's probably Drake.
Yeah.
Although, I think I would still pick Tron, just because Tron also can play the Drake combo.
That's true.
Probably
and Tron
better
has
than
been.
actually any other Drake combo.
Tron has been employing it. I honestly just think that the Fangren Marauder in Tron is the coolest thing. Alright, Stagger Shock has started seeing play since Alchemist came out. Yeah.
Although I really, really do not like the.
I don't like Stagger Shock. I wouldn't run it personally.
I don't. I'm not a fan of Boggles. In Pauper, just because it's like much harder to actually. I know Chainer's Edict is everywhere, and like that's fine.
Right.
There's a natural. There's also Innocent Blood.
Yep.
And there's a natural cycle of when Boggles becomes good, everyone keeps playing Chainer's Edicts.
Yep.
But like we're just on the swing of everyone's not playing Chainer's Edicts, so I just keep seeing Boggles everywhere.
I think, did you see an interesting bit of sideboard tech out of Aaron earlier today? Running Young
No.
Wolf. Because it survives 2 Chainer's Edicts.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool.
Yeah.
I loved it, but we got to see possibly one of the greatest comebacks that I've seen. Blue-Black Delver coming back at 1 life against like 4 creatures from the Boggles deck, chaining together edict after edict after edict after edict to finally stabilize at 1 life, and then
pretty
just
cool.
go to town with a Sultai Scavenger. It was incredible to watch. It was a phenomenal way to end that game 3.
I guess that's fair.
Yeah. Also, if you're online, Teachings. I think Teachings is one, because in Teachings,
Infect is worse online.
but as far as to play against, the deck that its main win condition is you running out of time before them.
Well, no, online it's still having Curse Justice.
Right.
But like, I agree, Teachings is miserable, but at the same time, like, Teachings is still a deck.
The point being is that usually if you're asking me what decks that I hate, you're not going to be too successful.
Yeah, like, you can already kind of figure out what decks I hate, how my sideboard games.
And I just don't hate anything.
Yeah.
Would you like a gummy worm?
I would love a gummy worm!
Hooray!
Ow.
You didn't dance. There you go. Uh-huh. We're just celebrating some Pauper here. Dancing in the... Oh, man, that took a devolving turn there.
Yeah, a little bit.
Seriously, but nonetheless, hopefully people enjoy a good and spontaneous dance party from us. Oh, goodness gracious. So, it looks like we may not have any more. That might just be the
I
case,
don't
but
think so.
nonetheless, I guess that means that we might just be close to calling it for the end of
I think
our
so.
stream.
Unfortunate, but yes.
First ever Pauper. Now, if anybody does have any questions, any comments, any
Devolving
feedback,
Wilds.
I'll be here for a little bit just to talk a little bit, and then we'll end up hosting it over to someone else, probably the Card Kingdom Legacy Preservation Series, just to help out some help out another Local stream.
Yeah, something like that.
But if you do have anything, I'm more than happy to answer any questions about this. Some of it I may not always have good answers to, such as like when are we going to stream Pauper next? I don't know, but I can tell you that the answer is going to be soon.
And I actually have to leave, unfortunately.
That's okay. You do you.
All right.
Have a fantastic day.
Bye.
Coleman's taking off. I'll be here for just a little bit longer. So,
Hashtag go Mariners.
nice. How do I feel about Red Black Reanimator? That sounds awesome. I actually haven't seen the list on Reddit. I'll have to take a look at that one. But I quite enjoy it. I like the idea of Reanimator. I think it's interesting that like your best target is Ulamog's Crusher, and I've also even seen some decks go for Gurmag Angler. But yeah, that's super awesome. Just have a couple of people play a casual game real quick. Just got here. I'll see what I can do. Alright. Hold on. I'm gonna just slightly take a look outside. I'll be right back to see if I can yell at someone to see if they can get a feature. Let's see here. Oh, we are? We're cutting to top 4, everybody. Yeah! Haha! Stick around because we're cutting to top 4. We just decided to, apparently we're deciding to do that one. We're doing a cut to top 4. It's going to be awesome, and that means that we have 2 more rounds to go. How exciting is that? Very exciting. I hope you are too. Be sure to stick around, tell your friends, tell everybody else. I'm going to tweet it out, but we have got more to go. Man, Link Clinic, I will one-up that. Man, new to Pauper, what's a good white-black deck that you should take a look at? A good white-black deck. Man, a good white-black deck. That's a tricky question. I guess you could go for like white tokens and do a black splash. You could go for Esper Familiars, but that hasn't been around in much for a long time. That's probably about as close as I can get to you for that one. Nonetheless, hey, Mamora, I will say that we are up 4 times a week.
So any requests for which half?
What are the 2 halves?
Got Blue-Black Teachings versus Blue-Black Delver.
Blue-Black Teachings versus Blue-Black Delver.
Or Drake versus Mono-Black Control.
The other one. First one.
Got it.
Blue-Black Teachings versus... Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Alright. There we go. We're going to definitely get... Looks like Blue-Black Teachings versus Blue-Black Delver. It's going to be Josh versus Dylan Falk. Should be pretty solid. Nuclear Warrior, that was Extort. Oh, that's true. Another blue-black-white deck. Check out Pauper Fox on YouTube. Apparently, they just recently did an Orzhov Extort deck for Pauper. Would be worth taking a look at. So, definitely a way to look about it that way. Teachings should be pretty sweet. I'm going to see what I... Oh, I didn't realize you guys were already there. Let me do some quick things and I'll let you know. Alright. So, we're going to have a cut to top 4. I see Josh there, and I see that he is going to be going up against Dylan. And we are going to have Blue-Black Teachings going up against... Blue, or basically Angler Delver. So, let's head on down, have a good time. It is time for, let's call it the semifinals. I'm excited about this. I hope you all are too. Let's check it out. Let's head on down and have a good time. Alright, so we are getting ready there. Angler Delver up against Blue-Black Teachings. Looks like Josh is actually not at 22 as I accidentally left up there. Okay. Man, this is just too much fun. I love this. I need to do this more often. That is clearly what we're learning here. Does Grixis Delver work in Pauper? Maybe, but the mana base gets really tricky. Dylan's starting off with a couple of Delvers of Secrets and Terramorphic Expanse, which is going to get him his black mana as needed. Okay. Otherwise, we have got these two, if they flip next turn, that's a tremendous amount of damage. Otherwise, Josh with 2 islands so far, not the most incredible start just because of the lack of the mana base that he is going to really need. However, what it does allow for him is Counterspell. It does allow him to cast Accumulated Knowledge if he does want to. It does allow him to cast Essence Scatter, Think Twice. Other things that we might see is, I guess, yeah, those strike me as the most common things. Maybe, yeah. But it looks like he is in a good spot. Even if he isn't flipping those, he's in a pretty solid spot, all things considered. Now, Josh is up to hit, does have his black mana online, continuing to just apply pressure. Dylan's still at 20 with plenty of mana available. But yeah, you were correct. Dylan is actually looking pretty solid as far as the potential here, and the Radiant Fountain going to put him up to 17. A flip here is going to be pretty important. So, looks like we are flipping it with... I actually don't recognize the art on that card. I'm missing which card that is. I want to say that it's... Exclude? Maybe it's Exclude. I don't know. Let me know which one that one is. I don't actually recognize that art. Sorry about that. But we will definitely get it up there. Oh, that's just the old school counterspell? That's original counterspell. Okay. Okay. That is an old school counterspell. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's a great thing to flip it off of here too. So, the consistency of 2-color decks is more of an asset than the 3rd color splash. That's probably true, and it's why a lot of those monocolored decks can be so fast, is that they don't have to spend a lot of time with tap lands. Okay. So, Josh with 5 mana available. I do see a Think Twice in that hand dropping down. And we've got a Mystical Teachings from Dylan. Beautiful. So it's a Mystical Teachings fight now. That's going to get hit by a counterspell from Josh, but Dylan gets to untap. Josh, losing a little bit, drops down yet another Delver, which is going to get hit by an Essence Scatter, but we're ready to fight over it. A counterspell going to take that one down, and this Delver is resolved against Josh. Now, Josh choosing to counter it means that he may not have the removal that he's looking for in hand, and it looks like he doesn't. Going to be able to go back up to 16, however, with this Radiant Fountain if he so chooses, but it looks like going for instead a Dismal Backwater by the look of it, or possibly just the tapped blue-black land at the moment. Man. Cubs fan, as a quick note, family friendly please, but otherwise we are going to be going for... Interesting. Can dig that. And that looks to be... What enchantment would that be? Because it's not Curse of the Bloody Tomb. I'm a little bit curious about what that is in the main board. That's got to be something a little bit unusual. I'm not used to there being something there. Huh. It's all good, Cubs fan. Just want to toss it out there. Otherwise, Insectile Aberration flipping. What's that card?
I showed you before.
Oh, that's the... okay. I know which that one is. That one is an expedition. It's Irune Expedition. Man, there we go. So, that is one of the quests. This is the Irune Expedition. Anytime that you play a land, he is going to put a counter, a quest counter on it, and he can basically remove 3 quest counters and sacrifice it to draw 2 cards. Has the Curse of the Bloody Tomb come down, that's going to start putting a clock on Dylan's game plan. That Curse of the Bloody Tomb, of course, enchant player at the beginning of their upkeep, they put the top 2 cards of their library into their graveyard. Retard, it's good to see you. Yes, we do have Stompy and Burn are both fairly competitive in Pauper, but definitely blue is a popular color. Oh, man, good call, R. Austin. Well done there. Whew. So, a Soul-Tie Scavenger and an Insectile Aberration bringing the noise against Josh, who is down to 7. This Curse of the Bloody Tomb, all well and good, but he really needs to answer the board that's been presented as of now. And looks like we are going for a murder on the Soul-Tie Scavenger. I like choosing that one, but it looks like a counterspell going to take it down. We're going to start a fight because a counterspell going to take that. But I like going for that Soul-Tie Scavenger over the Delver because that means that if he does draw an Evankar's Justice, he is able to kill it. Oh, man. There we go. Loving it. Your friend plays a red heroic deck? That sounds awesome. Swing for 3, knocking down to 4 in a really dangerous position. Dylan looking like he can take this one down. The Gurmag Angler, one of the namesakes of this deck, coming in, and we are going to see a fairly sizable 5-5 come down. Josh has got his work cut out for him to start really answering this board. So, we're going to flash back or think twice, draw a card here, and I'm going to take a quick bite of this. There we go. All right. We cut to top 4. Love it. Excited by a red deck? Of course I'm excited by a red deck. So we are going to cast yet another Think Twice, looking for an answer. We are at 6 life, buying ourselves a little bit of time, and I think Josh at this point is looking for something that's going to really answer this board well. His cap size wouldn't be a bad draw at this point, and the Curse of the Bloody Tomb is at least a clock. Fun fact, accumulated knowledge in teachings to Think Twice, both of them are in there. He actually runs... I think it's 2 Think Twice and 4 accumulated knowledge. Lava Dart in the heroic deck, that's awesome. I like Lava Dart a lot. 1 mana to deal 1 damage and then sacrifice a mountain to deal another. I can see how that'd be great because it's 2 triggers for only 1 mana and it doesn't actually kill your own creature. I like that a lot. Oh, man. I think Leatherback Baloth is uncommon, but Josh going down to 1 and he is in a tight spot. All it takes is Dylan to have a pretty sizable counterspell, anything like that, that can really handle this. But otherwise, that prismatic, not lens, prismatic talisman can be able to gain him at least some life, if nothing else. And we are going to go for a Mystical Teachings for 4 mana. Does Dylan want to allow this? It looks like he is. So, may not have the counter magic in hand, may not have the way to go for the reach. We are going to grab an Edict, take it down, and we do not want to deal with that one. Dylan now in a little bit of a tight... Pristine! Thank you so much, Pristine Talisman. There we go. Basically, tap to add 1 mana to your mana pool and gain a life. Otherwise, Dylan with a couple of disfigures, not very good, and we are casting our own Mystical Teachings, looking for something to do. I like this by Dylan. He's got plenty of mana, and we're going to grab a Brainstorm so we can draw 3, get rid of these 2 disfigures, and I think I saw an Evolving Wilds in hand as well, so he's even going to have the capability of shuffling those away. A great play by Dylan that's really going to... I mean, Dylan definitely more of a legacy player than anything else, really showing the power of Brainstorm when you combine it with some of these fetch lands. So, we're going to draw 3. We take a look at a Gurmag Angler, a Deprive. Both of those pretty solid choices here. Getting rid of the 2 disfigures. Do teaching decks run main deck Crypt Incursion anymore? I don't know if it's common, but they occasionally will do 1. They occasionally do 1. That's true, actually. Just the Bloody Tomb will actually get rid of those cards for him, so he doesn't even need... That's actually a really good point, Sliphorn, is that this Curse of the Bloody Tomb actually turns this Brainstorm into a really solid tool. So, we're going to cast that, take a look at the top. We get a Chainer's Edict as well, which is not exactly what we're looking for. Probably going to be putting that one on top as well. Looks to be getting rid of maybe a land and some of those other tools. Though, I expect a good amount of the removal to be going away here, and possibly going to try and put down this Gurmag Angler while the coast is clear from what you can see. Alright, so let's see what we end up getting. If he's got enough to actually go for this, he's going to gain a life, just passes the turn back, not dropping down this Gurmag Angler. So, Dylan, who is at 21 after gaining 1 life, Josh at a very dangerous 2, make that 3 with the potential to be 4, starting to crawl back into this game, passes it back to Dylan. Woo! There we go. Alright, we're going to fetch 4 an island, getting rid of those ones, and we are going to end up milling the top 2. I think you make a really reasonable point of letting those 2 get milled, and then the only problem is that you do want that land to be untapped if that's part of your game plan. But I like where your head's at, Sliphorn. Otherwise, we're taking a look at the graveyard, and we are going to head... Here's the Bloody Tomb. Gets rid of an Agony Warp, as well as a land. Okay. Agony Warp, of course, the blue-black. Target creature gets -3, -0 until end of turn. Target creature gets -0, -3. Not exactly what he needs. Oh, is that an Agony Warp? I think that's an Agony Warp. It looks like one to me. And I don't know of any other multicolored cards in that deck. Otherwise, the Gurmag Angler coming down. Looks like there's a Deprive from Josh, who is then Dylan responding with his own Deprive. Both players losing, picking up a land, and this Gurmag Angler is going to resolve. Now, Josh really looking for an Edict, looking for some kind of kill spell to answer this, otherwise he's likely going to gain a life, try and go for that. We might see Josh also go for a flashback of his mystical teachings, which I think he has available to him. So, we're going to pay the mana to flashback the mystical teachings, and what are we going to look for? Probably an Edict of sorts. But it looks like actually Dylan has the counterspell to prevent that. Josh is at the mercy of his top deck. Going up to 4 after activating that Pristine Talisman, draws into the Doomblade. Destroy target non-black creature against a Gurmag Angler. That is not what we're looking for. Josh in a tight spot after that one does have a Radiant Fountain to go back up to 6, and that's going to buy him a turn if nothing else. But it's not going to take a whole lot for Dylan playing into the Pestermite, and if this resolves, now that one can die to the Doomblade, however. Good to note. Going to activate that one. He's going to go up to 7, and a Doomblade is going to take down that Pestermite, at least giving it some sort of usefulness, getting that out of hand. So, we're going to mill 2, we're going to draw in, and we get... I wasn't able to quite see what we ended up drawing off of that, but a swing for 5, we're going to go down to 2, and if Josh doesn't draw into what he needs this next turn, he is in some trouble. Fantastic. Looks like we do have a paying... Oh, okay. So it looks like we are going to try and do some thinking twice of our own, drawing in, and I think we got another Gurmag Angler. Phenomenal hit there. 2 of these Gurmag Anglers, I don't think that Josh can answer. I just don't. I think that it would take... Does he have enough to double capsize? Nope, he doesn't have enough to double capsize. Oh no, he does. So maybe a double capsize is like his answer to this board. But otherwise, I think that Dylan just took a very spectacular Game 1 win. The fish getting in deep and really learning some lessons from this teachings deck. So, a pass back, we're going to mill 2, get rid of some lands, and we draw. I mean, it's a swing 2, and that should be the kill. We are, ooh, Evankar's Justice? Crypt Incursion! That's a Crypt Incursion. 3 creatures, we're going to gain 9 life, we're going to go up to 12, and then we're going to take 10. We're going to find ourselves at 2 life after this. Josh buys himself a turn, and we are looking for an answer. Draw, oh, and nothing doing. Dylan takes Game 1. That's the way it goes. Still a beautiful Crypt Incursion. Oh, looks like there is at least one in the main board. But it just wasn't enough. Turn him sideways, go to Game 2. A sweet Game 1 win for Dylan, just applying so much pressure early on, and Josh not having the capability to really handle how wide that board went, and Dylan's counter magic really well timed, really well placed to make sure that Josh wasn't able to find those answers. Making sure to save those counter spells for those mystical teachings, for those powerful toolbox effects, was definitely a great way to go about this. Whew, love it, absolutely love it. Look at that, we're back up to 134. We didn't realize that we were cutting to top 4. We lost some people, but hey, tell your friends. Get them back in here. It's always a good time. Whew, there we go. Also, if you haven't yet, be sure to check out our Pauper. It's on Reddit. It's definitely worth checking out. And, hey, Dylan. I think you may have shuffled his curse into your deck.
I did.
Okay. Did you... Oh, man. There we go. Also, yeah, if you do want to check that out, but I will say that we've got to cut to top 4. To top 4. Still more to go. Well, I put Goa. There we go. And we're just going to do a quick edit there, and we are going to get that going. Alright, seems to be a similar problem to Play Blue, aka Brainstorm. Interestingly enough, Brainstorm is actually the worst of the 3 1-mana cantrips in Pauper. Usually Ponder and Preordain are much more highly prioritized because there is not the same prevalence of fetch lands in this format. So, actually, you do have the same one just because of that, because of Counterspell, because of Gush, and, I mean, even Daze is definitely... Ooh! Bob the Dude! Thank you so much for donating. That is huge. Thank you so much. That's going to Dylan, which will then go to me, and we'll put that into doing other cool things with the stream. But thank you so much for your donation. That's really awesome of you. If you do want to help support the store, you can go to geekfortressgames.com, where we did recently set up an online store, working on updating it over time, and it's definitely worth checking out. If there's anything that you need, just put it on that wish list. We are still working on adding many cards to that online store, but it's definitely a lot of fun. You can check it out, and basically, since we don't make any actual money with this, we're way in the red, actually. But if you do want to support the stream in some sort of way, you can go to the website and you can purchase those cards, and while that goes to Dylan, the store owner, that is also a good way to support the stream, because it shows Dylan that there is value in this stream, because he has also not made any money off of this in any sort of actual quantitative way. So, R. Austin, have a good one. Thank you so much for coming by, and I look forward to seeing you next Friday. Serum Visions is the worst 1-mana cantrip. Fair enough. When compared to those 3, that's fair. Okay. So, is Burn a thing in Pauper? Yes. Link Clinic, Burn is very much a thing in Pauper. Bump in the Night is a common, but usually Burn tends to just be mono red, but yeah, you got Lightning Bolt, Chain Lightning, Rift Bolt, Flame Rift, you get Thermo Alchemist, and Keldon Marauders. Interestingly enough, Needle Drop is actually played and absolutely phenomenal in the deck. You get things like Curse of the Pierced Heart. Where is this shop? This shop is located in Snohomish, Washington, in the Pacific Northwest of the U.S. It is the shop called Geek Fortress. My name is TJ. I'm here about 20 to 5 hours a week here being the host. I do tend to have a variety of co-hosts with me. Today we are a bit short on them, however, but you can find us every Monday at 6:30 Pacific Time, streaming Standard. Every Wednesday and Saturday we stream Modern, Wednesdays at 7 and Saturdays at 6, and every Friday at 7:30 we stream Legacy. Looks like both players going to go up to 21 here after playing some life gain lands. There we go. It is good to see Ugly 817. So dropping down the Chairomorphic Expanse, a lot less going on there, but I do believe I say a counter spell there. Jace Player 77, it's good to see you. Thank you so much for joining. And looks like a Brainstorm at the end step in response to this, because we do have this fetch land available. Otherwise, a Pristine Talisman coming down, that's going to really help Josh just continually get this kind of reverse clock of 1 life per turn. And that's going to be a great way. Only a few thousand miles, that's true, but hey, if anybody of you ever find yourselves in the Washington area, definitely come by the shop, get in touch with me on Twitter, let me know that you'll be around, because I would love to meet you. We are going to be going to GPs in the future. I'll be at GP Dallas, and next year we'll be looking at going to about 5 to 6 GPs, maybe more if able, but I'm honestly not sure about that one. Alright, so we're going to fetch for an island. Dylan now shuffling away those cards that he was not looking for with the Brainstorm. Going to be untapping with a fairly decent start. The big problem is that he hasn't been able to apply pressure yet, which means that Josh can have a handful of answers, and he just needs to get him for a hit in the battlefield. So, you're from the Washington area, Washington, D.C. area. Oh, you got me. You got me. Whew. So, looks like Josh going to tap it to go up to 22 life, and an Evolving Wild's coming down from Dylan. Now, Josh, looks like a Think Twice at the end step. Josh missing, is Josh missing a land drop? Josh missing a land drop here. That is significant. We do have an Essence Scatter in hand, what appears to be a counterspell, lots of things, but when this deck operates so strongly off of its mana base and having a huge amount of mana, missing land drops is going to matter. Now, Josh has got a handful of answers. He's got Doomblade, I think an Edict. He's also got some counter magic in hand. Dylan's going to have a hard time getting anything established, but if he can continue casting more than one thing per turn and trying to fight through that, then he's going to be in a good position. Looks like a Delver of Secret's going to come down that Essence Scatter, likely going to be heading its way, using the Pristine Talisman to take it down. Yes, we are planning on going to Las Vegas currently. So, we're going to go up to 23 for that one. We're going to lose that Delver of Secrets. But yes, we are looking at going to Vegas. Not sure how many of the days. I'd like to go for all 4 days, however. Which means taking 6 days off of work. Okay. So, still some answers in Josh's hand, and Dylan just trying to get to a point of applying pressure. Both players missing land drops at this point. Josh with a negate in hand. I'll be curious to see how this plays out, because both players are working on very limited resources. Huh. Okay. I dig it. Whew. So, we get a mental note from Dylan. Put the top 2 cards of your library into your graveyard, draw a card, acting as a cantrip and really acts as fueling that delve ability. So, mental note, and looks like we are dropping down. I don't even know what that is. Fortnite Google. Oh, that's a Grim Harvest. Okay. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. I got it. Grim Harvest coming down, and that is going to get countered by the negate. He does have Flash or Recover. Recover. Whenever a creature is put into your graveyard from play, you can pay 3 to return that card from your graveyard to your hand. Counterspells are quite popular in Pauper. They're quite popular. Is there any way to make a Flash deck? Possibly. There's not a whole lot of common Flash, however, but you could probably do it. Looks like we're getting rid of a Pestermite and a Gurmag Angler. Mono Blue Delver actually does have access to Spellstarter Sprite. That's a really relevant thing. Otherwise, still not a whole lot happening from both players there. We do have another land, and Dylan ahead on land. With the Mystical Teachings in hand, he is going to be able to go for some kind of end-step manipulation against Josh. He also does have a Nile Spellbomb. Might be worth applying that one as a way to pressure and keep Josh from being able to flash back a Mystical Teachings or get back anything like a... It's just a good card overall. But a pass back there, he's going to drop down a... And we are up to a pretty high life total for Josh, who is up to 27 after this Pristine Talisman and this Radiant Fountain. Looks like at the end step we are going to go for Mystical Teachings. Phenomenal way to go about this, really forcing Josh to choose his resources. You tap out, now he has to get rid of his counterspell magic. You get to untap your lands, and now you get to go about your turn fairly uninhibited. Nice play. Good play by Dylan. I like that. He does also have a backup Mystical Teachings in hand, and he's going to be the one that, at least as it currently sits, is going to be the first one able to actually start flashing it back and start getting the value that way. I like this. I like this a lot. Looks like a Dazed going back as well as a land. We're going to drop down an island, and we do have access to yet another Mystical Teachings. Josh going to go up to 28. The big problem at this point is that Dylan doesn't yet have that way to apply pressure, but if he can ever get to a point in which he just has a Gurmag Angler and a way to protect it, then he is going to be in a really solid position. A Mystical Teaching at the end step, and it looks like this one might resolve. Nope. There's a counterspell and still a Deprive in Josh's hand as well. Daste, this is actually Pauper. It's good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you're having a great day. Let me know where you're watching from, but I kind of recognize your name. I feel like I've seen you here before, but nonetheless, thank you so much for joining. So, looks like we do have a counterspell going for that Essence Scatter, and at that Storm, oh, the Geist is coming down. So the Stormbound Geist does resolve. Fantastic. Good card. Survives Edicts, and that's really a big important part about it. The removal in this format is so good that if you can have a 2/2 with flying that has Undying, that's actually a really big sell for this. York, that is correct. This is our first time ever streaming Pauper here at Geek Fortress. Doing our best with it, currently in the semifinals, and we're going to keep trying to move forward with it. Hopefully we can do more of these in the future. I'm having a lot of fun with it. I'm really excited to be streaming Pauper for the first time. I also might lose my voice by the end of this. We'll see. And a Gush getting cast by Dylan. He's going to return those 2 islands to his hand. And let's see what we end up doing. Okay. What's the other semifinals match? It is Drake versus Mono Black Control. Hey, you are welcome. Hopefully this is, like, we have a new and growing and a little bit raw and a little bit unrefined list happening here, but as we go on, we're hoping to see more and more of this happening. I'd like to take looks at Mono Blue Daughterless to get an idea of what's going on with it. I like the idea of making a... Yeah, I think you would like that one. It does have a whole lot of options, tons of removal. Really great tempo deck. But I like Pauper. It's a lot of fun. Yes, Drake is in Paragon Drake. And a Duress getting cast here. Eternal Masters put the Paragon Drake at common. It only counts if it has ever been printed in Pauper, or at common if it ever has been. So we take a look and we end up taking the Edict by the look of it, and we are going to go for a Think Twice. All right, that is okay. But yeah, it was reprinted at a common in Eternal Masters. Krusty Fisherman, it's good to see you. Hope you're having a great day. Welcome to the Pauper stream, the first one that we have ever done here at Geek Fortress. I'm having a blast, hopefully doing the format some good justice, and trying to work my way through it. There we go. What are the odds that Teaching deck has Anglers in the board for Game 3? I believe it does, actually. I believe it does. Needs to have been on MTGO, though. Like CSN comments won't... Actually, they have said that there is going to be some cards from Conspiracy 2 on MTGO. They have actually stated that that's a possibility. And we have got a Mystical Teachings, but this is going to resolve. This Gurmag Angler and a Storm... This is good for Dylan. This is huge, actually. So we're going to think twice, and we are looking for a counterspell here. And I don't think that we got one. We got a Doomblade, which is able to at least knock that Stormbound Geist to up to a 3/3 after getting that... But overall, he's going to gain a life there. And Dylan starting to take the lead just by having these massive creatures that are a little bit difficult to remove. Doomblade not looking too good in this format. However, Josh continues to gain absurd amounts of life. He's up to 31. My goodness. Goblin Guide, it's good to see ya. So... Now you know it's the semifinals, so there actually is no time limit as it currently sits. So taking a look, Dylan really considering what he wants. I mean, Josh, I believe it's Josh's turn, debating how he wants to go about this turn. I think his main priority right now is to answer this Gurmag Angler, just because he's been getting so much life, but that Gurmag Angler turns it into a 6-turn clock along with the Stormbound Geist. When you combine the two of them together, it becomes even less. And suddenly you're looking at a 5-turn clock. But Josh, going for the main phase Mystical Teachings, hoping to dodge some counter magic from Dylan, keeping him from actually drawing any. Liam Cal, he's gaining life because of that Pristine Talisman down at the bottom of his mana base. He also does have those 2 Radiant Fountains. But Pristine Talisman, it's a 3-mana artifact that you can tap it to gain a colorless mana and gain 1 life. So, he's been doing this pretty much every single turn. Krusty Fisherman, we're using MTGO legality with the addition of Hymn to Turok, Sinkhole, High Tide, and Goblin Grenade. So, 13 cards banned in today's format. Looks like we're grabbing a murder, and that's going to be going for this Gurmag Angler, taking it down. Dylan losing at least that threat, but he does still have this Stormbound Geist, and it looks like he is buying back. Oh, buying back the Grim Harvest. Absolutely awesome. Grim Harvest, a pretty interesting card because of a keyword on it that has not been done very much. So, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand, but recover for a 3. When a creature is put into your graveyard from play, you can pay 3. If you do, return that card from your graveyard to your hand. Going to be able to get more there. Oh. So, we do not allow those cards. Those cards are banned in addition to the MTGO ban list. I don't know what you're talking about legalizing them. What? No, they are added onto the ban list. Merchant Scroll is not banned in this one. We considered it. It just wasn't deemed as super necessary because the deck hasn't been just dominating anything. How good is Evolving Wilds in this format? Just as good as Terramorphic Expanse. But yes, they are quite good. Most 2-color decks are running them. So, a Delver of Secrets comes down. But, yeah, it is the MTGO ban list with the addition. In addition to the ban list, you do not get Hymn to Talk, Sinkhole, High Tide, or Goblin Grenade, which were not legal on MTGO, but were printed at Common on paper. But we have added them to the ban list because they should be. Okay. So, looks like we do have... Not quite sure what I'm looking at from Josh's hand, but he is down to 30, which means that Dylan has at least been chipping away at that life total. A Delver flip here does reduce this clock by a pretty significant amount. Otherwise, a Brainstorm at the end step. Dylan, with not a whole lot of ways to actually get rid of the cards that he draws, I think at this point he's just looking and needs to be a little bit cautious about locking himself out. But he did keep an Edict in the deck. By the look of it, possibly didn't have enough to bring in. But I think he kept some number of them. And we are going to reveal this Thought Scour. And I like the way to use this to really make sure that this Delver flips. It is going to get Doombladed, however. So he is still stuck with that 2-turn clock, which is actually dealing 1 damage per turn because of this Pristine Talisman. This Pristine Talisman is just stretching this game out hugely. But, unlike MTGO, there is no time limit here. So, we're up to 31, and all it's going to take is Dylan landing out a particularly resilient threat, something along the line of, a Gurmag Angler is big. So, ends up going for the spell to take down the Doomblade. Yes, Gorilla Shaman is pretty dirt cheap in paper, however. I will say that Goblin Grenade isn't that abusive until you see it cast. That card's 1 mana, 5 damage is a lot. Especially when Goblins is already a really good deck. Okay. So. Hey, that's awesome. Thank you for the thoughts there. So. Yeah, Gorilla Shaman is not expensive. Otherwise, Josh untapping going into his turn. I'll be curious to see how he... he's got lots of time. That's the one thing, is that he's at 26 with taking 5. We got another Delver of Secrets out on the battlefield. Dylan's starting to go kind of wide here. Needs to be aware of the possibility of an Evankar's Justice is going to be really good. The only problem is that it's not worth holding back creatures, because no matter how you go about it, it's still going to be good. But looks like we are going for a Think Twice. We're trying to draw in. We get an Evolving Wilds, and Josh looking at a counterspell against this board, which is not excellent. Trying to think twice again, and we get what appears to be a Murder, but I may have not seen it correctly. Oh no, that's just a Swamp. Josh with a handful of land and a counterspell, so he can stop one thing that Dylan is trying to do. But, I believe Josh is running both Accumulated Knowledge and Think Twice, but I'm not entirely sure. So what kind of Pauper deck do you recommend for a player that likes things like Lingering Souls, Sidisi, Angler, cards like Bounding Crassus, things that I like to do? Your favorite card is Torrent. Actually, fun fact, if you go to Reddit r Pauper, you can go and type that. There's a sticky thread up there, which is just type what you like to play, and we'll recommend a Pauper deck to you based exactly on that one. So, if you want to go to that one, there's some people who know Pauper so much better than I do, who could provide you deep into like the really fringe decks that might be able to provide you some really cool ideas. Down to 21, and a Gurmag Angler joining the field. This counterspell is going to try and take it down, and if Dylan has a response to this, this is massive. So if Dylan has a counterspell, this is going to be incredible. Did that come in the mail?
You asked. That's on you.
Fantastic.
That's on you.
So, last Wednesday, a statement was put out by my co-host during Modern that if anybody sends a hat to the store in the mail, apparently I'll wear it on stream at least once. I've got a hat to wear on Monday. Fantastic. Whoever sent that, thank you so much. I apparently now have a squid hat. Bryce, if you're watching, you open these floodgates. Let's see how that goes. Oh my goodness. So, that is... Was that you? Thank you so much, Amber. That is fantastic. I'll be wearing that hat. Okay, so... Untapping now. If we do flip this, that's going to be a huge amount of pressure. Nonetheless, we are still swinging for a total of 6. And, going to be taking it down to 17. Josh having such a problematic time. And all this time, Dylan is applying a great pressure, and he gets to keep drawing cards. And that is a great way at stocking up a way to protect these threats. Another Gurmag Angler, and at a certain point, Josh runs out of these counter spells and has so few ways to handle this Gurmag Angler. Edict's not super effective because there's so many creatures out. Doomblade, not very good. You run Murder, that's fine, and that's going to be well and good, but you need to find it. You've already gotten one of them off of your Mystical Teachings, and you gotta really hope to run into this stuff. And if we see Dylan drop down this Nile Spellbomb, that's really hating out the fact that Josh can't really use Mystical Teachings or think twice in this way to really reoccur his value cards. Oh, man. To Zeddy, if anybody could provide assistance, a website where you can find a deck. I'm not sure what you mean by find a deck. If someone could provide a link to either MTG Goldfish, MTG Tapped Out, pretty much anything like that, yeah, you're more than welcome to toss in some thoughts there. So, whoever wants to do that first, you are more than welcome to post a link for Zeldy 18. And thank you so much for joining, Zeldy. Holiday, how much would Tortured Existence Dredge work in Pauper? I don't entirely know. It might be kind of awesome, though. So, we are going to go for an Evenkar's Justice, and we are trying to sweep this board. We're re-buying back the Grim Harvest, and this Evenkar's Justice is just not going to go the direction that you're looking it to. It takes down both of those Delver of Secrets. Personally, I prefer Spellbomb, but in a deck like Dylan's that really wants to have his graveyard, I prefer Relic. Spellbomb is better if you want your own graveyard to be preserved. Oh my goodness. GKWA6, just go to MTG Goldfish and look at the Pauper metagame. This will be the blue-black Angler Delver. Okay. Sorry, Zeldy, I will try to slow it down just a little bit. That is my bad, and I will bring it down a little bit. So, Gurmag Angler and the Stormbound Geist now up to 3 power, a Grim Harvest available for Dylan to re-buy back these cards, and he can mostly just use this to save it for his Gurmag Angler, which is continuing to deal just tremendous damage to Josh, who was at 11 after being at a lofty 33 at the beginning of this, or I guess in the middle of this game. My goodness. Otherwise, the Mystical Teachings from Dylan, Josh just not having the options to actually affect this. Dylan gets to pick what he wants, grabbing a counterspell so that he can protect whatever it is that he wants to. He is going to keep swinging in for 8. He's got a 2-turn clock and a counterspell to protect whatever it is that Josh can draw to try and answer this. Dylan looking like he's going to be taking this game into... That's going to be a pretty strong win. The top 8, we actually only cut to top 4, but the top 4 were Blue-Black Teachings, Angler Delver, Blue-Red Peregrine Drake, and Mono-Black Control. Lots of blue and black. Okay. The Teachings is somewhat... I think that Mystical Teachings is not unheard of. Sometimes a one-of, but it is one of Dylan's favorite cards. Like, absolutely. It is one of his absolute favorite cards in the game. I think if he had the opportunity to run one, he just decided to run more. But it's been run like as a 1 or 2 of in some of these Delver decks before, to my knowledge. Oh, this is awesome. Best colors in Pauper. I mean, in Pauper, I will agree with you. Absolutely true. So, I mean, what can Josh do to actually get out of this? Because he's at 3. Evenkar's Justice is no longer an answer. I mean, he's got a massive amount of mana, but just can't actually line anything up. I think that Dylan's got this entire game just locked up at this point. You've got the Nile Spellbomb to help protect against any kind of flashback stuff. Yeah, I just can't picture the win going anywhere else. I think that Dylan is moving into the finals. What's the high tide rule here? It is not legal. That's the rule. MTGO ban list. No high tide. No Hymn to Turok. No Sinkhole. No Goblin Grenade. Million Little, it is good to see ya. So, we have got, I mean, you might as well. Casting Evankar's Justice, using the Pristine Talisman to do it, going down to 2, and we might just see him try and cast it again. He's going to cast it again and kill himself that way. At least going out on his own terms. Merchant Scroll is legal. Merchant Scroll is legal in this format. If it ever becomes a problem, we can reassess that. But... but personally, I think that it's fine as it currently sits. So, there goes that game. That was fun. That was a lot of fun. So, let's go ahead and head back up to the booth. Now, we should be either getting the whatever is left of the semifinals, or we should be having the finals come up soon. So stick with us. There is still at least one more round to go after our cut to top 4. First ever Pauper tournament here at Geek Fortress, and my hope is the first of many. I'll see you up there. Hello, and thank you so much for joining. I'm going to find something out really quick. Hey, Josh, how's the other semifinals match going? Still going? If they're still not on Game 3 yet, would you be able to see if they'd be willing to? Thank you. Poteet, I believe I just saw your name. Thank you so much for hitting that follow button. Poteet MTG, thank you. It's awesome having you. You are a rock star. If you haven't yet, be sure to hit that follow button. You can find it either up in that area or down here if you are on the desktop. It's worth hitting it. We stream regularly 4 times a week, every Monday at 6:30 Pacific time. It's currently 4:17 Pacific time here in Snohomish, Washington at a shop called Geek Fortress. But you can join us every 6:30 on Mondays for Standard. You can join us for Modern Wednesdays at 7 and Saturdays at 6. And you can join us every Friday at 7:30 for Legacy. So, Standard Mondays, Modern Wednesdays and Saturdays, and Legacy Fridays. Albino Lion, it's good to see you. Who's still in? We're going to have Dylan Falk on Blue, Black, or Angler Delver going up against the winner of either Peregrine Drake or Mono Black Control. It's likely going to be Peregrine Drake, would be my assumption. Nomura, have a fantastic evening. Gibuism, so if you send a hat, you'll wear it on stream. If you let me know who it is that sent it, sure, but all hats must be family friendly and stream appropriate. I will not wear a hat if it is just going to make for a bad stream. That's the rule. And we'll see how that goes. And if it becomes a problem, then we'll reassess that policy. But Bryce decided to say it on the internet, and seeing as it's been put on the internet, I guess I gotta roll with it. Anytime tried testing Ashiok in Modern. I actually did test Ashiok in a Modern Tesserator for a good while. Thermo Alchemist is so good. Oh man. Alright, the Gatherers, have a good evening. I hope that it's a lot of fun, and enjoy those Sunlancers that you seem to enjoy so very much. But I'm excited. This is the first hat that we've received as far as the send me a hat and I'll wear it. Apparently I'm going to have a squid on my head. It should be a pretty fun one. I wonder, does it show up as red up there? Yeah, it will, so the green won't show up super well. But that, oh, Sun Guides, my bad. My bad. Sorry about that. But, can we please post the lists on Magic TCG? Most likely I would put it onto the R Pauper one. We don't really have all the lists, however. We don't actually have any deck lists for any of these players. I can ask them to get them to me, but it's pretty, like... Anytime that we're chasing down deck lists, it ends up costing me several hours out of the week, in which I'm already working 40 hours a week, which is probably closer to 45. In addition to, just once I do like night meetings and stuff, in addition to this, which I'm doing 20 hours a week, and chasing them down is difficult. Right now, I've dropped down getting deck lists to a bit of a lower priority, at least for the meantime. I'd love to get back up to that point. But most of these lists are fairly well established. They can be found on MTG Goldfish, at least a fairly stock version at the moment. Let's see here. I completely agree, Grandma. I would love to put them there in the future, and I think it's more just I would need to find someone who is dedicated to the ability to basically just track down those deck lists, put them online, and do the uploading on them. But it takes significantly more time than you'd expect once you start tracking them down, trying to follow up with people, make sure that you can do the data input, get it onto our tab data account, and then post it in the various places that you need to do. It ends up just adding a lot of time. And I'm not saying that like I don't want to be there, because I want to be there and I want to be posting as many of those as I can. But right now we've got a lot of projects coming down the line that we'd love to do and make really cool. And so for the time being, we've decided to kind of prioritize trying to get these other things into this really cool product of a stream, and then refocus on getting those deck lists later. But that's at least what I'd like to do. I would love to get back to that point one day. But that's just kind of the point that I'm at the moment. So I couldn't tell you that one. I couldn't tell you there. But nonetheless, I'm pretty excited, and my hope is to start getting more Pauper streams here in the future. And I'm getting a little knock on the door.
They're in game 3.
Okay, thank you very much. But we should have the finals up soon. So, the finals will be coming up soon. It will be the winner of either Mono Black Control or Peregrine Drake going up against Dylan Falk on Blue Black Angler Delver. Should be pretty good. Pretty good. And it looks like we might have two people that know each other in the chat. Nuclear War, yeah, there were a couple unique decks, and if I could, I would get those ones. I did tweet out David's deck list at Red Baron MTG. You can find the green-red Madness deck that we had. That one was actually pretty cool, and it's worth in a little bit on the unique side. But other than that, yeah, unfortunately we are a bit shy at the moment. And as a quick note, thank you so much to all the people who have commented on that stream. It's phenomenal to see all of you giving that positive reinforcement out there. That is just phenomenal. So thank you. I'm really excited about that. Thank you, everybody. All right, how many people do we get on average? Are you talking about are you asking me, or are you asking the real Viceroy? I'm not entirely sure. But this is our first ever Pauper one. I think we got 10. For starting off in a very growing community, I think I'm okay with that. We also had a good amount of people. I think there was at least 6 that I could probably name off that play Pauper and weren't able to make it out today, which means that we can start developing this Pauper community more. And I'd like to see eventually us get to a point of having a frequent and possibly a weekly Pauper tournament. And if I can get to that point, I might look into possibly getting some backups and some of the co-hosts to maybe take over the standard stream, or one of them, and start doing the Pauper one instead, or potentially finding people to cover the Pauper stream, because if we can do it, I do like it. FWTSW, you just got back from Pokemon hunting. Well, I hope you had a good time. We are currently waiting for the finals. The finals should be coming soon. I wonder if I have something that says that. Hold on. I see top 8 soon. That's not quite what we're looking for here. I'm just going to put finals there, and you know, we'll kind of roll with it. We'll go with it. Epic play-by-play. Thank you, Eldrazi for life. I do my best, especially when I'm just doing the solo casting. I try and do a mix between the play-by-play and the color commentary, and the fact that interacting with all of you in this area is 100% the best thing about this entire stream, in my opinion. So I do work on that. If the balance ever starts tipping in the wrong direction, definitely give me that feedback, because improving the stream for you is like the #1 goal. It's all about putting on a good show for all of you. So thank you so much for being a part of this. If you haven't yet, hit that follow button. And I'm always looking to improve my commentary. We've been doing this for about 10 months. 10 months. We started last October, and I am just amazed by how well this has gone, and just how supportive and amazing this community has been. So thank you to all of you for being a part of it, and being just such a massive source of encouragement and motivation. Now you want to learn Pauper? I highly recommend it. You can buy a good competitive deck for between $20 to $40 in paper, sometimes even, mostly even less on MTGO. Your most expensive pieces will be in the sideboard, and you can look at, I mean, even the most expensive deck in the format ends up rounding out at like $70 from like Burn. Jay Berdeezy, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's awesome having you here. Let me know how you found this stream. Also let us know where you're watching from and what you like to play in Magic. But yeah, the format's fantastic. You can build a lot of decks, and the power level is fantastic, but it feels fair. There's nothing that really feels wildly unfair. The community is excellent. You can go over to our Pauper on Reddit. It's a fantastic source for information about the Pauper format. Really an excellent place to go and check it out. I would it's my favorite place to go and find Pauper information other than finding deck lists on Goldfish. So it's currently probably the authority on the Pauper format as far as like places to go. Some people may argue with me, and that's because they may know better than I do. Paul Walk, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's awesome having you, and thank you. I've been seeing you in the chat a little bit, and hitting that follow button is just wonderfully kind of you, and I look forward to seeing you more in the future. Man, I love doing this. This is exciting, and I can't wait for this finals, though I might have another little snack just so that I can make sure that I'm capable of making it all the way through. Also, there's a decent chance that I'm going to lose my voice. But that's okay. I don't have the next stream until tomorrow at 6:30 in the afternoon for Standard. So, should be an excellent time. Sorry about that. Had to just get a little bit of hydration going on. It's going to be a good old-fashioned time. Lots of proper paper popper happening here at Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington, where you can now support this store in a monetary fashion if you choose. While we may have been denied for the Twitch partnership, that's not going to stop us from pushing forward. You can go to geekfortressgames.com for at least, some of your Magic needs. But if you want to go to that website, I'm going to go ahead and toss it in there. You can check it out. It's a solid place, and we just very recently put it together, which means, and when I say we, I mean Dylan. Dylan recently put it together. Put down some money, made it happen, and still working on applying a lot of those cards onto the website. But if there's anything that you need, definitely check out that website. Help out that stream however you can. That money does go to Dylan, but it supports the stream hugely because it shows that there is a monetary value to this stream. And I can't stress this enough, that while Dylan has been absolutely incredible about this, supporting this stream, at a certain point, this stream has done nothing but lose money. Which I'm not complaining about. Don't worry. Like, that's fine. We love doing this. I'm doing this because I love it. But currently we don't make money. We volunteer all this time, and I'm again happy with that. But if we can get to a point, one, it just helps like us continually make upgrades. It helps us put it into effect cool ideas. But also it just helps show Dylan that there is a reason to let me take up this supply closet, which used to be a supply closet, 4 times a week and make it functionally unusable. And also just set up a bunch of equipment in his store and things like that. So if you do have any needs, be sure to check them out there. Alright, and Grandma, what are you going to build? I'm not entirely sure what you're asking there. Wonder what Pauper would look like with Mythics allowed. Seems like most of the cards that differentiate Pauper. There's some pretty crazy Mythics, actually. Let's see. Pittsburgh here. Very nice. Fun fact, I am a big Steelers fan. I was raised a Steelers fan. My dad was born in the Pittsburgh area, and I live in Washington, which is a pretty difficult place to be a Steelers fan. But nonetheless, I am welcome from Pittsburgh. You help run Paper Pauper events in town. That's awesome. Thank you so much, and I'm glad that you are enjoying the stream. The Real Viceroy, how do you feel about Daniel from Brazil? Have a good day. How do I feel about the format right now? I think it's in a good spot. Peregrine Drake might be a problem, but it doesn't feel like it's too big of one yet. And if so, it'll be addressed relatively soon. I'm okay with them being hesitant to ban it so immediately and see how the format shakes up. Overall, I think that Pauper's in a good spot. I think that the format has always and historically been very blue heavy. And that's just the way that it goes when you start dipping into these eternal formats. But especially, it's just, I think that Cloud Affairs getting banned did help that out somewhat. Let's see here. We should stream EDH. So there's a couple problems. People do bring that up a lot. Honestly, like, I honestly think that streaming EDH would be awful. In many, many ways. And I'd love to get to the point of trying it, but streaming EDH would be extremely difficult. One, it's a multiplayer format, and we only have a camera set up for 2 people. EDH decks wild very wildly, which means that I wouldn't be able to provide good commentary as far as what might be in the deck and what they might be playing towards. There's also so much politics in the format that it's ridiculous. Like we can't mic up that table. So we would have no idea what's actually happening as far as the dialogue, and more than anything else, Commander in EDH is an extremely, extremely vocal format, and French has many of the same issues, as far as the variety of cards and not having any actually like well-formed thing. It's usually just them going to a combo, which isn't super exciting. Nonetheless.
You are going to have Dylan versus Daniel for the finals.
Dylan versus Daniel, who is on Drake.
I don't
Correct?
know if
I believe Daniel's on Drake.
can poke around, but they know that they're heading that way.
Okay. Thank you very much. So it looks like we're gonna have Daniel versus Dylan, the battle of the D's. All right, and it looks like we have got Dylan on that side. So let's go ahead and add that one in. Now that being said, I would like to try streaming EDH one day, and I'm sure I can try getting to that point eventually. Hold on, let me see here. Hey Daniel, remind me of your last name. Thank you. Perfect. Okay, so it is Angler Delver versus Blue Red Drake, which is a pretty popular card. Alright, Tiny Leaders, it pretty much died out. We picked it up right when it was first announced, and it just has since died out. My favorite format to stream is probably Modern. It's the one I have the deepest vein of like knowledge to draw on. That being said, I like streaming basically all of them. I just get excited. Magic is fun. I love watching Magic happen. And just I get really excited. You'll definitely notice that the more that this goes, and I just absolutely love it. See, Link Clinic, I have no actual access to MTGO. My internet outside of this stream is a mobile hotspot with a data cap, unfortunately. But I'll be moving soon, possibly getting to a place with better internet. Should be better internet. At that point, I might start turning MTGO on the off days. But nonetheless, we will see. And let's go ahead and head on down for our finals. Blue Red Drake versus Angler Delver. We'll see you there. Alright, so we're getting ready here. Dylan gonna have to really go with a big tempo game plan. Man. Not sure what you mean by restriction there, Krovos, but would ya? Nonetheless. It's a fun word. Isn't banning the ultimate restriction? I suppose. I'm not entirely... Let's see. Be like, this card usually causes some politics, usually because some people want X and some people want Y, and it looks like everyone here wants Y. That's true. That's true. But it would be really difficult to stream EDH. That's just as it sits currently. If I could ever get to a point that isn't the case, then maybe. But otherwise, we're going to get a mental note from Dylan, who is then going to drop into a brainstorm. Daniel just starting off with a tapped land. Otherwise, an MTG. So I guess let me know, because I'm debating whether or not I actually want to stream it at all. But would people be interested in a TJ MTGO stream if it was much similar in the idea that I don't really have much dead space and I just talk most of the time? If that's something that people would be interested in, then I'd be happy to look into it and start buying all the equipment to do that. So, a preordained from Daniel, taking a look. He's going to scry 2, put 1 on the bottom, 1 on top, likes the card that he sees, not able to see quite what it is at the moment. Ooh, and he sides it back into the back of the hand. Daniel being very, very secretive with his hand. I like it. Okay. So, what's only in paper? Conspiracy? Are we talking about conspiracy? I don't know. Not quite sure what we're talking. Oh, the new conspiracy commons. Wizards has said that there will be some kind of accommodation for it. It is only in paper as far as the printing, but they have said that they will be making some sort of accommodations or decision regarding the cards for online play, so that they can protect, because some of these cards might end up being like legacy cards, and so you don't want a format in which they are legal in legacy but not legal. Legal in legacy paper, but not legal in legacy online. That gets to a really dangerous place as far as splitting your formats, so they're going to have to make some kind of accommodations. And it looks like some people would watch it. Interesting. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. The Pestromite is an unusual choice, and it's not at all common. Probably just going for the tempo piece of it. However, Daniel dropping down a Flame Slash, pretty common to be running a couple of these because they just can take down just about anything. And going for it. Exactly, K-Marky. Dak Faden is a great example of that. Okay. So, a mental note, getting cast, targeting himself. We get a Delver, a land to the graveyard, and we draw into, quite wasn't able to see what it was. Alright, so, maybe there might be a Vintage Masters. Thanks everybody for the positive, like for just that idea that you would at least be interested. I would like to do it. I think it'd be a lot of fun, and it would give me an opportunity to actually play the game because I've played in like 8 sanctioned events since we started this in October. Okay, so, ooh, look at the basic from Daniel there. That is glorious. So a Seagate Oracle going to come down. Fantastic card, does cool things, and it is going to allow him to look at the top 2 cards library, one in your hand and the other one on the bottom of your library. Otherwise, we're just seeing Daniel keep digging to this combo, trying to set up a board state, and Dylan trying to get to a point of actually applying enough pressure to maybe force Daniel to go for it sooner than he's prepared for, and then Dylan can capitalize on that with a good amount of his permission. He has plenty of counter spells in the deck. If he can really fight against this Drake combo that way, a Ghostly Flicker. Thank you. Good eyes. Good eyes. The Seagate grabbing a Ghostly Flicker. So that option, phenomenal way. I mean, one of the key cards of this deck. And it looks like we are going to be taking that one down. So, we're going to take that down with a Ghastly Demise. Destroy target non-black creature if its toughness is less than or equal to the number of cards in your graveyard for just a single black mana. Fantastic way to get rid of the Seagate Oracle and keep some of that value from happening. It also clears out the way to where you no longer have a blocker to get through, knocking him down to 14. Alright. Ooh, that'd be awesome. That would be awesome. The Seagate Oracle, I'm sorry, I just now saw that question to Rufus. The Seagate Oracle is a 1/3, actually. I can find out the Island Edition, Daniel from Brazil. Thanks, FW, I'm not sure if I'm that good, but maybe one day. Alright, so we are going to take down that Perilous Research. Daniel not able to get a whole lot going. He's about to be at 9 under a huge amount of pressure and missing land drops. And that is big. And a deck that is trying to get enough land to start untapping it and drop in these, in a deck that even runs those bounce lands and often is able to replay those ones. That is definitely interesting. Krovos, thank you so much. I'm also thrilled that the professor tweeted about it. I'm going to have to thank him in person. It was absolutely so kind. But yeah, I'm glad that you all found us. If you did, Pauper's such a phenomenal format, and I'd love to see it continue to come about. Alright. Sinetri, awesome. Good luck with that one. Let me know if you ever do start streaming. I'd love to come in and check it out. Alright, so that is yes. I would be streaming on mine, which would be Red Baron MTG, but basically we would end up just kind of making this network of different streams connected with the store and trying to do it that way. Albino Bear has got it correctly, but this stream will almost definitely stay paper. Because we like paper. We like paper magic here. Mickey B17, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's good to have you. I hope you're having a good time. And yeah, let me know where you're watching from. Let me know how you found us. That's an important one. And what you like to play in Pauper. So are we going to see an Angler Delver take down the Drake Menace? Knocking him down to 4 in this game 1. The real Viceroy, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. What options do we have? Daniel is in trouble. You found me on Reddit. Thank you so much. Krovos4 S4G or Krovos 4G, thank you so much. A counterspell taking down Daniel's gameplay. And Dylan taking a commanding game 1. Phenomenal start there. Whew. Absolutely love it. Thrilled about it nonetheless. I don't know why I said nonetheless there. Oh yeah, it's because the other person said nonetheless, TJ 2016. I'm loving this. You found it browsing Twitch for a stream to watch? Absolutely wonderful. As always, if you did find us from Reddit, always feel free to jump in there, toss in a comment if you'd like. Any feedback is good feedback, constructive criticism, things we can improve, things we're doing right. Comments, questions, everything is always hugely appreciated. The communication and the interaction with all of you is the reason why we do this stream. Wish that Paper Pauper a little more. Yep, I would like that eventually, Krusty Fisherman. I would absolutely agree. Alright, and actually, is he running? That's awesome. That's true. Eternal Masters did definitely help out. That is true. That is awesome. So if Daniel sideboards into a Thermo Alchemist, he becomes this weird, like, tempo, kind of burn deck. That's awesome. That's very cool. Yeah, we have all of our paper events going forward are currently going to have Hymn to Turok, High Tide, Sinkhole, and Goblin Grenade banned in addition to the MTGO ban list. For those of you unaware, the rule is that if I eat anything on stream, I have to dance while doing it. So, Daniel gonna be on the play. This Drake deck is really solid. If he can find a way to curve out much more efficiently, I think he spent a lot of his game there just trying to get himself set up to even have a game plan. Missing those land drops was really key. He started going off decently well, using that Seagate Oracle, but then Dylan going for the removal on that one really efficiently, also having so many counterspells to disrupt that, was just fantastic. Okay, we should all let those cards into Pauper once. I'm sure people have. But maybe. We can test them. Him would be played in mono black control pretty solidly. Him to Turok and Sinkhole would be very good in mono black control, I think. Also, yeah, they're pretty miserable to play against. Okay. So, let's see, what do we got here? Yeah. I do like the ban list that Card Kingdom came up with. No ban list Pauper? Love it. Alright. Man, that was not my best dance move. That was not good. So, Daniel gonna kick it off. I guess him, like, saying that him doesn't do much feels really anecdotal. I mean, I don't know the size of your events. I really don't. And I also don't know, like, but I will say that Pauper tends to exist as a fairly, not casual format, but it's not a hyper-competitive format. Just because you have, like, this capacity that, like, pros aren't looking at it. So you don't have this, like, super revision of deck list to perfection by them spending 2 weeks just looking at the list and revising it. And so without it having that huge spotlight, there's a lot of things, and with those cards being legal, it's just possible that people didn't figure out the best way to utilize it in that time. So Daniel going to be kicking it off. Looks like both players like in their hand. We're starting off with a Mountain from Daniel. Plenty of blue left in the hand, however. And it looks like a Ponder, really solid. I do see that we also have a Brainstorm in Dylan's hand. A little bit surprised that we didn't go for something like saving it, possibly trying to set it up earlier, but Brainstorm into a Ponder is okay from the perspective of if you really need to shuffle it away. It's still not excellent, though. Mostly you just want to have like an Evolving Wilds, Terramorphic Expanse, anything like that. Or one of your ways that actually mills too. That way you can get rid of them. Okay. Krusty Fisherman, it has happened. There have been decks like this, and they have been awesome. They're pretty sweet. It basically is like an Alchemist burn, or an Alchemist Storm. But yeah, there have been people playing with it just a little bit. Alright, and that card not going to stick around too long. It's going to quickly find its way pretty much off the table. Looks to be an old school Firebolt from the look of it. I believe so. I believe so. Could be wrong. Let me know. Otherwise, dropping in a Brainstorm. We are going to do a little bit more drawing here. We're going to put 2 on top. Possibly has something like the what's the name of it? The Mental Note or the Thought Scour as a way to get around that. Albino Bear coming in with the Banhammer. It is a Firebolt. Excellent. Old school art for Firebolt. Can dig it. Alright. So we do have a Pyroblast now in hand. We do have the Seagate Oracle tapped out at the moment, which means that if Dylan wants to go for it, that is going to go down. Daniel, while he does have the Pyroblast, not able to protect it there. Could be looking to protect that as he gets farther into the combo, but does have the Lightning Bolts in hand. And this Stormbound Geist is going to be an excellent tool here. It's a 2/2 for 3 that has... Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't dance. Sorry, call me. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Yeah, there we go. Got it. 2/2 for 3 can only block creatures with flying, but has Undying, so it can become a 3/3 if people try to remove it. It's a great way of getting around decks that have a lot of spot removal. It also gets around Edicts really well, because if they do spend any of those, then you're actually just creating it stronger. It's able to survive multiple pieces of removal, and it goes over the top of any of those creatures on the ground. A Brainstorm from Dylan, Daniel deciding if he wants to allow that. That's pretty fantastic, Steven. I'll give it that. Oh, that is awesome. So, a Dispel, fighting over it, so a Dispel into a Pyroblast. And it looks like that is this Brainstorm not going to revolve. If I'm Dylan, I'm not too worried about that. If that is how Daniel's going to spend 2 of his mana, I'm not super concerned about it. I've still got I'm the one who's applying pressure. He is not, and that means that those counterspells that would protect his combo otherwise are no longer available. Then again, an Archaeomancer can come down and just rebuy what you need. That's always good. Gets back the Pyroblast because of its ability to both destroy things and counter spells, and will take down almost everything in Dylan's deck that he is actually concerned about. Okay. So, knocks him down to 16. Daniel heads into his turn. Now we do have a Mnemonic Wall in hand. Could see him trying to go for that one, and the ability to protect it with double Pyroblast. Wow. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. We also do have an Archaeomancer. That's going to get countered. Daniel stocking up on some of these counterspells. Still has this 2/2 to apply pressure with. Going to knock him down to 14. And looks to be nothing else. Dylan having a lot of trouble with hitting that black mana that he has got so much access to at the moment. And a Preordain from Daniel. Looks like he's going to be looking to drop this Mnemonic Wall and then keep up 1 Pyroblast as a potential counter spell. Where is Geek Fortress? We are streaming out of Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington, in the Pacific Northwest of the U.S. Thank you so much for joining. If you are just joining us, my name is TJ. I'm your host pretty much every time that we do this, with some variation occasionally, but often have a co-host. Today I do not, and we are streaming our first ever Pauper tournament. So, looks like a Firebolt going to be taking that down. It is going to get the +1/+1 counter, and a Lightning Bolt going to take it down. So not using that Mnemonic Wall just yet. Working better at just disabling what it is that Dylan is trying to piece together. And he's going to drop down an island, go for a Thought Scour himself, and if he ends up finding that black source, that is going to give him access to a whole lot of Edicts if he is able to get into that black mana source. But instead we are going to go for a Mental Note, mill 2, and then draw a card. Those are the sources that we needed, but we may have just gotten it here, and instead just a pass back. The finals timer, I guess, here, hold on. I can just get that out of there. Fixed. Got it. Got it. Fun fact, Monarch does exist in all formats. It will not only work in Casual or Conspiracy. It works in Legacy, it works in Pauper, it works in Commander, it works in quite literally everything. No, he cast the wall for 5 mana. To my knowledge. What? To my knowledge, he paid the full 5 for it. Yep, the Monarch is not exclusive at all to just Conspiracy and Casual. Alright, so we do finally have a black source. We do have some Edicts, and he's going to be able to start taking those down. Looks like another Stormbound Geist coming down, though Daniel is at a position to where if he wants to, he can win. That is where we're at. Yeah, it is. It's not broken because like other people can get it then, and all the cards that it's on are pretty expensive. I haven't seen any of the cards that just strike me as Legacy or even Pauper playable yet. I'm hoping to see some as we go forward. Full spoiler tomorrow. Oh, gotcha. Sorry about that. Connor OD on Team Dylan. That is perfectly reasonable. Good to see you, Connor. Thank you so much for joining. Alright. So, a swing for two coming in over the air. On Dylan's side, that is a Mnemonic Wall alongside an Archaeomancer. So that Mnemonic Wall is a 0/4 that when it enters the battlefield, you return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. And otherwise, Dylan just doing a great job of applying pressure. Daniel needs to start digging for this Peregrine Drake. He doesn't have a great plan at answering this otherwise, and he is under a lot of, well, not a lot, but he's under a reasonable amount of pressure from Dylan. This Grimmaw Angler is going to help out a decent amount, as any removal going forward can start trying to take down these creatures, and the more that he can remove of Daniel's creature base, the less effective that Peregrine Drake really is, because of its, it does combine really well with one of those cards that can rebuy stuff. So, we do have a Power Blast, we do have the Peregrine Drake in hand, but we don't have the Ghostly Flicker yet. Okay. Oh, on Dylan's side of the field. Okay, sorry. That is a Stormbound Geist. My bad. I totally misread your question. They both have a name that starts with D, but a Peregrine Drake not great yet because he still needs the Ghostly Flicker. Doesn't want to open up this Peregrine Drake to the amount of removal that could be coming down for it. So Daniel has a tough choice ahead of him and is basically just playing the waiting game. He could go for a double Power Blast on this Stormbound Geist to just try and get it off the battlefield, but that seems a little bit bold when you could just like try and wait to go for this combo win. And Izzet Boilerworks comes down, and not a whole lot happening from Daniel beyond that. The Real Viceroy, I can understand your opinion. Personally, I love them, but I think it's about as close as we can get to the unsets. I do think that they have a lot of things going for them that are just as odd as the unsets. But there are some things that are tricky. I do like that the cards that I get, I can use them in other settings other than just unsets. But it's a reasonable opinion. It is. It really is. I can see your argument. I tend to play a lot more of like the constructed competitive stuff as well. And Conspiracy doesn't do a whole lot for me in that situation. But I do appreciate that the casual players have like such an awesome way to just play the game there. Anybody on Affinity? Not today, unfortunately. This is just the finals as we are watching right now. I do have Affinity. We have another person who has Affinity. Neither I'm in here, and the other person is not here. We've got other people who are trying to play but just weren't able to make it out today. But as we move forward with these Pauper tournaments, I do expect there to be more Affinity, both from me lending mine out and from the other player actually being able to make it for them. So Affinity will still be around. So we are going to go to 6. That should be 5. That's 5. Yeah, okay. Should be 5. But, man, yeah. Anybody on Elves? Again, not today, but Coleman does play Elves. And now it is a situation in which Dylan is saying, great, draw the Ghostly Flicker next turn, or Dylan is going to take this in 2, and he's got mana up. So Dylan could very well have Counter Magic available. If he has got 2 pieces of Counter Magic available, then one of them is going to get hit by this Power Blast that is in Daniel's hand if he tries to play that game. However, if Dylan, nope, looks like he has got Edicts. Not quite what he's looking for. So do we find the Ghostly Flicker? We do not. We do find a Lightning Bolt that might be able to buy us a slight bit of time. We're not out of the woods just yet. We're going to go for this. We're going to flicker it. We're going to try and get back these lands. And let's see what happens. Otherwise, I think that this Peregrine Drake is a blocker. Which is not really where you want it to be, mostly. But Peregrine Drake, when it enters the battlefield, it is a flying 2/3, and now Daniel is on full blocking game plan. We're going to flash back this thing twice, and do we see Daniel decide to counter that? We do not. Instead, going to try and focus on the thing that Dylan actually draws that's worth countering. Yes, Daniel was asking about the basics, and I can certainly work on finding that out. We do have a flip of the Delver of Secrets. This is fantastic if you are Dylan. My goodness. Corroding Shark, thank you so much. I do my absolute best. It is just me today, which means that I don't have the co-host for the dialogue, and I'm basically just powering through it. Hopefully I'm doing well, and we are going to kill this. It goes based on the number of cards in your graveyard if its toughness is less. Fantastically cool card. By the name of Ghastly Demise. 1 black instant. Destroy target non-black creature if its toughness is less than or equal to the number of cards in your graveyard. So, taking that one down. Corroding Shark, I do know that you put a kappa there, which is generally a joke, but nonetheless I appreciate the comment. Just as a quick note. I'm going to take it as a compliment anyway. So, a big swing coming in. Daniel has to throw creatures, actually, no matter how he blocks. He has to start spending these removal spells, or else he is going to die. So, takes him down. A Thoughtscour in response, looking to draw into a counterspell. Looks like we do not have one. That's going to go back to being a Delver. And let's see what else we can go. Alright, as Chrono, thank you so much. And looks like we're also going to try and remove that Stormbound Geist. Still has to throw a creature in front of one of these. He no longer has his Peregrine Drake. Daniel is running out of options. At this point, what he needs to do is get a Ghostly Flicker. Yep, and he's going to block it. Daniel, out of options. So, we're going to drop down a Ponder. We do have an access to a Terramorphic Expanse. We see Mystical Teachings, we see Brainstorm, and we see, I believe, a land. We're going to draw, I believe, the Mystical Teaching. Nope, drawing the Brainstorm and keeping up the Terramorphic Expanse as an option, getting that Mystical Teachings in hand. Dylan playing this really well, lining it up, not getting overconfident with the fact of, like, as the board sits. Doing a great job of making sure that we, Man, I do love interacting with the chat. That's absolutely true. I love that. It's such a cool experience that I'm able to interact with all of you. And we pick it up, drawing into a counterspell, and Dylan takes down the Blue-Red Drake Menace. Angler Delver coming in with the perfect tempo game plan in Game 1. Game 2, fighting through it. Daniel missing some draws, having some rough luck in that one. And Dylan taking down the first ever Geek Fortress Pauper tournament. Well done to Dylan. Fantastic performance. Just awesome to see. So, we are going to head back up to the booth. That does seem like it's going to be the end of our stream for today, but if you liked what you saw, be sure to hit that follow button. Plus, I'm still going to be here for a little bit, so stick around just a bit longer. I'm going to tell you some fun stuff. I'll see you up in the booth momentarily. Hello, and thank you so much for joining us today. My name is TJ. I'm streaming out of Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. As always, be sure to hit that follow button. You can find it up there or down there, depending on the device that you are using. Absolutely a fantastic format, and I look forward to doing more in the future. This was an absolute blast, and I want to thank you all for making it such a positive experience for me from the perspective of diving into this and doing some good old-fashioned commentary for it. But we do stream a regular schedule as well. Every Monday at 6:30 Pacific time we stream Standard. Every Wednesday at 7 and Saturday at 6 we do Modern. So Modern on Wednesdays and Saturdays, and every single Friday at 7:30 we stream Legacy. In addition to that, we try and do these special ones whenever we can. We try and stream PPTQs as possible, or GPTs when we can, and it's just always a good time. I will almost always be here. I will usually have a co-host. Today was a little bit odd on the scheduling, and there's just so much that we're going to keep trying to do and do cool things for you all. So thank you all for being a part of it. Any positive feedback is hugely relevant, and constructive criticism is also hugely relevant because it lets us know what we did well and should keep doing, what we didn't do well and should improve. Both of those are important in sculpting this into the best stream possible for all of you to enjoy, because you are the reason why we do this. So thank you so much to all of you that have hit the follow button. Thank you to all of you who have lurked. Thank you to all of you who have been active in the chat. Thank you to all of you who have said such kind words. Thank you to all of you who have said the things that we need to fix. It's incredible. Thanks to the players. Thanks to the mods in the chat. It has just been a great day for me, and I'm really excited. I can't wait to reapply for Twitch partnership in just a couple of weeks and show them what we can do, because it is just going to be awesome. I can't wait. I just can't wait. Now, if you do want to support the store in any way that you can, we do now have now have an online store. GeekFortressGames.com. Whoa, look at that autofocus. I became all blurry. I almost left, but then I didn't. Huh. No, man, that was awful. How can we find out about the next Pauper event? That is a great question. If you have questions about the next Pauper event, be sure to follow me on Twitter at RedBaronNTG. I'll keep you updated. Be sure to follow this stream in which I will let you know. Be sure to follow, I guess you can keep updated through the Geek Fortress Facebook page, Facebook.com/GeekFortress. And, as always, I will keep you updated if it happens on Reddit under our Pauper. I tried doing a shorter notice today because those seem to work, but if people want to, I can do one like a week in advance as well. Thank you so much to Grandma. Thank you to Sad LK. But mostly I'll do my best to keep you updated. Altum Viditur. I hope I didn't pronounce that awfully. But thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's awesome to have you. Welcome to the Fortnights. Let me know how you found out about this stream. Let me know what you like to play in Pauper, and let me know where you are watching from. I'd love to get that from you, and we can move forward in all kinds of awesome stuff. But it's been a brilliant day. A great way to start off the new thing. I've got a hat to be worn tomorrow. I'll be wearing this for the standard stream tomorrow at 6:30 Pacific time. That's about an hour and a half from now tomorrow. So I guess 25 and a half hours from now. It's gonna be awesome. Dibanes, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's awesome having you, and I look forward to interacting with you more in the future. As always, questions, comments, feedback. Hey, Sly the Foxia, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. It's great having you. You are all rock stars. Let me know where you're watching from, how you found out about this stream, and what you like to play in Magic most. Will I post some of the better deck lists from the tournament? It is very difficult for us to do that at the moment. We did it a lot in the past. Since then, we have been trying to focus on some other projects that we have coming down the line. And posting deck lists takes a surprising amount of time to track them down, talk to the people, get the list from them, do the data entry and all that stuff. So it's unlikely. Most of them are very, very stock lists that you can find on MTG Goldfish. There is one of the unusual decks that you can find, which was Red Green Madness. You can find on my Twitter account at RedBaronMTG from today that I posted it. Most of them are fairly stock. I'd love to. I'm looking to get to a point where we can start posting those deck lists much more regularly again, and we're going to get to that point. I just need to find the people who have the time and the ability to track them down and do that data entry. But as it currently sits, we have a lot of ideas for this stream as a general team, and right now, you know, taking that 3 hours a week to track down deck lists could instead be going to trying to enact some of these ideas that we'd love to get to. So, unfortunately, it's unlikely. I'll do my best as always, and if I can talk to them, and if I can talk to them, then I will definitely see what I can do. JD Buckley, thank you so much for hitting that follow button. Have them submit. So the problem is that asking people during a weekly tournament for a casual event, well, I mean a regular REL event, to be required to bring a deck list is pretty unreasonable, and it ends up putting a lot of the burden on the people who are kind enough to let us put the stream, what their gameplay is. Beef, I can talk to Dylan about that one. It's an idea. It's certainly an idea. But the problem is that then it becomes the fact of if it's the same deck list every week, then we're getting no additional information, and it's, you know, it's not really doing a whole lot. But I couldn't tell you for certain. Filthiest Loki, it is good to see you. I have tried requesting in the past, and some people are excellent about bringing one, but it's just difficult to require that, and I don't want to put that logistical burden onto the people who are playing the game, because they're doing us a favor at the very base level. I do kind of like that idea by Maharachi. I can definitely I can bring that up, but nonetheless, I would love to get to that point, and maybe we will soon, because I would love to be able to share some of these deck lists, because some of them are so unique and so cool, and I'd love to see where people can pick up where people here have left off and take them, because that's really exciting. And when you have that kind of community and you have that building off of each other, it's fantastic. Imagine Creative, thank you so much for joining. It is good to see you. I hope you are having an absolutely brilliant day. I know that I certainly am. We're coming up towards the end, so if you do have any questions, any comments, any feedback, anything that you'd like to say, anything that you'd like to, I guess, get into that chat, now is kind of the time. Because as long as I see people kind of keeping that discussion going, then I'll stick around for a little bit. Otherwise, I'll start looking out for who we can host over to, and we can go about our days and have a brilliant one before we come back tomorrow for more delightful and wonderful Magic streaming here at Geek Fortress. It should be a good time. Whew. Man, it has been a great weekend, I can tell you that. It has been all kinds of fun today. Alright, so what have we got? You just came from the Sunday turn 1-4. Oh, congratulations on going 4-0. That's awesome. Way to rep yourself. Oh, man. Let's see here. Thanks for giving you something different and sputtering and exciting. I assume that you mean featuring or showing? I'm not quite sure, but I'll happily sputter and exciting format. Pauper's great. I can't wait to do more of this. Having one tournament is what is all that it might take to get that momentum going, and I'm really excited that we might be able to get to do these more often. I'm going to keep pushing for it. I'm going to push for it. So, let's see what we can do. Remember to support that website in any way that you can, if that is your preference. We do have we're still working on getting all of the singles on there, because there's a lot of them, and the comments and uncommons are quite plentiful. But we want to get to that point, and we're going to keep trying to get to that point so that all of you can definitely at least try and get the cards that you need, and if that's from us, then we're more than happy to do it. So, I'm getting ready to call it. I think what we're going to do is be good people to the Card Kingdom stream, which is just down south of us in Seattle. Some good people over there running that stream. Imagine Creative, thank you. Have a fantastic evening. But there's some good people. I think early on in our stream we were able to get some help from them as far as different ideas, and hopefully. Oh, really? Oh, I can talk to him about that. Totally. Put on the wish list, and he can prioritize putting those ones on there for you. But I'll put you over to Card Kingdom, local store, more good people, more fun commentary, and it's all kinds of good. Maybe one day I'll go down there and hang out with them sometime, because Josh has definitely come up and hung out up here. So maybe we'll do that one day. Nonetheless, to wrap things up, from all of us here at Geek Fortress, thank you to all the mods, thank you to all the viewers, thank you to all the players, and thank you to all the people that just helped make this happen. From Geek Fortress, my name's TJ. We want to thank you all for joining us here, and whether it's good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, we hope it's a great one, and until next time, we'll see you there. Bye.